Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, yeah, here.
Good morning, colleagues. I think we can start now. Welcome to this session of our Open Science Symposium. May I introduce myself? For those who don't know me, I am Giuliano Kawamba. I'm the Invest Librarian at Central University of Technology. I'll be facilitating the first session of this symposium. Is the seen? Colleagues, before we start, just a little bit of some housekeeping. For those who are not familiar with this place, if you want to go to the ladies or gents, just as you go out, just go straight. I think to the left it is the ladies, to the right is the gents. May I also advise that you switch off your cell phones or turn them on silence, please, if you can, if you haven't done so already. For your information, this symposium is also being recorded and is being live streamed as well. So those are the few notes that I thought I should just share. Other information will come as we proceed. Let me just briefly, colleagues, share with you the background to this gathering that we have this morning. This symposium is conceived within the framework of the MOU that exists between the CUT and Free State University. This MOU was signed sometimes last year, and I believe we have agreed in principle to extend it to include SOP-like university. So soon there will be party to this arrangement as well, as to form a tripartite grouping. And from what I understand, they're also on the way here. So they'll be joining us this morning. I guess they're still traveling. The main thrust of our MOU is to achieve cost efficiency in the use of resources, facilities, and also in capacity building on the side of human capital. So that's the essence of our MOU. One of the major legs of our MOU, which forms part of this gathering, is advocacy. So, colleague, in brief, that's the context. And with those few notes, may I call upon my colleagues and friend, Betsy. See, Betsy's to come and share with us a few opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giuliano. Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible enough? My role this morning is to welcome you to our event, our colloquium, Open Science Colloquium. First of all, let me hasten to register an apology on behalf of my land manager, Professor Corley Vitun, who unfortunately had to allow us to proceed with this colloquium in her absence. It was one of the most considered decisions we had to take. She certainly would have loved to have been part of this event. Colleagues, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our leaders in higher education, our Vice Chancellor and Rector, Professor Francis Peterson, and Professor Amdbauer, who is the CEO of the University South Africa Forum, USAF, formerly known as Higher Education South Africa, HISA. I would like to welcome you warmly to our event. Your presence says to us, you understand this bigger picture of Open Access 2020 and believe in its worth for the country and, most importantly, its value in the publishing arena. So welcome to both of you, Seth. We also have in our midst colleagues who will be taking part in this program, colleagues who have thankfully agreed to share their knowledge, their different thoughts that are linked to open access. They are indicated in the program and will be duly introduced by our facilitators. One of them, Dr. Gareth O'Neill, is in the Netherlands and will be presenting to us via Skype. I would like to say to you, our speakers and our facilitators, welcome to what we regard as one of the most important events in research. We are looking forward to learning more from you about this important subject in scholarly communication. Allow me, colleagues, to extend a word of appreciation and welcoming message to members of the Rectorate. I don't see them here. Probably they are coming, but our bosses are delayed in most cases. To the deans and the vice deans, hopefully they will come. To the directors, I've seen one of our directors, a director of internationalization. Thank you for coming. To our directors of academic and support service departments, to our academics and researchers. I've heard that we also have research fellows from CUT. You're most welcome. Making time for the colloquium says to us you are keen to know about developments that affect dissemination of your scholarly output. This is pleasing to us, as Open Access 2020 is actually an important call to all of us who are involved in the development and publication of knowledge that you produce for the good of the world. Not all of us could be here in person, so we have arranged live streaming the event in order to reach as many colleagues as possible. So I'm hoping that we have some from Kwakwa. If maybe we could show at one point, maybe if we have anybody there from Welcome campus, from South campus, from Solplaki University, people had indicated as they were registering that they'll be joining us remotely. So I would like to also extend a word of welcome to them. I have also been informed that we also have our other colleagues, librarians, from other universities who have connected with us remotely. I hope they can hear us. We'd like to extend a word of welcome to them. They are part of the family. We pray that technology stay put. I just can't tell you what a pleasure and privilege it is for me to be here and welcoming all of you today, colleagues. This is a great day for me for two reasons. One, The two university libraries, as Juliano has explained, University of the Free State Library and Central University of Technology Library, this is our event. We have jointly planned for this, shared the resources, the costs. I'm excited about what we have done to come up with this. We are looking forward to more successful collaborative ventures. And of course, also welcoming Solplaki University Library. But the second reason that particularly excites me is the possibility of signing a declaration that will contribute towards hugely disrupting the publication industry and opting for the real openness. We have seen Uber disrupting the taxi industry. We have seen Netflix disrupting the movies rental industry. Open Access 2020 is a disruption in the publication industry. It is not a disruption for the sake of disruption, but it is disruption for the development of our country through wider and free access to knowledge by all citizens of not only our country, but of all the citizens of the world. Your presence means we will be able to share with you local, national, and international developments in this disruption, creating the much needed awareness and advocacy that will assist you in making informed choices and decisions about the dissemination of knowledge that we all produce. Please make use of this opportunity to be well informed about the two open access publishing modules, which is the Open Access 2020 referred to as Plan X, Plan S, and the America Publishing Model. Would like to ask you to help us to spread the word with our other colleagues and sign the declaration that we think should be the outcome of this engagement. Once again, welcome to the Open Access, Open Science Colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. We now proceed with more substantive discussions. But before I call on the speakers, let me introduce them to you. I have a few notes here which I would like to read to introduce them to you. The first speaker is Professor Francis Peterson, who is Director and Vice Chancellor of the University of Free State. He's been in that position since April 2017. He is also a non-executive director of the board of Fruits Unlimited. He's a former chairman of the board of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, a former non-executive director on the board of the Royal Mafeking Platinum, and former member of the South African Minister of Science and Technology National Advisory Council on Innovation. He is also a former member of the Council of Academy of Science of South Africa, ASAF, and a board member of the National Research Foundation, NRF. Professor Peterson is a registered professional engineer with the Engineering Council of South Africa. He has extensive experience in management at various levels within the university and in the industry. And he believes in teamwork and has played a key role in various initiatives within the higher education sector, in industry and science council. Professor Peterson, colleagues, serves on various national and international technical, editorial, and advisory committees, and is actively involved in consultants in South Africa, in the engineering sector, particularly in built environment industries. It's published extensively. I think what I have here, over 150 articles, papers. So that's we were a very able person to speak to us this morning. Professor Peterson, please.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director, and a warm welcome to all of the delegates to the Open Science Colloquium here at the University of the Free State. I want to emphasize warm. It's actually particularly hot outside. I got a WhatsApp message this morning from my son in Cape Town, and he gave me a picture of a weather report. Now, I don't know whether it was true, but all of the minimum and the maximum was depicted on this chart, and there's Bloemfontein was the maximum 233. Now, I don't know, was that a mistake or was that deliberate? But I hope that gives sort of the context and the warmness in which this colloquium and deliberation of the next 2 days will happen. Now, as Betsy Eyster have mentioned, this is a colloquium that has been organized and is hosted by the University of the Free State and CUT. But I would like to emphasize the larger family in the region. We engage under a banner called HERDIC with other institutions as well. The Mateo College, part of the TVET College here in Bloemfontein, and also Maluti TVET College in Kwakwa, which is one of our other campuses. And then obviously also with Solplaatje in Kimberley. And it's great to see that collaboration. And the collaboration is not only in the particular area of library or information systems. It covers teaching and learning, it covers research, it covers sharing administrative experience, so that we all belong to a system that complements and strengthens one another, rather than only to compete with one another. So, but it's for me quite important to also say thank you for CUT to be the co-host of this event. Now, Betsy also said that, or suggested, that the aim or the purpose of this colloquium is to raise the awareness of the costly, and I would probably say perhaps an unsustainable current model of publication and access to publication material. And this is a debate that we had for, I think, for quite a long period, but it's often to find the right strategy and the right methodology to effectively challenge this particular model. So it is a model of open access versus subscription. And that is the deliberation and the debate that you're probably going to have for most of your engagement over the next 2 days. But coming back to the University of the Free State, so when the university signed the Berlin Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in Science and Humanities in 2011, at that point, this university committed itself to the wide and free dissemination of its scholarship by means of open access platforms. So So directly or indirectly, at that point, we already have made that commitment towards using open access platforms. So open access, which I don't need to explain to you, you all are professionals, you should explain to me what that all is about, but it's the practice of making peer-reviewed scholarly research and literature freely available online to everyone, and I think to emphasize to everyone interested in reading it. So access with no fees. So that is actually what it's about in short. But if we really unpack how complicated the costing is and what impact the costing actually have on individual institution and on the system, then we can start off by saying that researchers pay article processing charges, APCs, for publication. Libraries pay for providing access to scholarly output through subscriptions which are not in the database, and I've got a sense that there might also be a double dipping that come in there. Access is very limited, with publishers' licenses allowing access to only members with specific article processing charges ranges. And then, so those are the embedded costs that we normally would find in the subscription model. But if you couple that to the growing unaffordability due to escalation of the cost purely through inflation, and you couple that with foreign exchange instability, then we're sitting here with a cost model that actually, for me, is inequitable, actually. It's not equity of access. Is there not freely guaranteed due to the fact that the cost is challenging that? Now, I know that, and I want to acknowledge again Professor Ahmed Bauer, CEO of University of South Africa, and he's been one of the key drivers behind this initiative of trying to bring equity in the system. And I think a phrase that I probably would quote from you, Ahmed, that you often use when you describe this whole costing issue as a human rights injustice. And that is probably what it is about. It is a human rights injustice. So how do we actually make sure that we challenge the status quo? And there is where I believe Open Access 2020 will come in. It's in fact moving from a subscription model to a model of open access. But it is to convert, hopefully, resources that is currently spent on journal subscriptions into funds that can support open access. And why are we doing that? I think to be equitable in a sense, but also to ensure that our younger cohort of researchers and scholars have got the ability to freely conduct research, to freely access material, so that we can produce high-quality researchers and scholars for our system. But I also would like to leave a thought, maybe one or two, for the delegates to deliberate on the next 2 days. And that is that if you want to challenge the status quo, which is open access versus the subscription model, it can't be an institutional approach. It will have to be a national approach. It can't be one institution or two institutions. We will have to look at that jointly. Because we must include, therefore, all universities. We must include science councils, research institutions, public libraries, hospitals, private enterprises, government. All of those need to be brought into the fold in one way or another. Because we must realize that South Africa is actually quite a small science system compared to global standards. And in fact, I want to make the argument that we should include the continent, the rest of Africa, into this discussion. Now, lots of you, or some of you probably would say, if you take South Africa out of the African science system, then there's probably not much happening on the continent. But nevertheless, I think the African continent and the engagement with what's happening on the continent need to be included in this whole debate. So therefore, in conclusion, and on behalf of the University of the Free State and the Central University of Technology, I want to wish you well on your deliberations over the next 2 days. And I think what I would like to see as an outcome is to promote a more, and the emphasis should probably be on transparent model of open access. Because the subscription model, probably, if you delve into the detail, there's probably just more and more questions. And that makes people not trusting the system actually at all. So any new system need to be, or model that you want to engage on, need to be transparent. But very importantly, as I said, this debate and discussion has been coming on for a couple of years. And to be able to make sure that we get to an outcome, hopefully this deliberation will also give value or put forward some timelines. Was when do we want to achieve what? Some specific goals. What are we going to be achieving? But very importantly, I believe for the University of the Free State, but that any other institution should ask as well, is what is expected from the individual institutions in this specific model and debate. So those are the things that I would like you to deliberate on and to see whether we could come up with an understanding of an open access model. What are the next steps? What are the goals? Make sure it's transparent. What are the timelines? And ask yourself, what is expected from my institution that I'm representing here today? So once again, welcome to this colloquium and to the University of the Free State. And I know it's going to be a wonderful 2 days of deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC. I think that was very brief and punchy. And it's a great honor to all of us that you found time to come in your busy schedule to come and join us and share your insights on this important topic. Colleagues, we're now proceeding to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Ahmad Bauer, the CEO of University of South Africa. Until 2016, he was the VC and principal of Durban University of Technology. He also served as Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Natal, now known as University of KwaZulu-Natal. At the City University of New York, he was a faculty member of the Department of Physics and Astronomy at Hunter College, and a member of the doctoral faculty of the Graduate Center. He was appointed Associate Provost for Curriculum Development and also holds PhD in theoretical physics from Durham University in the UK. As the Program Officer for Higher Education in Africa and for the Ford Foundation, he led the Foundation's African Higher Education Initiative. In this portfolio, he also worked in South Africa, Namibia, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, and Palestine. He serves on a number of advisory boards, such as South African Institute of Distance Education, the Center for AIDS Program of Research of South Africa, and the Higher Education Support Program of the Open Society Foundation. Professor Bauer was a PhD in theoretical physics from the University of Durham in the UK. He has also published extensively in high energy physics, in higher education and on higher education and society, and also in science and society in general. Professor Bauer, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank you all for, first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Eyster for inviting me here. And it's a great pleasure to be here. And I just want to say that I think that these discussions are very important because it provides us with a basis of building a kind of national consensus on these things, which is absolutely critical, I think, if we're going to move forward with this. I also just want to say that we've had similar discussions now at CPUT, DUT, UP, and various other places as well. So I think that this is really fantastic. I think that we were able to pull this together. I want to just say that I'm very pleased that we are locating this within a discussion on open science, because this is really a small part of the big open science project. And the open science project, I think, has to have to stand back a little bit. Is the sound okay? Okay. Okay, so I think the open science project is a very large, big project, and this is a small part of that project, it seems to me. Yeah. Okay, so the way I think about this is that we are really embarking on a journey towards open access. OA 2020 is not a, it's not the kind of the big open access, the kind of the final kind of point of stop for us. It's a step on a journey, and I think the critical thing for us to understand is just what kinds of steps can we take to get to a kind of a final solution, if you like. Now, there's going to be a little bit of overlap today, and so Glenn Truran sitting at the back there, and I actually spoke a little bit about what I'll do and what he'll do, and then of course there'll be quite a lot of overlap with what Gareth O'Neill is going to be saying. So I think that please bear with us if there is this overlap, and I'll try to kind of really keep it at the national level, and then Glenn will give you much more detail about OA 2020 and so on. Okay, so I think the first thing is that we really have to start with with what the objective conditions are. That's what Blaine Zimande, as the General Secretary of the Communist Party, would say. Start with the objective conditions. Where are we? And the reality is that we are in quite a bad place, really. We have a stagnant economy. Even though we've won the Rugby World Cup, the Rugby World Cup 2019. Which was great. The reality is that we have a stagnant economy, huge unemployment, violent poverty, growing inequality. I mean, I've just noticed, in fact, that the inequality, Gini coefficients have come down slightly now, just a titch, so it's a good sign. So the inequality is kind of flattening out, it seems. We've seen a kind of a massive erosion of democracy, right? I mean, just the huge corruption, but in particular, with deep concern for the university system at least, is this issue of the slide towards anti-intellectualism. This idea that, so look, let me just give you a bold statement. We've got a president of the United States of America, probably the most kind of powerful individual in the world, who doesn't believe science. So he just doesn't buy into the idea that it's important to understand what experts are saying. You may not agree with that. But I have to tell you, we should not be sanguine. We shouldn't feel sanguine in South Africa because we've had our own kind of challenges around anti-intellectualism. And we really have to kind of pay attention to this because it's right at the heart of the project of the universities. It's just, if a society slips away from this idea that expert knowledge is important, science is important, if a society doesn't think that that's important, well, that's the end of the job for universities. It's a really serious and important thing. We are, of course, seeing degradation of ethical society. We've got all these commissions that are sitting now, and all the stuff that's emerging there. It's just kind of, and you all know the big stories about your own province, but each province has got its own kind of stories. We're seeing an escalation of political violence, not just in South Africa but globally. But just to give you one hint, I think that. We don't pay enough attention, to the fact that during the elections last year, the number of people that were murdered in KZN is shockingly high. So there's political violence that is kind of rife. But perhaps the most important thing is this idea that we so easily construct the other. This idea that we kind of really, clearly, easily define people as kind of, Nigerians or this or that. And then, by the way, it's not just here, right? It's in Syria, it's a fight between different groupings. If you go to Iraq, it's a fight between different groupings. The big battle between what's going on in America and Mexico is another story. The whole Brexit issue is exactly about that, So it's a global issue, And that, of course, results in these massive global migrations. And then, of course, there's these rapid changes in the world of work, kind of just the gig economy that you spoke about, the issue around Uber and so on. And of course, we've got these massive public health challenges. So just to say that, there's the reality, right? And then, of course, there's another reality. And another reality is that we now have autonomous cars, aeroplanes, and, those of you who've traveled to New York, if you take the subway, to catch the subway, you get onto a train at JFK, and then you look left and you look right, and there's no train driver. This train is just traveling by itself. But like that, autonomous trains, autonomous aeroplanes, and so on. Data warehousing, data analytics. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Elsevier and these publishing companies is that they are just like Google and so on, because actually, we are not consumers of that stuff. We are commodities, right? We kind of produce the stuff that they sell. The ridiculous things, they're selling back to us, which is like the most ridiculous thing you can imagine. So we'll talk about that a little bit just now. Well, I'm not going to go through all of these because you know about them already. It's kind of intelligent deep learning computers, that's artificial intelligence, of course, population genomics, gene editing that's happening, kind of changing kind of biological systems and so on. And there's all the stuff which is really huge changes taking place in the world of work. And so in some ways we are caught, we're caught between all these big advances that are taking place and then the context that we're in. And that's the condition of South Africa, that we have to somehow build a kind of a coherent approach to this world that we are in. For those of you who are interested, this kind of what's happening in the global landscape, right? So we've got these vast shifts in geopolitics and geoeconomics and so on. So, China is now the second largest economy in the world, right? It's happened quite recently, By the way, if the trends continue, it will overtake the USA in a few years. But it's not just about that. It's also about all the power relations in the world, shifts that are taking place there. Then, of course, there's the geopolitics of knowledge. A few years ago, if you asked me, where's the center of gravity of the knowledge production in the world, the answer would be quite easy. Sitting somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, right? That's the center of gravity between the USA and Europe. Well, it's shifted now. 20% of the world's scientists are now in China. China has overtaken the USA in terms of number of publications it produces. There's a huge change taking place. By the way, it's not just China. It's India, it's Japan, it's Brazil. Big changes taking place, which we have to. By the way, by 2030, 20% of the world's population will be on our continent. And then we have to come to grips with trying to understand what are the implications of that. You know, are we going to catch the kind of demographic dividend, as they call it, or are we going to slide into increased poverty and so on? By 2045, it's predicted that we'll have, by 2050, it's predicted that we'll have 50% of the world's population. Clearly, that will change over time, right? But, you know. So again, I don't want to go through all of this, but just to say, you know, there are huge changes taking place in the world of work, in the global world. And in higher education, again, Ms. Eister kind of referred to these things. There are all these digital disruptions that are taking place, unbundling and the gig economy and so on. Those are in the university sector. No, I'm not talking about things that are outside. You know. There's a growing distrust, as I mentioned earlier, growing distrust of science and so on. New forms of credentialing. By the way, this whole idea of kind of the blockchain university, you know, the idea that young people aren't going to come to university to take degrees, you know, that they're going to come to universities or come to places of learning to take courses, you know, and to build their resume with courses, not necessarily kind of putting together kind of qualifications. There's a story, if you want a job at Google, they don't ask you, what degree do you have? You know, they ask you, what have you done? You know, what courses have you done and so on. Now, you know, we can ignore that. We can say, no, that's not our job. That's, you know, industry-type universities are going to do that. We can do that. Well, we better start thinking about it, though, because it might be that, you know, the idea of the degree as a credential may not be as kind of valid 20 years from now as it is now. Yeah, and again, I'm not going to go through all of those, but I'm sure you've seen these before. And I think the important thing for us is really to imagine what are these big changes, these technology-driven changes. What impact is that going to have on scholarly publishing? And we've seen that already, by the way. You know, just kind of, if you look at the big publishing houses, you know, when they kind of take ownership of copyright, all we've done is we've taken what we are producing and we've given it to them, you know, and then they commercialize it, you know, they kind of put it back into the market, you know, and we have to buy it back from them. Okay. So, of course, you know, we can't forget what happened in 2015, 2017. The fees must fall, roads must fall, and so on. And there were huge kind of, you know, I'll never forget, in October 2016 sometime, there were 18 universities were shut down. The other 8 were kind of, you know, teetering on the kind of edge, you know. And there was calls going on from the department in particular saying, should we shut down the system? You know, so just to say that it was a really tricky time for us. The big questions, you know, were of course around fees must fall and roads must fall and so on. But for me, at least, the really big issues were, you know, what is the purpose of universities as social institutions? That's what emerged for me, at least, from that period. You know, who owns the universities? You know, just, you know, I was truly amazed at the time, and I've said this to Professor Peterson and the other vice chancellors. I was truly amazed that, you know, at the time when the universities were under such threat, nobody defended the universities. Not the government, not the private sector, not the students, not the communities. There was no defense of the universities. So, you know, the question is, who owns the universities? You know? And it seems to me that there's a catastrophic breakdown of a social compact. And that social compact was the one that came from the National Commission on Higher Education in 1995 and so on. That's broken down. And it seems to me that we need a new one. You know? And it's got to do with this idea of universities in society. Oh, sorry, I don't know what's happened there. Yeah, sorry, wrong button. Okay, I'm just going to read this one to you because, you know, it's just so powerful. It was written in 1956 by the chairperson of India's National Council on Science and Technology. And he says, why is it that science in independent India, despite all the investments in it, is not the potentially creative force it threatened to be during the nationalist period? And it's a question that we have to ask ourselves, you know, just why is it that higher education, science, and so on hasn't delivered, you know, what we were expecting of it? You What is it that kind of impeded that and so on? Okay. I'm not going to talk about this, but really it's about saying, well, you know, how do we kind of reconceptualize a university system on the basis of what has happened over the last 10, 15 years? And for me, at least, it really is about saying, you know, can we develop a higher education system that's kind of located within the social justice rubric, rather than kind of just, you know, kind of going along, you know, on a year-by-year basis, you know, without kind of really paying particular attention about the relationship between universities and society. Okay. So, first of all, you know, why did we kind of embark on this project, right? And as Professor Peterson indicated, the first thing is that we have unequal access to scholarly journals and information databases. We've got, you know, the rich universities, poor universities. We've got kind of the TVT sector. We've got the government departments. We've got the science councils. But actually, there are a whole range of NGOs and so on who are busy with research, who have no access to journals, unless they're kind of connected to universities and so on. So there's a big question about unequal access. And in particular, in the higher education sector, the vice-chancellors are really particularly concerned about the fact that we have terribly unequal access to journals and so on. So it's a big issue for us, at least, right? The second thing is that, you know, it's fair enough that, you know, that some people argue that we should have a differentiated system and that, you know, we will have research intensives and so on. Well, we can do that, we can have that, and we do have that already by default. The big question really is that you really can't have those highly developed research intensives without also having well-developed teaching intensives. You know, those are all part of a system. You know, the articulation between those two has to work perfectly. And what that means is that where you have young people who are doing PhDs at University of Venda or University of Zululand and so on, they should have the same access to journals as people who are at UCD or WITS or somewhere like that. So it's like saying we really have to work towards more equal access. And by the way, it's not just within the university system. It's within the university system, but it's also outside the university system. Secondly, we've had this massive growth in postgraduate education. I'll give you a figure just now. But just to say that we've got this massive growth in postgraduate education. And by the way, it's not just at the research intensives. It's happening across the system. So, you know, by the way, if you look at the top 5 universities that are producing PhDs, you'll be surprised which are the top 5. UCT and WITS are not in the top 5. You know? Surprise, surprise. You know? So, you know, we have to pay attention to this. You know, we can't just kind of, you know, just think about this inequality of access as something that will sort itself out down the line. Of course, DST has got this large open science project, and we have to pay attention to it because it's not because it's a DST project, because it's so important for national development, as you were saying. And then I mentioned this idea that there's a diffusion of knowledge production going on, knowledge work going on outside of the universities, in the NGO sector, in the not-for-profit sector, in the, you name it, you know, there's stuff going on there. And then, as Professor Peterson indicated, there's a growing unaffordability, escalation of the cost of journals, foreign exchange instability, and of course, you know, there's this industry model which just really squeezes us all the time. So we really have to address this, and you know, we have to start thinking about this as a social justice issue, that this is not just about kind of fixing up the system, you know, but think of it as a social justice issue. And by the way, Glenn and I were at a meeting, Open Access 2020 meeting in Berlin, and we put this forward because for the Europeans it isn't about social justice, you know, it's another thing there. For us it was a social justice issue, and we put that on the table. And interestingly, both Wiley and Springer Nature kind of responded to that. Elsevier didn't pay any attention. He just carried on this. So, you know, interesting kind of point. By the way, we spend an estimate of between 500 and 600 million rand a year on journals. It's not a trivial amount, right? It's a huge amount. It's a huge amount. By the way, this doesn't include the APCs and so on. This is just subscriptions. Yeah. Okay. So just to give you some indication of where we are, right? See, we produce 3,400 PhDs a year. By 2030, we have to get up to 5,000. You know, we produce more than 25,000 peer-reviewed research articles per annum. It's a substantial output. It's more than 1% of the global output, right? By the way, we are punching way beyond the size of our science system. Okay? But here's the important thing. See, although we have 1% of the share of the global output, we have a 10% share of articles in the top decile of the most cited articles in the world. So in addition to having a big increase in research output, we also have a very substantial share of high quality output, okay, which is very important. Okay. Right. And of course, you know, we have to worry about the ethics of research because, you know, we produce 3,400 PhDs a year. If you ask me to vouch for the quality of those, I can't do that. But I think there's still a big question about that. And, you know, and not just that, by the way, but also there's some kind of odd behavior that's emerging around around our publications output. By the way, please don't get me wrong. You know, this isn't the bulk of our research, and so there's a small proportion of our research which we have concerns about. Okay, and then just very briefly to say, you know, the biggest output is in biomedical and clinical sciences, and then it's management sciences and so on, social sciences, physical sciences, and so on. Okay, that's the kind of breakdown. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'll leave the presentation, so I'm sure they'll distribute it. Okay, so, you know, we tried to kind of investigate the national site license approach. And there was a big study done by ASAF to try and kind of get to grips with this. And basically, first of all, I mean, I'm not going to go through any kind of detail about this, but just to say that it was just too expensive. You know, we just couldn't afford the deals. And more importantly, of course, we were deeply concerned about the fact that copyright would still rest with the publishing houses, and secondly, that basically the model remains the same. You know, the model doesn't change. All we are doing is saying, well, instead of, you know, University of Free State with its 25,000 students or whatever, that you know, there'll be access to those students. All we were saying now is that this is going to now involve all 26 universities and the science councils, and basically the prices all just went up. Right? Okay, so it's clearly unaffordable and non-sustainable. Okay, so we gave up the national site license approach. By the way, Brazil had a national site license, it's given it up. Pakistan has given it up. It's just an unsustainable model. So here's the crazy thing. We pay 4 times. We pay, you know, public funds are used for the research and for the research salaries. By the way, the bulk of the research funding comes from DHET in terms of research salaries and so on. You know, the public funds are dominant in the funding of the research that the researchers do. We pay for peer review and editorial committees and so on, and APCs. And then we pay subscriptions in turn, like to read, you know. We pay 4 times. You know, it's ridiculous. So we have to change the model. Okay? And there are a number of trends that we have to kind of follow. So although we are talking about OA 2020 today, it's one model. And we have to pay attention to that model because it's a very powerful model. And I'll give you another reason just now why we have to pay attention to it. But actually, there are other models that are available. You know, there are new open access journals which are being initiated by scholars in particular fields. So, for example, you know, when the Human Genome Project was started at the University of California, they said, no, this is public money, public data. We're not giving this data over to we're not giving this stuff over to the publishing houses. They started their own journals, you know, which were free journals. Physicists in my area, in particle physics, created something called archive. You know, so every journal article that was produced before it was sent to the journal houses was put on this archive. And it's sat there and you could access it free of charge. You know? So, and of course, Glenn will talk later on about Scope 3, which is kind of a really big experiment from the physicists. There are no new not-for-profit publishing houses, and we heard about these in Berlin, and by the way, the cost of production of journals just comes down because the profit motive is not there. And Elsevier made a profit of something like 40% last year, after tax, 40% profit. By the way, it's an unthinkable thing for a company of that size. So there are new not-for-profit publishing houses which do exactly the same that Elsevier and so on do. They kind of go through all the kind of rigorous peer review processes and so on and so forth. Okay, the Open Access 2020 program, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time because Glenn is going to do that, is that we have to move away from pay to read to pay to publish. So essentially what we are saying is, I publish in, Physical Review B, very expensive journal. I'm not going to pay for subscription. What I'm going to do is pay for the APCs, pay the APCs, but once it's done, there's open access. Okay. The big question is, how do we pay that amount of money? So I'm going to come to that just now. Okay. And here's the critical thing, that the copyright must reside with the author. Copyright, at the moment, we hand over the copyright. And we are saying that we should really retain the copyright. Okay, look, here's the critical thing, right? See, there are a number of people who argue that actually why are we working with this OA 2020 model or the kind of the not-for-profit open access? Why don't we just go to, I don't know what you call it, I don't know whether it's platinum open access or some color, is given to this kind of open access, which is green open access, right? Green open access. Why don't we go to green open access? Well, here's the issue. The issue is that we still have to have peer review. We have to have production costs. We have to have editorial work. And these cost money. You can't get those things for free. You can say that academics are volunteering. Well, if the academics are volunteering, that's because the university is paying them to do that work. It's part of their kind of work, if you like. So I think we just have to understand that we are always going to pay some money for this. The question is, what's the basis of that? I'm not going to spend time on this because Glenn will definitely spend time on this, but except to say one thing, and that is that we have to see this as a national project. We can't see this simply as each university striking a deal, each physicist or each sociologist paying the APCs, individually. That's a crazy model for us. So we have to think about this as a national model, and I'll spend some time about that just now. So just to say that we've had a number of discussions at the board. At every board meeting we have the board, by the way, of USAF is made up of the 26 vice-chancellors and myself, 27 of us. And so we have a continuous discussion about this. There's a broad agreement at the board that we should pursue the OA 2020 model. And what does that mean, right? But what it means essentially is that there's a broad agreement that what we'll do is try and keep the money that we are currently spending on subscriptions, not the APCs, the money that we are currently spending on subscriptions, that we'll keep that in a pool and use that for negotiating the Open Access 2020 transformative agreements. Okay, so what it means essentially is that, WITS and UCT and so on, who have such a huge kind of investment in journals, won't pull that money out, that they'll keep that money in a pool. Now, of course, I don't know how this will turn out as we go ahead, but the point is really that we have to see this as a national project. By the way, it's not just the universities. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Okay. It's not just the universities. It's the universities, it's the science councils, it's government departments, it's private sector higher education institutions. This is a national project. This is not a project just for the 26 public universities. Okay? And I just want to say that, there's a fair agreement now between the universities and the science councils, for example, and the government departments, in particular DHET and DSI. There's fair agreement that we should really see this as a national project and we should take it forward. There's still a need for much more discussion and so on. Okay. So at the moment, the project team is made up of USAF, ASAF, CHALSA, NRF and cohort, SANLIC, DHET and DSI. DST is now DSI, right? And I think that the important thing for us is really to try to understand how to kind of maintain a national approach to this. Okay, so just before we go on, so just before I go on, just to say what is the international situation? All the major European higher education systems have signed up, and in fact, they're really at the forefront of this. And they've really kind of, by the way, we are, when we talk to Elsevier, whenever I've had a discussion with Elsevier, you have the sense that we are inconsequential, because we're so small. We produce 1% of the world's output, right? So in fact, they don't care too much about us. In fact, when the Europeans were negotiating, they didn't care too much about the Europeans either, until China came to the table. And Glenn and I were there when the Chinese delegate, the Chinese leader of the Chinese delegation, said to the CEO of Elsevier, listen, I'm talking to you, but please understand that I represent 20% of the world's scientists. So that changes the equation completely. And of course, one of the most sophisticated approaches is the University of California. And I hope Glenn will have a chance today to kind of describe what they're doing, because it really is fantastic. And just to give you one example of what they've done, right? One example. Elsevier has not agreed to a transformative agreement with the University of California. So all the academics at University of California who used to do the peer review work for Elsevier withdrew. And they said, no, if you don't come to us with a good deal, we're not going to do any more peer review. Now, if the University of California does that, it's just a question of time before Harvard, MIT, and so on. By the way, the University of California, if you think, well, one university, what difference is it going to make? University of California produces more research than the whole of France and the whole of the Netherlands. Okay? So it's a big system. It's a powerful system. It's the most powerful kind of public higher education system in the world. Okay. And these others are all there, in the scheme of things now. So what are the macro challenges for us? We have to build a substantial national consensus. And the idea is really to say that, if there's somebody who's publishing an article in your Department of Sociology at University of Free State, that there's no need for that person to kind of raise, his or her grant money and kind of, pay for the APCs, that we should have a national system that does that. Okay? So in other words, to say that, this isn't about individuals finding the money for the APCs and so on, but that we have a national system that does that. Now, the point I was making earlier was that, if we can keep the money in the pool, if you like, then we can use that money in the pool to begin to pay for these APCs and so on in that collective way. And in fact, when Glenn speaks about scope 3, I'm very proud of it because it's physics, okay? But when Glenn speaks about scope 3, you'll see how powerful this mechanism is, okay? Secondly, we have to confirm that this aggregation of resources. So we have to confirm, we have to get the MRC, the CSIR, the NRF, all the science councils, all the universities, whoever else is buying, some of the government departments are buying journals. We should say to them, all of you, put your money in the pool, okay, so that we can start negotiating from a point of strength. Thirdly, we have to develop the capacity for data acquisition. In other words, what we are struggling with now is just trying to understand how much are we paying in terms of APCs, It's almost impossible to determine that. But like that, there's a whole range of other data that we need to kind of calculate, to kind of enter this negotiation on a strong footing. We have to address the continental challenge, and Professor Peterson raised this issue. It's a really critical issue. It's the one Achilles heel of this project, this OA 2020 project. See, we've got 600 million rand which we can negotiate with. Well, that's not the case in Malawi or Zambia. So the one thing that we have to do is have a conversation, in particular with Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, and ourselves, the four kind of really big publishing, although we are by far the biggest, but we have to start talking with those four, at least amongst those four, to say, How do we adopt a continental approach to this? Because otherwise, it's just a question of time before our colleagues in other parts of the continent find that they are out in the cold, you know, because they don't have the resources to kind of enter this project, this OA 2020 project on their own terms. So that's a big challenge for us. And we've already begun discussions, by the way, on this issue. We have to kind of really manage the small, high-quality publishers to understand. See, the small, high-quality publishers, in particular in South Africa, but elsewhere too, are saying that they can't go to this pay-to-publish model. It won't cover their costs. So we have to find a way of working with them and trying to understand how to manage that, because you don't want good quality journals to just disappear. Okay. We have to ensure transparency, because we discovered, for example, that we pay more for subscription to journals than Sweden pays. Yes, for the same journals. Because there's no transparency. Elsevier doesn't, there's a clause, you know, it says there's a confidentiality clause. So you can't share the data. So Sweden told Elsevier, bugger off. You know, we're canceling the subscription, and they released the data. And suddenly we realized that actually there's all these inequities in the world. We were paying more than Sweden. It's ridiculous. And then finally, that we have to start thinking about a national structure that will kind of take this process forward. At the moment, we have an interim structure which involves all those organizations. But we need a kind of a structure that takes this process forward. And we're working on that now. It's something like in the UK, they've got something called JISC, which is kind of all the kind of information services that are required by the universities are managed by JISC. And so that's something that we are talking about now with Department of Science and Innovation. And with that, let me say thank you. I hope that was useful.
Professor Bauer, please, sorry. Colleagues, as you might have noticed from the presentation, I think Professor Bauer is very passionate about advancing the course of higher education in South Africa, and he's got very intimate knowledge of the challenges that confront higher education libraries in South Africa in particular. We are grateful that he found time to join us from Pretoria. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, colleagues, is Ina Smith. She is, I think I should get glasses. She's a specialist in the adoption of open science and open access publishing in the global South Africa, and with specific emphasis on Africa. She holds a master's degree from the University of Pretoria in computer integrated education, higher education teaching diploma, and an honors degree in library and information science. She has vast experience working in open access during her employment at the University of Pretoria and Stellenbosch in repositories, journals, publishing, and conference publishing. She's currently employed as a planning manager at the Academy of Science of South Africa, where she's working on DST, ASAF, ICSU, and CODATA projects for the African Open Access Platform. She is also a DOAI ambassador for the Southern African region, In 2014, she received the Liasa President Acknowledgement for Exceptional Contribution. In 2011, she was a runner-up in the International EPT Award of Open Access, and in 2016, she was awarded the Liasa Librarian of the Year. She has also been, she has an interest, keen interest in research processes in general, and is actively involved in the promotion of digital citizenship, and remain a lifelong researcher and self-learner. Wow, my eyes. So, colleagues, Anna Smith will share with us some thoughts on this important topic that we are deliberating on today. Thank you. Sorry about reading my handbook.
Thank you, Chair, for reading my very humble, brief CV. It's a privilege to be here this morning and to talk to you about a project which is very close to my heart and to the Academy of Sciences heart, and also to the DST or DSI and the NRF. So why are we doing open access, open science? And the theme for Open Access Week this year was Open for Whom. And it is a fact that we cannot talk about a democracy or a world where if we all do not have access, equal access to information, to the same information. So as long as all do not have equal access, we're not a democracy. Information, the data underlying the information, the research, should be as open possible and as closed necessary only. We acknowledge that not all information can necessarily be open, not all data can necessarily be open, but at least as open possible and as closed necessary. There is approximately 4 hours between South Africa and one of the most deadliest diseases in the world. There are not many flights to that country, and the country I'm talking about is the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo. There's one flight maybe once a week between South Africa and the Congo. None to the rest of the continent, and even less than none to the rest of the world. Why? Because of Ebola. If governments do not contain viruses, they are being cut off from the rest of the world. What this means is there won't be a flow of people, no movement of people, monies that were supposed to be used to innovate is now used to contain that virus, something governments try to avoid because it's very expensive. It puts them back if they have to contain this kind of outbreak. These are monies that could have been used to take the country forward, but now, instead of that, they have to fix their own problems. But the reason I've put this map up here is because we are not isolated. We do not live in isolation. We are part of the African continent, and often we tend to rather work with Europe or with the US because it's more prestigious. While on our continent, we have unique problems which the Australians, the Americans, the Europeans cannot resolve for us. So it's a matter of Africa having to produce its own research output, publish it so that people across Africa can access it towards more collaboration. The more open, the more we will be able to collaborate, and the faster we will be able to move forward. So this screen grab was taken a few 2 or 3 months ago. At any point in time, this is what the airspace looked like on top of one of the busiest airports in the world, Dubai. And it was just a snapshot. So there's a lot of movement going on. While I say that, we have African problems that we need to address with African research conducted by researchers, whether they're visiting from abroad or whether they are local. The rest of the world cannot follow an elitist approach and say that they have nothing to do with Ebola. It is crucial for them, should there be an outbreak, to work with Africa to resolve this outbreak and to contain it because of people on the move. People get onto an airplane, their disease, they try to monitor it, people entering into a country, but it can happen that that disease is then spreads to the rest of the world. So therefore, the rest of Ebola being originating from Africa, they would look to us as being the experts in Ebola. So what research do we produce on Ebola? What data do we have available on Ebola? And that's just one simple example. When the Ebola outbreak occurred for the first time in 2015 in West Africa, the World Health Organization declared it an emergency, and they called on governments all over to please make available funding and send researchers, invest money to try and resolve this crisis. So many initiatives across the world came and they collected data from the local people. And they documented it, they curated it, but after this outbreak was contained, that first outbreak, what happened? Those researchers and those initiatives left the continent along with their data. Now we all know how expensive research is, how expensive collecting data is. We cannot afford repeating the same research over and over just to come to the same conclusions. We need to build on existing research and make progress. Another concern was that the people from which the data were collected never benefited, while it was their right to benefit from it. And nowadays, there's a distrust, a fear, and lack of communication from aid groups. The aid groups that came to the continent have alienated communities in the Democratic Republic of Congo, leading some people to spurn treatment and even attack treatment centers. They do not want to work with these people coming from all over the world, exploiting them and exploiting their data while they are not benefiting from it through open access. What this is leading to is that Africa, and Professor Bauer mentioned that, is that we need a continental, and apart from requiring a national approach, we also need a continental approach, a collaborative initiative on continental level. And In 2006, the Department of Science and Innovation, or Department of Science and Technology, requested ASAF to conduct a landscape study to understand what is happening on this continent of ours. Our continent is vast. We are not well connected. There are so many initiatives going on. At the same time, there are so many skeletons. Money is invested in the continent, but when those investors leave, or those funders, when the funding ends, and that project comes to an end, what's left is a skeleton, and the people struggle to maintain it because of a lack of funding and commitment from governments. So this landscape study was a first step towards aligning with what is happening in the rest of the world. A continental platform bringing all science activities, or open science, or open access activities, repositories, scholarly journal publications, data repositories, etc., together under one umbrella, aligning activities, sharing resources. So the initial name which we assigned was the African Open Science Platform, which is a missing part of a puzzle. But in Europe, we have the European Open Science Cloud. In China, we have a CST Cloud. Australia, the ARDC. In the US, the NSF. In Canada, Compute Canada. And in the UK, the JISC platform. And Professor Bauer also mentioned JISC. So that's what the African Open Science Platform envisions for Africa, because we need to collaborate with fellow Africans as well. Collaboration can only happen if research and data are shared and are openly accessible. There's an African proverb which is so relevant to doing science. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want the success to be your own individual success. If University of Free State want to beat all other universities, of course, they will go alone. But if we talk about transformative agreements in publishing, a pool in which all universities come together and put their monies in together might just do the trick. But if you want to go far, go together. So we need more collaboration amongst us as universities, as research institutions, science councils, etc., so that we can go far and have a bigger impact. What is open science, and why are we talking about this? Open science is the practice of science in such a way that others can collaborate and contribute. It's more than just open access to research articles. When they collaborate and contribute, the research data, the lab notes, and other research processes and outputs are freely available under terms that enable reuse, redistribution, and reproduction of a research and its underlying data and methods. An open research publication is powerful, but what is even more powerful in this data-driven environment in which we find ourselves in, data and digital are not going to go away. What's even more powerful is the data underlying the research, because once a researcher has exhausted one data set, there might be other researchers which can find it's useful to build on further research or to combine that data sets with other data sets in other disciplines. So there's far more opportunity when it comes to data, to exploit that data and to innovate. But the data in Africa also not openly accessible. So after that outbreak of 2000, that first outbreak in the Congo, the researchers published this paper, Data Sharing, Make Outbreak Research Open Access, where they called for researchers working on outbreaks to embrace a culture of openness, and they documented some of the challenges they experienced as far as data concerned. They found that the data were not shared fast enough. When there's an outbreak, there's no time. You need the data now, immediately. You don't have months and years to wait for it to be published, like we would often do with a research article. Often they found that there were gaps in the data. The data sets were not complete. There was a lack of adherence to international standards. so making it questionable. Can the data be trusted? How was it collected? Uncertainty about IP rights and absence of patient consent in health data specifically. It's very important to obtain the consent of those people from whom you collect the data, to get their permission and approval to use it for research purposes and explain to them why it's being used. So these were some of the challenges they experienced. And it expands to other areas. And a challenge in agriculture, for example, is that big players, big farmers, use data to farm. They base their predictions, their farming techniques on previous occurrences, on previous trends, while the small farmers farm blindly. They just act on intuition. So Colloquium is a Kenya organization which launched an app to help farmers run avocado agribusinesses. All farmers, you don't need to be a researcher. As a farmer, farming there on your land, you need access to good quality data. Speaking to that question, open for whom? Everybody should have access to research and for underlying data. A lack of access to reliable weather data is hurting African farmers. Another research article which was published in The Conversation, confirming the previous article. Farmers not knowing what to expect, what the data collected is saying about the region in which they farm, not being informed, not being educated, not knowing how to interpret the data. Also in South Africa, a problem which is very close to all of us, the land debate is clouded by a misrepresentation and lack of data. How can we as a country come up with policies if we do not have proper data? Because the evidence is in the data. Without data, what you say is merely an opinion, in the words of Edward Jennings, a statistician. So data, key in a world where we are surrounded with fake and trust issues, etc. And important that we maintain trust in science, because our science is conducted with taxpayers' monies. And if they can no longer trust the science we do, how would they feel about contributing their taxes to science? So something we need to keep in mind. Another example from Africa is in Egypt. In collaboration with, between Ethiopia and Egypt, Ethiopia busy building a Renaissance dam, a huge dam, which might cut off water from Egypt. And Egypt is already a water-scarce country. Can you imagine if this is to happen? So Kevin Wheeler, an environmental change institute, environmentalist at the Environmental Change Institute at the University of Oxford, according to him, transparency over information and the development of effective data sharing and communication platforms are crucial, especially for this process, this negotiation process, to be peaceful, because the Third World War might just as well be because of a shortage of water. Can you see how close it is to us? Real problems faced by Africans, which we need to address. Another challenge is that research should be reproducible. In this article published in 2018 in Nature, evaluating the replicability of social science experiments in Nature and Science between 2010 and 2015, replications of 21 high-profile social science findings demonstrated challenge for reproducibility and suggest solutions to improve research credibility. 8 of the 21 studies failed to find significant evidence for the original finding, and the replication effect sizes were about 50% smaller than the original studies. So what does it say about the quality of research we conduct? In South Africa, we are very much focused on how many articles we publish, whether those articles have an impact, whether it benefits the people, is of no concern for us. We're just interested in publishing as many articles possible in the DHET approved lists so that we can generate more monies for our university and maintain the status quo. Furthermore, there's also the question of should we open or should we keep it closed? Data bringing power, but also responsibility, and open data offers risks and rewards for conservation. So it's a tricky situation. What do you do? This example of this parrot is from Australia, where the policymakers decided that classifying data would help keep poachers, enthusiasts who might use information to track and disturb the creatures away. So rather keep the data closed. Don't tell anybody about where this endangered species was found. But what happened when they declassified the data? That led to the discovery of at least 3 new populations. So you can see that the decisions we are confronted with when opening data. We maintain the position that data should be as open possible and as closed necessary. As part of a landscape study, and we've been busy with working with open access for almost 20 years now. We've started with open access repositories, made huge progress in South Africa. All the research-intensive universities have research repositories where they preserve or curate second copies of their research output. And we've also, so 174 institutional repositories are registered on Open Door across the continent. In South Africa has the most. Then on the continent, we have 200 open access DOAJ-listed journals, of which the most also in South Africa. Egypt also had quite a number until Hunda, I'm not sure what the name is, forgot it now, but they moved. It was a huge publishing house that moved from Egypt back to London. Then there's 34 open access policies registered on Raw Map. There's 24 data repositories registered on Ray3 Data, while our landscape study identified 66 plus. So there's lots of work to be done in terms of getting those data repositories compliant with international standards so that we can demonstrate trust in the research, the data we have collected. Only one data repository, and that's the one at UCT, Data First, has been assigned the Core Trust Seal, adhering to international requirements for a trusted data repository. So hopefully as an outcome of this landscape study, we will be working. ASAF is now compiling and preparing a proposal to work with all data repositories on the continent to up their quality and to adhere to all the requirements a good trusted data repository should adhere to. As part of a landscape study, we've also aligned those data repositories with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. The Square Kilometre Array is a success story for South Africa and for Africa. The African SKA Consortium consists of Botswana, Ghana, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, and Zambia. We have South Africa actively participating. And this array of telescopes already collecting masses of big data. When I tried to access the data the other day, they simply had it on a website, this big data set file, without any metadata assigned to it, without any retrieval tools. So there's opportunities for us as librarians to make a difference, to curate that data. This image is very exciting. Our Vermeerkite that was built here on our continent and in South Africa. This image shows the central regions of our galaxy with a wealth of never-before-seen features, as well as a clearer view of previously known supernova remnants, star-forming regions, and radio filaments. So, science conducted in South Africa and Africa, putting us on the map and demonstrating that we are equal players as far as science concerns. Although astronomy is not an SDG, the data can also benefit other areas or other disciplines. What's even more exciting is that science can also benefit communities, and that's why we are saying open access, open science should benefit all. So the SKA making its data openly accessible, but add to this that 3 million rand has been spent on catering and a further 4 million rand on transport in the area since construction began in 2012, benefiting the local service providers, the community, providing jobs, creating jobs, which are much needed in our country. 107 locals have been employed by the South African Astronomical Observatory between 2015 and 2017, and it's expanding. New jobs are being created, titles we've never seen before. And the SKA, according to Rob Adam, the director of the SKA, electricians have been trained or are being trained, boiler makers, fitters and turners, and people splashing the fiber that carries the signal from the satellites through the computers. That fiber is being splashed by people from the local community. Can you see this collaboration amongst science and the ordinary people, the non-scientists? So as far as African investments in science and ICT concern, unfortunately, it's very low. According to the UNICA 2018 Sustainable Development Report, there's low levels of organisation of funding of many science systems in Africa. Kenya and South Africa are the closest to the African Union's target of investing at least 1% of its annual GDP in research and development. Kenya and South Africa at the top, investing only 0.8% of its annual GDP in research and development. It's incredibly low compared to the developed countries. And the R&D expenditure of 24 out of the 54 AU registered countries are unknown. Congo, one of them. So I hope you get a sense of what is happening on the continent, and that there's a lot of work to do. We can move forward as a country, as South Africa, but we cannot afford to create and increase the digital divide between us and the rest of Africa. We need to collaborate. There is some political willingness in the form of national academies of science, 26 countries having national academies of science. The R&D expenditure between 0.5 and 0.8%, there's about 12 countries, and then countries with ministries of science, technology and innovation, 25. Not all countries in Africa have ministries of science, technology and innovation. It's not a priority for all of them. So where you see the dots, that's where most of the activity is happening, and we regard these countries as champions towards taking the African Open Science Platform forward. But we have other challenges, such as internet censorship. 20 governments, luckily not South Africa, but 20 governments applied some form of internet censorship 45 times since 2001, of which 36 times were shutdowns related to anti-government related protests. If the people are upset with the government, it spreads like a wildfire through social media, and next thing, government cuts off the internet access. So when there's 10 countries are currently experiencing conflict related to political, military and Islamic forces. Where they have these challenges, there's no interest in science. Not all countries are democratic, fully free countries. 22 countries are not free. only 10 are free over 54, and 22 are regarded as partly free countries. 48 over 54 countries scored below 50 on a scale of 100 on the Corruption Perceptions Index scale, and only 6 countries scored above 50. That is really concerning. The Africa Infrastructure Development Index rated 46 countries below 15 on a scale of 100, and only 8 countries higher from 50. So the infrastructure needs attention, especially the NRENs, the internet connectivity, the bandwidth, etc. 24 countries are ranked by the UN Development Index in the low human development country, and 20 countries in the medium, none of us on the high level. So this is just a visualization of countries where internet shutdowns occurred. The blue countries, sorry for Afrikaans. The grey areas are the areas where there are potential champions to take the African Open Science Platform, this continental initiative, forward, which is promising. And you can see mostly very much concentrated in the landlocked countries, or the countries to the inland, struggling with moving forward and having these challenges. So according to this article from 22 October 2019, A for AI is an initiative of the Web Foundation by Tim Berners-Lee, who was the founder of the internet. Africans face the most expensive internet charges in the world. We are the continent that can afford it the least. Affordable internet will open a way for us to advance and empower people, to advance science, to empower the people on the street. If we can get that right, it would be major for this country. So the prices are too expensive for all but the wealthiest few, increasing the digital divide once again, which is a concern. As you know, research institutions rely heavily on NRENs. We cannot afford the very expensive prices of private internet service providers. So the NRENs, National Research Educational Networks, connecting research networks on the continent so that we can have increased collaboration. So in the Asian part, only 4 connected, in the Western part, only 3 connected, and in the Ubuntu Alliance, 10 connected, while 6 not yet connected. So 17 connected in total and 19 not connected, although they have NRENs, and a few without NRENs. And this is what our connectivity looks like on the continent. These NRENs are connected. Data transfer can happen across these countries and across these borders. The submarine cables are reaching the coastal countries easily, and it's internet readily accessible. So once again, the inland countries struggling with infrastructure. But the African Connect 3 project, promising and hoping to also connect those countries not this far connected. And similar to the European Open Science Cloud platform, we do not want to build the future African Open Science platform from scratch. There are many initiatives going on the continent. You have a repository at the Free State University. You have a journal publication platform where you publish your own journals. And that is something all universities on the continent should embrace, publishing their own high-quality open access journals, publishing their own research, taking it through stringent review processes. So eventually bringing all those small initiatives across the continent together under this big umbrella on a national level, and then all the national initiatives slotting into this bigger African Open Science platform. So according to Catherine Stever, and similar to your ask, I asked will be starting from what members of the community worked in the last years. Inclusiveness is going to be critical, especially in regions whose voice has not been heard enough so far. So key on my last slide, key to the future OSP would be open access, open data, open science, so that there can be more collaboration among countries, institutions, projects, researchers, sharing very expensive resources, so that there's a free flow of data, research, and knowledge. Trust, very important. If you do not trust another country, how can you work with him? If you do not trust a researcher, of course you're not going to work with that researcher. So building trust relationships was key to this African Open Science Platform initiative. Openness, transparency, and trust is when others know you have their best interest at heart, and not because of a profit they can make from your research. So do you trust the profit-making organizations or publishers? That's a question you can answer for yourself. But the African Open Science Platform will be a government-led, we hope, but it will be a government-led initiative supported by governments on the African continent, with funding from the World Bank, hopefully, potential funding from the World Bank. We're in the process of sourcing funding and submitting funder proposals. It should be research-driven. Important that the data and the resources be brought to the researchers, the infrastructure be brought to the researchers and to the data, where the data are generated. It's important the project has now come to an end, but we need to keep momentum. We need strong leadership across the continent, built on the tacit knowledge we've built up over the 3 years, and hopefully it will become a reality. This initiative aligns with the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2024, and also with the, sorry for the draft picture, but the actual white paper by the Department of Science and Innovation has been released. And in that white paper, which will be followed by a policy, the Department of Science and Innovation emphasizes the importance of open access, open science, and open data. So whatever we do on a national level between the DHET, the DSI, it needs to align. And together we can just strengthen our own position. So on this note, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Ina Smith. At one time, we were really jittery. We were worried about the turbulences in the airspace, given the challenges of South African Airlines, that our colleagues from Pretoria would come. But we are. Nothing stops me. Nothing stops me. But thanks to God you are here. Here is a token of appreciation for your coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I don't know about you. There are so many things. I've digested so much from these 3 presentations. I see that Professor Peterson has left us. I think he's got some other engagements. But what strikes me are, I think, 3 points. The significance of collaboration among Research Council and institution of higher learning. 2, how do we confront the current inhibiting norms and practices that stand in the way of democratization of access to information or data? The 3rd point that I think is important to me is that access to data is not just about acquiring higher qualifications. It cuts right into the heart of socio-economic development that we are confronted as a continent. So these are some of the things that I've picked up in the presentation. I'm sure you may have picked up many more than that. But colleagues, we have 10 minutes before we take a break for tea. If you have some questions or you would like to clarify issues that have been raised, this is your time now. So can we have some questions or comments, please, before we break for tea? Any questions? There we are.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is directed to Professor Baba. I'm not sure if he's still around. You mentioned that there are top 5 institutions in terms of, that are producing a lot in terms of PhDs. And what are those institutions, and what is it that they are doing that makes them to do better than your VETS or UCT? And you also mentioned about the national site license, that you said Brazil and Pakistan, they have neglected them. What's the reason? Why have they decided to neglect those? And the last one is directed to Ina. I just want to find out about your views regarding this term called citizen science. When you're talking about the Ebola, and that the researchers from outside, they came and collected data and then disappeared. What's your view about if we go and adopt what is called citizen science? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. I can't. Okay, thanks. Just off the top of my head, right? Those 5 universities are Northwest, UNISA, UP, Stellenbosch, and the last one is UKZN. Now I might have got 1 or 2 wrong, but what I do know is that WITS and UCT are not in the top 5. Now this is in terms of the production of PhDs, right? So it's not a reflection on quality and all that jazz. I mean, there's a whole range of other things that we have to keep in mind. I was just making the point that when we think about differentiation, it may not be such a kind of, it's not such a kind of easy kind of conversation to have. That's the point I was making. On the issue around the national site license, it's simple. They just can't afford them. Nothing else. I mean, it's a national site. The national site license basically is just buying into the existing business model of the publishing houses. And I think that when you think about OA 2020 and the European, it really was the engine was really the European system. When we attend those meetings, right at the forefront is not the affordability an issue. It's about the issue of breaking this model, because the model is so unjust. I mean, that's the kind of idea, at least. So I think that China also had a national site license approach, but that's also gone now. I mean, they, at this very publicly at this meeting that we were at, they made a public statement to say that they are also heading towards these transformative agreements. Yeah. And again, I just want to emphasize that the transformative agreements isn't like an end point. It's a step towards a more just system, if you like. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
In response to your question about citizen science, citizens are part of a data collection process, so they are data contributors, and we need more policies. We need policies on open access, on data, open data, and so that we can protect the citizens. Often those initiatives from abroad would come and collaborate without consent, which is hopefully not that frequent, but it can happen. And once our policies are in place, we will be able to better protect our citizens and our own data. So the outcome of the AR's project was also to develop frameworks, which we did, to guide governments on the African continent on how to develop an open science, open data, open access policy. Ethiopia has, the other day, about a month ago, published and released an excellent policy on open science, which includes open access, addressing all the things that the government needs to address, and also acknowledging the role of citizens and citizens being protected, their data from which the data being collected from them, being protected from exploitation. So policy is definitely the way to go in terms of that.
There is actually an international movement on citizen science, you know. So I'll just give you, just from the physics kind of angle, if you like. I mean, there are like these large kind of calculations that take place based on the data that is produced, for example, at CERN in Geneva. And so there are international projects now where people who have decent computers at home, which have, which are not being used on a kind of on a 24/7 basis, can actually be part of those, of the analysis of the data. I mean, that's just one kind. There's another kind, I mean, which kind of just relates to kind of the engagement of ordinary citizens who kind of really take on research projects, with the help of scientists, But just referring to something like Ina, I once visited a village in India, where they, in the middle of the village, there was a kind of a monolith. And they took me to the top of the monolith just to look at their projects. And suddenly when I was on the top there, I realized that there were kind of craters of stones, It's completely unnatural. So I asked them, what is this? So they said to me, they were working with the geography department at the local university. They dug holes in this rock, and they put some dynamite in there, and then they blew it up. So I said, yeah, but why? So they said, no, and then for 5 years, they had been putting sand into those cracks. And every time the rain falls, of course, the sand goes down, and then they refill the sand. So I said, but what are you trying to do? So they said, no, after 5 years, we're going to plant trees there. And the roots are going to follow the sand. And then maybe in 100 years, they'll be able to plant things there, So it's that kind of saying, well, how do we kind of encourage much more participation in, of ordinary citizens, not expert scientists and so on, in the practice of science. And of course, on the other side, it's this fantastic deal that has been struck now on the Rooibos. I don't know if you've read about that. I mean, I think that's a huge advance, on what it's an indication, in fact, that there's a recognition that, that people actually contribute to the development of new species and so on through the kinds of natural selection, the plant breeding and so on that they engage in. Although it's not regarded, it's not regarded by the world of science as science, but actually they're producing new knowledge, okay.
Sneak in one pertinent question, if there is. This one here.
My question is, what do you think of the issue of open peer review?
I'm a physicist, so I might be biased on this issue. If I write an article on the Higgs boson, which I have done, I'm quite happy to put it on an open repository. It'll be there. But it's highly mathematical, it's highly detailed, it requires tons of prior knowledge. So, clearly, I mean, there might be people who kind of write in and say, you know what, I don't like this or I don't like that and so on. But unless they have the background and the mathematical knowledge and so on, it would be very hard to kind of take that seriously. So I'll just give you an example. On Archive, this physics database that I spoke about earlier, you know, on a fairly regular basis, you'll get people who write in articles, you know, submit articles, which are, for example, proof that Einstein's special relativity is wrong. And then they write an article. And you read the first 5 lines of the article and you say, this is just nonsense. You know? So I think that we have to be, you know, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't put things onto open repositories. I think that's fine. The big question for me is how do we try to ensure that the validity of knowledge that we are putting on, that we are publishing, can stand the test of the test of kind of knowledge, of previous knowledge, and the test of kind of predictiveness and so on. So I'm not convinced, I have to tell you, I'm not convinced about open peer review. I think that there still has to be a peer review process. Now, again, see, I just want to emphasize, I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be archives like, I mean, there shouldn't be databases like Archive, you know, where stuff goes on there, and that's fine, you know. But it would be very hard to convince a physicist now to kind of really use that as the only form of publishing. That's my kind of, you know, I said I'm biased, so.
I opt for both. I think it's very important that an article be submitted to the scrutiny of a proper peer review process by 2 or 3 peer reviewers. But once it's published, it should be published as open access. And although it might be very technical, eventually it will attract, hopefully, the people interested in that article, and the dialogue should continue, and the review process should continue, because it might be those 2 or 3 reviewers might have missed something. So for me, open access will address that issue, encouraging people to continue to engage with the researcher on the topic, challenging it to build on that existing research.
Colleagues, I think we have to close this session for now. But before we do, there will be a few housekeeping announcements. But even before we get to that, let's give a round of applause to... Oh, even before I mentioned, I finished the sentence. Well, thank you very much, Professor Bauer, Ms. Smith, and Professor Peterson in absentia, for sharing your thoughts and experience on this broader subject of open science. So over to you, Ms. Akam.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Kabamba, for chairing this first session. I think we all need a good leg break now. We are going to break for tea now. It's just served outside. Please observe the time. Our next session starts strictly 11:15 because we are going to Skype into Netherlands with our next presenter, so please be on time. For those of you that has not yet registered at the front desk, please do so. You don't just receive the goodie bags, but especially for the librarians amongst us, we must now also collect our CPD points, so please do so. And then, as you might know by now, the live streaming is up. We've closed the registration process, but if you go to that link, you can go. If you need to go back to your office, you can look at the live streaming from there. And I see, and myself included, we've been making notes, but please note that we are video recording this entire event today, so we will make that available to all of you. And just a quick reminder, if you go out, the ladies and gents is just outside. So thank you for everybody's participation, and if you can be back 11:15. Thank you.
fond of copyright matters, and I'm actually studying the topic, and as a result I'm on a daily basis assisting Betsy and the team on various open source copyright issues. So for me it's also very great to be here. So our next speaker will be Mr. Gareth O'Neill. I'll quickly read what is written here. So Gareth was the president of the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and junior researcher. He's interested in science policy for researchers and in improving the implementation and skills training and open science across Europe. Gareth was involved in the Dutch National Plan for Open Science. He's an expert on intersectional mobility and open science for the European Commission, and is a member of the Horizon 2020 Advisory Group on the Marie Curie actions. And then the last point that is written here, and I'm just going to ask him this, is he lives in Amsterdam and can often be seen sailing. So I'm just asking, are you on a boat at the moment?
No. I'm happily on land for now. Yeah.
So good. I'm going to sit in the audience, but yes, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, so hello to everybody there. I guess you can see me. We'll probably switch to the presentation in a moment. So, yeah, my name is Gareth O'Neill. I'm Irish. I've lived in the Netherlands for about 20 years. And I guess today we're going to talk about open access and Plan S. Now, my background on this is I've been involved in open access and open science in the Netherlands for many years, specifically with a focus on the researcher side. So most of the work being done on open access and on, Plan S particularly, comes from the policy background, so the government side, institutional side, or the funding side. And many times these policies do not often align with what the researchers want or actually do. So myself and many others in Europe have been trying to work to shape open access and to make sure that open access and Plan S works for the people who have to actually do it, aka the researchers. And then specifically my background is on early career researchers. For Plan S, I'm one of the so-called ambassadors. I will show you a bit later on what that means. And basically what that also means is that, for instance, we try to engage the research community or stakeholders to explain what the principles are behind this, why it is there, and then to move forward and help shape and develop this so that it's a success. I think you can see my presentation, so I'll let you switch to the presentation, and then I'll ask you to skip to the next slide. So you should see summary, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll skip the summary, and then I know where you are, so let's go to the next slide. And you should see Plan S built on strong principles.
Yes.
So many people ask why Plan S came about. It seemed to be a shock for many individuals. For many people working in open access in Europe, it wasn't really a shock. So the bottom line is that we've been trying to get open access for easily, I guess, over 20 years. There's been many policy initiatives moving towards this, such as the Berlin Declaration on Open Access back, I think, in the early 2000s. And one of the key ideas behind Plan S was that research is ultimately, so I'll be careful what I say now, publicly funded research is and should be a public good, and that we should be careful with how we spend the money to open up access to research. And the issue that many European libraries faced and still face is that they have a certain budget for making research publications open and for publishing, and the amount of money that they're spending is actually just increasing. Well, I was going to say catastrophically, that might be the case, but certainly it's increasing drastically. And the opposite is true, that their access and ability to publish in venues and journals is not exactly increasing either, because when you have certain agreements with publishing companies or publishing houses, then you do not always get access to everything, and you don't always get everything at the same price. So it would be fair to say that there is a serious issue at the moment for research libraries, for the budgets, that they simply cannot afford to pay to publish and access everything that they would like. and that those budgets are decreasing and the costs are increasing. So we have a problem. And the problem is basically to open up the research, to be able to publish research in, I will say, methodologically sound journals or platforms, and to get that at the right price. And when I say the right price, I mean a price that we pay for a value-added service to do this. So Plan S, it's quite simple really what Plan S wants. It's two things, I guess, if I summarize. It's full and immediate open access. So full open access essentially means that, so I'll backtrack a little. If we have a typical subscription journal, so for instance, a journal where a library must pay to get a subscription to the journal, and then any members of that library or researchers attached to that library can gain access to these articles. That means that if you do not have access through your library, you hit a so-called paywall. And that means that you have to pay pretty much per article in many cases. That could be €5, it could be €10, it could be €200. Typically depends on the journal, maybe even on the author, but you'll see varying prices. So full open access, this is essentially closed open access. On the other side of the spectrum, you have a full open access journal. This would be where all articles are made immediately, or perhaps even with an embargo, but in any case, they are made open. So that means that you would have a journal with no closed articles, no paywalled articles. It's free to access. I won't go into the publishing for now, but in any case, it's free to access. And in the middle, you have a kind of, well, it's called hybrid, but you have a hybrid model. There are others, but let's keep this simple. And the hybrid model basically says that a subscription journal, which has closed articles and subscriptions with libraries, can open up some articles. There's usually an additional fee called an APC, an article processing charge, and that's essentially a fee you pay to make the article open. So this is a hybrid model where you have some closed articles and some open articles in the same journal, or even in the same edition. Now, this hybrid model was hoped, I think, 5 to 10 years ago, that this hybrid model would encourage publishers to make a step towards full open access. In other words, to slowly and gradually move away from subscription journals and subscriptions and move towards a model where all articles would be open and a full journal would be open. What has unfortunately happened in the meantime is that the number of hybrid journals has ballooned, and that the hybrid model itself has become a sustainable model for many publishers. In other words, they're not necessarily transitioning towards a full open access model. Then the second word that I will use is immediate open access. So this means that, and I'll use a couple of more words. If we take the process where an article is created, so we have a draft of an article following research, it gets sent to an editor or to a journal, it gets submitted, it goes under review. If you're lucky, you might get accepted immediately. If you're typically normal, you'll get sent back for revisions. But in any case, at some point, you resend your article and it gets accepted by the journal, by the editor. This is called the author-accepted manuscript. This is not the version that is stamped, branded, and cleaned up by the publisher. That version we call the version of record, so the final version that is put online, the go-to version, basically. And what Plan S says is that we want immediate open access, as in either the author-accepted manuscript or the version of record to be opened the moment it is accepted or the moment it is made, it is published. This means that they do not want delays or do not want embargo periods. So what can typically happen with subscription journals is you submit an article, it's locked down, so it's put under subscription, but then there may be a so-called embargo period. This can typically be 6 months or 12 months, or in some cases even 24 months. The idea there is that your article falls under subscription for that embargo period, and when the embargo period is finished, it then fully opens. And the reason for this was so that publishers could make some money, let's say, from the moment they publish up until, you know, the attention on this article, let's say, goes down. And they calculate that that's between 6 to 24 months. So Plan S basically wants full and immediate open access. I'll come back to some of the more specifics as we go through this. One or two of the other main principles here are, so essentially no paywalls, that everybody should have the right to access a scientific publication the moment it is ready to be published. And then there's a couple of things that attach to this. There will be no copyright transfer. In other words, the copyright remains with the creator, which is typically the author and or the institution where the author works. Sometimes it's both together. And that in principle should be licensed under a CC BY license. So if you know the Creative Commons licenses, there's different types. We have CC BY. This means attribution. You must, in any case, refer to the author or refer to the creator. You also have some others. You have CC AND, no derivatives. This means that you can use this creation, the article, but you cannot adjust it in any form. You have non-commerciality. This means that you can use the article for any purposes you want, except commercial exploitation, so you cannot make money on it. And you have what's called CCSA, share alike, or what's called copyleft. So however I license my creation, my article, if you use it, you must use the same license. So Plan S asks specifically for a CC BY license, meaning my name, the institution's name goes on it. We retain our copyright, and then we stamp it very clearly that you can use this for whatever purposes you want, but you must reference the author/creator. In other words, you must reference me and perhaps Leiden University if I write this article. Okay, and then the final one is about transparency. This is just some of the main principles before we go into some more details. So when they talk about transparency, they talk about transparency in pricing and transparency in the contracts that are made. So in the pricing, it's often the case that you pay a certain fee to, for instance, publish, or, for instance, to make your article open access, but it's not quite clear why you're getting this particular number. And this becomes obvious when you have widely different article processing charges. So, for instance, some open access venues may charge €200 an APC, some may charge 500, some may charge 1,000. If you look at some of the Springer Nature open access venues, you'll see that the APC is typically between 1,000 and 2,500 euros. But then you'll also see some types of Nature Communications or some of the other, let's say, higher end, high impact factor journals will charge a lot more, typically between 3,000 to 5,000 euros, if not more. So the transparency that is asked here from Plan S is essentially that there will be more transparency in the pricing, not necessarily all of the breakdowns, but a rough idea of why we are paying a certain amount and what exactly are we getting for this amount, akin to getting an invoice at a restaurant. So, if you go to a restaurant and you get a bill of 100 euros and it just has 100 euros food, you might not be so happy. You would like to know what exactly you have paid for, what is the VAT that is on top of this, and does it match what you expected? So I would like to see the starter, the main course, the meal, the drinks, and anything else that I put on there. Then you have the contracts. So typically for many of the libraries, they sign big deal contracts with publishing, the big publishers. This means that they have a certain package of access and publishing rights with certain journals, and then they pay typically a large amount of money for access for a limited period. It could be 1 year, it could be 3 years. Very often these contracts are closed or even, let's say, stuck with a non-disclosure agreement. And so the word for this is the secret deal, the secret big deal. And Plan S also asks for more transparency in these types of contracts. What are the institutions paying? How much are they paying exactly? What are they getting for that payment? And then when we see roughly how this is working, what is it we feel we should be paying? So some more transparency in the pricing and the contracts. I'm going to skip to the next slide.
That's great.
And this should say Plan S built on strong principles. You should start with publication fees at the top.
You can carry on.
Okay. These are some more of the principles. So there are 10 principles of Plan S. I went through the main ones, let's say. These are some more of the more detailed principles. So one of it is that the publication fees should be transparent and reasonable. So as you can see, this links directly to the transparency in pricing. If we know roughly what it costs, then we should be able to pay what we feel is the right amount. This will not be this would not be a one amount stop shop. Let's say we would assume a type of window for depending on how many, for instance, journals a publishing house is running, what exactly is required for that journal, what are the processes that journal is using, so that we can get a good ballpark figure of how much we should be paying for particular journals. This is principle 5. Then the next one is principle 4, that the funders who sign up to Plan S, that they commit to support these publication fees. That means the individual researchers falling under their grants will not pay individually or personally. So in other words, the funders will pay directly, or perhaps the funding will come from the research grant, but they will never have to pay for the article processing charge. And how that will actually work technically, so how that will work and how will it be streamlined, that's exactly what Plan S is working on now at the moment. Number 5 is that there is no one model. So many people have said that this is perhaps a gold APC model. So if we take 3 simple models, let's say, we have, for instance, what I will call no author-facing fee venues, or what is typically called platinum, or what is also called diamond journals. This is a journal that essentially does not charge to publish and does not charge to access the article. So it's a free model at the point of use. Does not mean it's free. It always costs money. Somebody's paying, but the money is typically in the background. That's a diamond venue. Nobody pays to read. Nobody pays to access. We also have what's called green open access. That's where you take a version of the article. For Plan S, that would be the author-accepted manuscript or the version of record. For others, that could be a preprint. But you take a version of the article, typically a draft or pre-version, and you put that in a library or institutional repository. So an earlier version is put somewhere where everybody can access it, and that typically does not incur costs. The issue there, however, is if the publishers always allow you to actually do this, if they have issues with this, and which draft they will allow you. So many researchers, for instance, will put an article on their website, and then they may get an email from the publisher, a takedown notice saying, please remove this. We have the rights to this, they need to come through us, and if they need to pay, then of course they have to pay. So the key to principle 4 here is that the individual researchers like me should not have to pay for this. All funding for the publication fees and for accessing should come through the funders. Then we have, so back to the multiple routes then, we have a final version which is gold APC model, linking directly to what I've just said. And gold APC technically means that the article is put immediately online on the publisher's platform or website. What it has come to mean is that we pay money for publishers to do this. So if I want to publish in a journal, and if I want to make it open access, then there will be an additional fee, this so-called article processing charge. I pay the APC, and then the article is made immediately open access, and you get this little open lock that you see down on I guess it's on the bottom right of the presentation. And what Plan S has said here is that they do not envision any one model for open access. They are not focused on gold APC or switching the system, let's say a subscription system, to a paid gold APC model. But they want to support all access models, meaning they will support green open access, they will support gold open access within boundaries, and they will support diamond platinum open access, although how they will do that needs to be further developed. And the final major point here, so one of what they call the strong principles, principle 10, is that it's all well and good to want open access, to encourage open access, to mandate open access, but a key issue here is that the researchers themselves need to be somehow rewarded for actually doing this, and absolutely not punished. So one of the issues that many researchers feel with open access journals is that they may not have a high impact factor, or journal impact factor, or a high brand. So typically what you see is that the subscription journals, or the journals with very high APCs, they are also typically the ones that have high impact factors or high branding. And what Plan S is trying to do here is to support and encourage publishing in open access venues, full stop. So not just the ones with high impact factor, not just the ones with branding, but also other open access journals that may not have such high prestige in the research community, and following on from this, also in their career and research evaluations. So, for instance, if I publish in an open access journal, I should get rewarded for this when I come to my yearly career assessment, or when I'm going for a job somewhere, I should be rewarded for having done this. This ties not just to open access in principle, this ties to the much broader concept of open science, which also includes, for instance, fair or open data, so making your data open. And the idea here is that the funders who support Plan S will themselves sign what's called the DORA, the Direct Declaration on Research Assessment, and that they will enact all of the guidelines of DORA, such as they will remove reference to journal impact factor and branding in career assessment, in research assessment, and that they will start training, supporting and rewarding their researchers in open science. The key issue here is that you are not rewarded for the number of articles that you have. You are not rewarded for where you publish. You are rewarded for what you do. So the act of doing research, the act of publishing, the act of doing open access, rather than simply the name of the venue or the name of the journal where you publish. So because it has a high prestige, you get rewarded for this. So Plan S, Coalition S, the people behind Plan S are actively trying to develop policies on this now. And I can tell you that just a couple of days ago, the Netherlands released a national strategy to achieve this, let's say separate from Plan S, but essentially saying the same thing, that they will completely revise their career assessment and research assessment procedures to include open science, open access, and issues related to Plan S. Next slide.
Proceed.
And you should have implementation guidance in front of you. I'll give it 1 second to switch. Okay, so we have implementation guide, key changes. So what happened was Plan S was released in September 2018. There was a lot of responses, positive, negative, and commotion from the research community, and especially from the publishing community. And what happened was they issued 10 principles and they issued a set of guidelines. And people commented, many organizations commented on this initial draft, let's say, to give input to Coalition S. What Coalition S then did was they revised some of the, they looked at the principles, they looked at the comments that came in, and they set up what they called an implementation guidance. So how are we actually going to do this? What are the main key issues of Plan S and how are we going to achieve it? This was a relatively technical document, so it was about 7 pages long. It also went into technical details for the repositories and for the publishing platforms themselves. And they opened up what they called an open consultation for all stakeholders to comment on what they felt about the principles and about the guidelines. And as a consequence of this, they received in a very short space of time about 600 responses, 250 organizational responses and 350 individual researcher responses. This is all online. You can find it if you're interested. And then they took all of these comments, they synthesized it, they went back to the drawing board, let's say, with some of the funders in Plan S, and then they revised again their principles and guidance to what we have now, which you will find online. And some of the key changes in there was the timing. So some researchers felt that this was too short. So Plan S originally intended to have all the principles ready to roll in the funders who signed up by January the 1st, 2020. And then after the commentary, they basically shifted this 1 year to January 2021. The second one was that they gave a much more focused and developed opinion on what are called transformative agreements. So contractual agreements with publishers, which basically nudge, push, encourage the publishers to move to a fully open access system. And the timeline here on this is 2024. So contracts that are be signed now or in the future should be ending by 2024, and Plan S will sponsor and support and fund such, let's put this differently, not necessarily fund, but allow such transformative agreements within the framework up until 2024. So the timeline here for Plan S is quite restricted. The principles and guidelines should be set in place and starting to be implemented by January 2021. And then any contracts that are rolling over or being signed in the next year or couple of years must have ended by 2024 if they're to fall under the scope of Plan S. What they also did was explain clearly the models that Plan S will push. So many from the research community felt that Plan S was pushing strongly towards a gold APC model. This was corrected and stated clearly that it is not about gold APC. It is about supporting many ways, let's say, to open access, for instance, including green open access or to even diamond open access to some extent, and that there should not be any one business model, but that there should be an array of business models to achieve this. Coalition S is in principle business model agnostic. There has been a study just done under the banner of Coalition S, I think by the Wellcome Trust in the UK, and this was to look at possible business models to help society publishers, society journals flip to open access. And I believe that they came up with 27 business models. So this is just to give you an indication of the work being done and also the many different ways to open access. I'm going to go to the next slide. And you should have here implementation guidance, routes to compliance. Okay, so you should see a kind of matrix in front of you. On the left, you'll have route and then funding, and on the top, you'll have open access publishing venues, middle subscription venues, and then on the right side, transition of subscription venues. So this is the crux of Plan S, especially for the researchers and the libraries, and this is how you can be compliant with Plan S. Now, compliance here means that if I, as a researcher, am funded by a Plan S funder, for instance, NWO in the Netherlands, the research funder, then I must meet these certain criteria. So this tells me how I can be compliant. What it also means is that if I'm using money, so this is twofold. If the funder mandates me to publish anything that comes out from my funding, research-wise, to publish in Plan S compliant journals, that means that whether I pay or not, the article in principle should be compliant. If I pay, it should fall under the compliance rules for Gold APC and also related to green open access if I put it in a repository. So reading across on the first row there for the route, the first route to compliance is what they call the open access publishing venues. This could be a diamond venue, or this could be a gold APC venue, and I have to pay money. What Plan S says is that if they meet the criteria of Plan S, Coalition S will fund me to publish in that article. So very specifically what that means is if I want to publish a linguistics article, which I need to do within 2 weeks, to a journal, if I want Coalition S, if my research is going to be compliant with Plan S, then I must publish open access. If they charge me, let's say, an APC of €2,000, then I need to check that that journal is compliant with Plan S. And if it is, then Coalition S will pay the €2,000 APC from either a centralized pot of money or from my research grant. But in principle, it will be covered by Coalition S once it meets the criteria. So this is what we can call the gold route. Not necessarily needs to be gold, but let's call it the gold route. The middle one here is the green route, the repositories. So this means that if I, for instance, decide to publish in a subscription journal or a closed-off journal, even with a so-called embargo, I can still be compliant if I release a version in an institution repository. Coalition S is very happy if it's the version of record, but they will also accept the author's accepted manuscript. So the manuscript that I have sent to the journal that they've accepted, but not necessarily branded and cleaned up. So if I am allowed to take the AAM, the author accepted manuscript, and put it in an institutional repository at no cost, I am compliant. This is called immediate green open access, and that would meet the criteria. An issue here that we see as researchers, so speaking with my researcher hat on, is that many actually journals probably are not too happy with releasing the author-accepted manuscript, given it's so close to the version of record. And that's something that needs to be now discussed properly with or between researchers, publishers, and funders. So how to get publishers on board that if they're not willing to open up their journals, that they will be willing to allow green open access and open up the author-accepted manuscript in institutional repositories. And there are studies on this which show that it, in principle, does not have a huge effect on the business model of the publisher. So this is something that I think needs to be discussed more. The final option is what we call the transformative agreements. And this is essentially this agreement between typically a library and a publisher for a whole package of articles, or it could be a journal even. But the idea is that the agreement nudges the journal or the publisher to move to open access. And if it falls under the definition of a transformative agreement, then I can be compliant with Plan S. In other words, if NWO, the research funder in the Netherlands, has an agreement with, for instance, Elsevier for a transformative agreement for publishing and reading, and I publish in one of those journals, then I am compliant. So this is a key topic at the moment. What we're seeing in Europe now is a kind of flurry or increase towards these types of contracts, and there seems to be more and more now being signed. What I do note is that these contracts are typically between big library consortia and big publishers. For instance, a recent contract, to give you an example, was by Project Deal in Germany. So Project Deal is essentially a consortium of all the research libraries, the major ones, who have come together to, let's say, collectively bargain with the publishers. And Project Deal just recently signed an agreement with Wiley, one of the big publishing houses. This deal was worth somewhere in the region, don't quote me on this, but somewhere in the region of 27 million per year. It will release somewhere around 8,000 plus, if not 10,000 articles. And just to give you a ballpark figure of what it costs, this is costing around 2,750 per article. So that is a clear decision and acceptance on behalf of this consortium of libraries. They're willing to pay 2,750 to Wiley to gain access and to publish in a package of the journals. I'm not sure if that's the full catalogue of Wiley. I would be surprised if it was, but in any case, Project Deal is happy with this. We see other consortia now are moving towards this to do it. Consortia in the Netherlands, consortia in Sweden. And maybe one of the issues or one of the questions that we would have is, how does this work with small society publishers, journals? Are there going to be contracts made with them? And also, how does this work with small consortia or small institutions? For instance, if you're a collection of 80 research libraries in one of the biggest countries in Europe with a massive budget, you have a lot of bargaining and negotiating power. If you're a small institution or a very small consortia, your bargaining power goes down. Maybe to give an example, a consortia in Norway just signed an agreement, contractual agreement with Elsevier, and that was working out at 3,800 or so per article. Now, we could argue that they're different journals. Probably it's a different scope, with Elsevier possibly having many more journals and so forth. But you can see that the prices are differing wildly across the publishing houses and across the contracts. Okay, in that matrix that you're looking at, the bottom one, I won't go into that too much. That's just the funding side of this. But what that basically means is that Coalition S, if money is to be paid, will pay, depending on the model, and they explain what exactly they will do. So for the gold option, let's say, the open access venue where you may need to pay an APC, it says that the Coalition S funders will support the publication fee. So if the journal is compliant with Plan S, for instance, it is full and immediate open access, they allow author-accepted manuscript or version of record to be opened, and they have some level of transparency in prices, costs, and they follow, for instance, allow no copyright transfer and CC BY, they are compliant. Plan S, Coalition S funders will pay for the APC. Moving to the middle box, the green route, what it says here is that Coalition S will not financially support hybrid open access publication fees in the subscription venues, so they will not pay to open this up, but what they will do is allow articles that are put in there and put into the repository to be compliant. So that's a matter then going down into the national funders. And the one on the right side here for these transformative agreements, and the operative word here is can. Coalition S funders can contribute financially to open access publishing under transformative agreements. That means that the funders may engage in these transformative agreements and pay from their own funding, but not necessarily that they all will or must. So there is some flexibility left there for the funders of Coalition S, for these national funders. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And you should see the implementation guidance key changes, and then you have the transformative agreements that are supported. And I'm keeping track of time. I'm going to try stop by 15:15, so you know. Okay, so this is just to give you then a bit more background into the types of transformative agreements or arrangements, as they call them, that they're looking at. The first one is the kind of typical one that we have, the transformative agreement. So this is the agreement between the libraries, I guess, to some extent, and the publishers, that the publishers will try to transition from a subscription-based model to an open access publishing model, and that the libraries will support this by financially continuing this contractual agreement, but that the idea should be to open up their articles / journals. In other words, we sign an agreement which would have been a full subscription agreement, and now we sign an agreement where you're opening up all the articles. Now, the words that are typically used here are cost neutrality. So to make this attractive to publishers, what you see is that generally the funders are not asking for less money. What they're asking for is paying roughly the same amount, but they want now open access. So in other words, we keep paying roughly what we're paying. This is to the tune of around 10 billion euros per year collectively for scholarly publishing across the world. So let's say 10 billion. And that the idea is that we keep paying that 10 billion in this model, but now we are getting fully open access journals and articles. We could discuss whether it should be 10 billion, but that's another issue. But in any case, the idea here is that we do not pay more money. Of course, it would be great if we could negotiate less money, but in principle, paying the same amount we're paying, we now get all articles to be open, full and immediate open access. The second thing that Coalition S is working on are transformative model agreements. So these are the actual legal technical agreements that are put in place for transition, and to make sure, for instance, in the agreement that there is no double payment or double dipping. I'll say that in a second. But also that publishing, society publishers, for instance, or smaller funders have model agreements that they can use and adjust in their own negotiations. So not that everybody has to start from scratch. We have some of these agreements already. Let's use them and let's build upon them. This comes back also to the transparency in contracts and pricing. So Coalition S is asking for many of the contracts to actually be opened. Now, this will not be the case for all. I do not know if the Norway Elsevier contract is open, but I do know, for instance, that one of the Wiley deal contracts, I think, is open. So you can find that online. You can look at the technical agreements. You can see the prices. You can see what they have literally agreed to and what they commit to. And then, of course, you can use that for your own model. And the last one here is a relatively interesting development, and this is a transformative journal. So moving from the collective bargaining package and focusing on an actual journal. If maybe a publisher only has one, or maybe you want to start with one and then spiral out, so opening journal by journal, but that you would set up a kind of transformative agreement for an actual journal. And that you would also try to offset this cost that you would need for the subscription publishing and move that towards an open access business model. This does not necessarily mean gold open access, again, to state that. It simply means that you're moving towards a sustainable business model for open access, and you're converting or transitioning from the subscriptions to open, and that you're using the amount that you would pay for the subscriptions to make that open. Okay, I'm going to skip to the next slide. This is just coming back to some of the changes that were in there and that will be supported. So I've already said that the funders will commit to the DORA principles. I'll let you look that up more if you're not too clear of what they are. That they will push for the transparency in the open access fees and the costing, well, the agreements and the pricing. This is something that was very important for the research communities. At the time when I was president of Eurodoc, together we worked with the Marie Curie Alumni Association, representing the Marie Curie Fellows. Eurodoc represents PhDs and postdocs from 28 countries across Europe. And we also worked with the Young Academy of Europe, which is a group of around 200 to 300 excellent grant winners, such as the ERC, the European Research Council grants in Europe. And we had a problem with the CC BY license, specifically in the humanities. And the problem with this is, in the humanities, when you publish an article, in principle, in many cases, the article itself is the research. So whereas in the, let's say, the technical biomedical sciences, the hard sciences, you may be able to separate the whole research data collection and procedural, scientific procedural process from the actual reporting. In the humanities, that line is somewhat more blurry. And very often that the article itself is your actual process. And the problem with this is, in the humanities, if you have an article with CC BY, it basically means that they only have to reference you. What it does mean is that they could adjust the wording, they could adjust the interpretation, which is crucial in the humanities, being a subjective, in many cases, science, and they could also translate it and give a bad translation. So many researchers push to allow a CC BY ND license, meaning you add on a clause that this cannot be adjusted without seeking permission from the creator, the author. So what that does is I write my article, I stamp it with CC BY ND. If someone wants to use it, they need to reference me. If they want to change it, they must come to me. If they want to translate it into, for instance, Portuguese, they must come to me and I must okay this, and I can set up an agreement where maybe I get to check the translation before it goes out. And if they are going to interpret it and adjust it, let's say completely different, even in the same language, again, they must come to me and explain this before it happens. So this is a way to, let's say, ease some of the concerns that the humanities had. This does not say it will always be accepted, but simply that the option of an exception is there. Researchers can apply for it, and then it will be looked at case by case. And I won't go into the technical details. There's a whole list of them. But basically, platforms need to agree to a certain list of technical requirements if they are to be compliant, a compliant open access venue. For instance, they must use HTML. This is a random example. And they must use particular standards for metadata. I will let you look at that, but in any case, there's a whole list of what the technical criteria should be. Okay, I'm going to close off quickly enough over the next 5-ish minutes. Next slide, you should see alignment of open access policies. These are the funders. And this is the current state of affairs of the membership of Plan S. So what we have is a whole range of national funders in Europe. This is not necessarily the funder in each country because it varies differently in Europe. You could have one funder, for instance, for research, or you could have 4, as in some countries. What this shows you is just some of them who have joined on. For instance, NWO in the Netherlands, or the Research Council of Norway, or UKRI in the UK, or FWF in Austria, or, for instance, the Luxembourg National Research Fund. So these are crucial. These are the national funders who commit to supporting and implementing Plan S, moving towards their researchers, paying for it, and basically checking that it's taking place. Then underneath, you have some big organizations who are more charitable or internationally based. 3 of the big ones really are the Wellcome Trust in the UK. This, I think, has a budget of around $1 billion per year. We have the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the US. It's around $2 billion a year. Then we have the World Health Organization, and we have TDR for research on diseases and poverty. So 4 major charities here. And then underneath, this is fully supported and committed by the European Commission, and specifically by the European Research Council. This means in the long run that all project funding coming from the European Commission should at some point align towards Plan S, and in principle enact Plan S, the Plan S principles. So for instance, the current research funding program in Europe is called Horizon 2020. I think it was worth around 75 billion over a course of 7 years. And in 2021, we will move into the next framework program for 7 years. This is called Horizon Europe. And an interesting question here to be discussed is to what extent Plan S will be implemented and realized in the next funding program. And if it is mandated, let's say, in Horizon Europe, that means that all projects being funded under Horizon Europe, and this is currently stands at 95 billion euros, is estimated to be put into this funding program. They must publish in open access following the criteria of Plan S. So this will be an interesting development. I'm curious to see how that works. I'm going to skip to the next slide. All I can say about the funders is that there are more joining, 1 or 2 left, interestingly, and we do see more joining. So it will be interesting to see how many we have when we move into January 2020 as we start moving towards real implementation. Okay, how this works. Coalition S is essentially a set of funders, let's say around 20, and they align across each other and coordinate. And that's that middle box there. You should see governance. So the middle box here is the Coalition S members. They have organized themselves into a leaders group. So leaders coming from each of the funders. and they've organized themselves into an executive steering group, so key representatives from all of the funders who make the decisions surrounding Coalition S, and then they are supported in different ways. So internally they're supported by a comms group, an expert group, and different task forces focusing on different topics. For instance, how to flip society publishers. And they are also practically and administratively supported by the so-called office. So this involves a coordinator, a program manager, and with several assistants to help the coalition as a whole work on Plan S. Those two are chaired by the president of Science Europe, Mark Schilz, who is currently president. And this is an interesting relationship between the two. Science Europe is the collection of research funders in Europe. I don't know the full figure, but it's definitely about 40 plus, 45 perhaps. And this is the big umbrella of research funders in Europe. Coalition S did not sign or make Plan S, so to speak. This was essentially not supported, I think, by all of the members. So they allowed flexibility within the membership, and we ended up with Coalition S, which is a subset of funders from Science Europe, plus funders from outside of Europe. Okay, and then what we have is for, let's say, outreach and engagement, Coalition S has just hired, let's say, an open access champion. This is Johan Rohrijk, who is also from Leiden University. He is famous for being editor-in-chief of Lingua, an old Elsevier journal. And to cut a long story short, Johan and 34 or 32 of the editors and key editors of the editorial board all resigned en masse from Lingua, from the Elsevier journal. They had been trying to move Lingua to a full open access venue, which was unfortunately not supported by Elsevier. So after many rounds of negotiations, they all resigned, left their positions, and they immediately created a new open access venue called Glossa, run by them, owned by the editorial board, and open for peer review in full open access to the research community. So this is Johan's background here. And then Johan is supported by a whole group of what we call ambassadors. If you can slip to the next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the ambassadors. I guess I am one of them. And the idea here was to have key representatives from the research community, also who are involved, for instance, in the publishing contracts, or who are involved in their own institutions, or who are involved in their societies, to act as a kind of face for Plan S, to engage in discussion with the communities, and then, you know, to take Plan S forward as in a collaborative effort. My particular background on this or focus is for early career researchers. So my goal is to make sure that Plan S passes information that is needed to the researcher community, specifically the early researcher community, PhDs and postdocs, and then to also engage from the other side any of the concerns raised by the research community with Coalition S. So we have, for instance, a closed mailing list. We meet online regularly, and then any issues that are coming up, we put forward to Coalition S, discuss this, and basically make sure that Coalition S is taking this into account when they're developing their policy and their implementation. I won't go into any of the other details here, just to say that these ambassadors are always willing to engage and communicate online, or, for instance, give talks. My apologies, I couldn't come to South Africa, but I did in any case make sure I was online. And maybe what I will do is, I'm not going to go through everything here. You're free to send that presentation around. But what I will say is, if we can skip ahead, I'm going to go to one particular slide. So if you can go to slide number, let me find this, 20. I'll give you one moment.
Okay.
You should see other activities. So these are basically the priority actions for Coalition S. This will give you an indication of where Coalition S wants to go. You have the link there that you can, type in or click the work plan. And I'm going to read through them. There's 9. This came out also after the consultation with the stakeholders. So Coalition S acknowledges that there's a wide range of work to be done to implement Plan S, some of which is noted at various points in the revised implementation guidance, and that they've identified these priorities for, let's say, the next year. So from June 2019 moving forward for 6 months to a year. Number 1, they will appoint an open access champion who will promote Plan S to research funders and other stakeholders. So that is Johan. I guess they've done that. Number 2, establish the Coalition S Secretariat. and develop a budget to take the work forward. So this Coalition S was essentially a network of funders who came together and were basically pooling their resources. But the key was to make Coalition S a type of entity in itself with its own support structure. So this is the idea of the secretariat, that they will have their own secretary and administrative support staff to help them. They are now literally in the process of setting this up. I see that there's some vacancy notices gone out to hire staff. So this is pushing the coalition forward to start recruiting even more funders and to start working in a coordinated manner across all of the funders and not simply down the lines at national levels. Number 3, convene meetings of the existing members of Coalition S to share insights and address challenges in implementing Plan S. So this is bringing all of the members together, at least key representative of all the funders, and to discuss the key priorities and topics that need to be addressed, and to somehow engage the research community in this process. For instance, perhaps structurally involving researcher associations or structurally involving researchers in focus groups. Number 4, work together to articulate a vision for the long-term future of open access. So following on from 3. Number 5, set up a task force to develop a framework to monitor the effects of Plan S on the research and scholarly communication ecosystems. This is a crucial one. How do we know what exactly is happening and who's doing what? And how do we know if it's succeeding? And following on from this, what do we do if they're not doing it? To what extent are you going to, for instance, monitor and let's say punish researchers for not doing it? Our position has always been that you should be light in this approach, that you should definitely figure out a streamlined way to monitor compliance, but not that you should be punishing all acts of non-compliance. There should be a supportive framework here where researchers are supported to do this and, you know, help them shift towards open access, particularly through the reward system. 6, a task force to identify where it is difficult to comply with Plan S, how to address the issues and give researchers the crucial information they need. 7, work with the publisher societies, consortia and everybody else involved on these transformative agreements so that we can move towards full and immediate open access. A key stakeholder here really is the publishers, and especially the society publishers. I can tell you that I've been involved in many discussions with particularly society publishers who want to move to Plan S, who are very positive about moving to an open access model, but they're not clear, not sure, and a bit concerned about the business model that will be there. And this is a fair criticism. Many of the society publishers, for instance, have deals with publishers where they may outsource the running of their journal or journals to a publisher. The publisher will organize the peer review. The publisher will organize pretty much everything involved in that journal. For instance, the platform sending the reviews out to the research community, copy editing, translations if need be, checking that everything makes sense, maybe doing a data check, and then finally publishing and setting up the platform. And the question here for many of these is, and sorry, just to follow on from this, in many of these agreements, the publisher may actually give a financial contribution back to the society. And the society will then use this as revenue to run some of their activities like conferences or inviting early career researchers to attend events or newsletters or whatever. So this is a question mark for many society publishers, so we're not yet sure what business model they should be using to move to open access and Plan S. 8, work with the publisher representatives and other stakeholders to define the various services. Publishers will be asked to price. So this comes back to the transparency. What are we paying for? What is happening in this publication process? And what should we be paying when we look at all of these processes and activities, especially taking into account that the taxpayer and the researcher pays for and funds the research, collects, visualizes, summarizes, analyzes the data, writes up the report, edits the journal, reviews the articles, resubmits after corrections the articles, and then finally passes this on to be published. So taking that into account, what should we be paying? And number 9, begin discussions to explore the best ways to implement rights retention for authors and institutions, recognizing national, disciplinary and other differences. So copyright is an issue here that differs to some extent across European states. There is a European copyright directive, and that's just in the middle of being adjusted right now. And also how the institutions themselves see the copyright question. So for instance, in Leiden, we automatically do not own the copyright ourselves. We co-own it to an extent with the university. So it's never Gareth O'Neill, it's Gareth O'Neill / Leiden University. So to what extent does that have effects on Plan S, copyright retention and the licensing? In principle, if Leiden University is the co-copyright holder, they decide the license, not Gareth. So in many cases with articles, this is of course not what happens. I decide the license, I pass it on, the university either doesn't look or turns a blind eye, let's say, or is happy with my decision. But if we look much deeper, in principle, the institutions should have a key role in this because they're also co-copyright holder in some cases. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it there. I'll leave the link on the line here, coalitionS.org, and then you can have a look at the work plan. I think maybe just to summarize very briefly, Plan S is about full and immediate open access. It has been a highly contentious and discussed topic in Europe, given the fact that open access itself is linked to prestige branded journals, high impact factor journals, that it's also linked to the whole incentives and reward systems for researchers who are not currently being rewarded for doing open access or open science, and that the goal of Plan S really is to move towards an open access system of publications so that everybody has access to scientific publications when they are published, not after, and also that everybody has access to publish in such venues. I'll leave it there, and if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them up.
Thank you, Gareth. I'm going to open the floor now for questions, so I'm asking anyone for questions now. I've got a question myself, and that is that relates to the 10 billion that you referred to. That someone needs to pay the funders that you speak to. So that I assume then that open access is still not really open unless a research is associated with one of those funders or through institutions with one of those funders. So open is someone still needs to pay.
Yes. Somebody will always pay. This is never a free venture, right? And to be blunt, it's the taxpayer that's usually paying for public research, certainly at the institutions and universities. So the issue is not that we want to pay, we must pay. The issue is if that 10 billion is what we should be paying, and if we are paying 10 billion, what are we getting for it? And what is it we actually want? Now, in a market economy, which is what we live in, the market is determined by supply and demand. And publishers are, to put this bluntly, service providers. So they provide a service to the research community who is funded by the taxpayer. And this service should have added value. And this service should, in principle, compete with other services so that we can get the best prices for our money. This is the whole concept of the market. This is not what we have in scholarly publishing. In scholarly publishing, we have a completely encapsulated captive market. So every research article, to some extent, is a unique product. It's a one of a kind, and a journal itself is also a type of one of a kind. Let's look at what the real issue is. Let's say with the journals and where they came from. So I'm sure many of you are aware of the name Robert Maxwell. And Pergamon Press many years ago, I don't know if it was the 60s, set up a particular type of business model where they realized that scholars needed to publish, and that over time the amount they would publish would increase and the number of researchers would increase. So following the logic, the number of articles would increase, and thus the number of venues to host them in principle would increase. And Pergamon set about helping that increase by setting up lots of journals and putting a business model on it. And it was quite clever how they did it. They knew that the key to the journal was the editors/reviewers. So they encouraged, stimulated, wined and dined key academics to join the editorial boards, and then people came. They were attracted by the prestige, of course, start publishing there within their disciplines, and then the journal took off. And what we've seen is an explosion in the number of journals since then. Pergamon was, of course, bought over by Elsevier, who took on this very lucrative model, and as many others did. So what we have now is a system where 5 major scholarly publishers, Elsevier, Wiley, Taylor and Francis, Springer Nature, and Sage, to a lesser extent, dominate the publishing landscape, and particularly in the number of journals that they operate. Most of the deals are being signed with them, and this is where I'd say a large portion of that 10 billion is absolutely going. Now, the issue that we have here is that researchers do not have choice. There is no choice to publish. As a researcher, if you do not publish in a branded or high impact factor journal, you are simply not getting a job, or you're not getting a higher position. So when you go to a career or a research assessment meeting, let's say, or you apply for a job, the first thing you will be asked for and typically evaluated on is, where have you published? So I can give an example. A friend of mine, who I won't name, it was a researcher in microbiology in Europe, and this person did not have any major publications and was finding it difficult to get a job. And then they had a really high-level Nature paper, one paper that got to the top, let's say, impact factor journal for their field. And that paper essentially not only opened the door to an immediate job offer, full professorship, tenured in a major research institution in Europe, but it led to a whole stream of other offers, lucrative collaborations, partnerships, and even membership in some very high-placed research societies. One journal, one article in one journal put this person on the road to success. So you can see that the power that some of these journals, brands, have on the researchers' careers and lives. So the researchers, in essence, do not have a choice. They will always aim for the highest impact factor journal. And if they don't get that, it will have negative consequences on their careers. This gives the journals, the publishers, a hugely mixed, how will I say this, imbalanced weight in the negotiations. And this is something that needs to be addressed within the scholarly community. So, you know, in essence, if a highly branded journal wants an APC of €5,000, researchers are willing to pay it because it's that journal. And it's so popular, and they know the consequences it will have in their field, and they know the consequences it will have in their careers. I don't know if that question addressed that fully.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to conclude by asking just the last question, if you can just briefly answer that. But otherwise, thank you for making time available. So my question is that, will this work for the private sector? In South Africa, we've under a lot of pressure to get funders from commercial, from private sector, and the pharmaceutical industry in particular, where they don't want some of the results to be published, or if it's negative for the company, they will not allow the universities to publish. So what's your view on that?
This is a really interesting question. I had a discussion last week in Prague with a major individual involved in biomedical sciences who said something similar. So there's a couple of points there that you've raised. The first thing is to disassociate IPR, intellectual property right, from publishing an article. In Europe, it's different, of course, probably in South Africa, and I know it is in the US, but in Europe, you cannot publish on your patent before you essentially patent. So there's no issue there. The article is post-patent. So that's number one. Now, number two is, to what extent commercial entities involved in research would, for instance, have to abide by open principles. Now, the concept that we use in Europe is as open as possible, as closed as necessary. And what this means is that, I'll take the example of data, not an article. For data, public data in Europe is seen as a public good and should be opened. So, and not necessarily immediately, and not necessarily fully. It could be opened slowly, and it may not be opened completely. There should absolutely be restrictions on certain types of data which should never be opened. For instance, military data, medical data, private data, security data, intelligence data. Where the line becomes a bit fuzzy is when you get to commercial data, and specifically when commercial entities engage in collaborations with universities. The way it typically works is, if the funder is paying, the funder gets to mandate. If a company is paying, in principle, the company should be able to decide, right? The difficulty is in the collaborations you're talking about. This is something that will definitely have to be addressed within Plan S. I know that this is on the table, and I know that they're looking into this. There's no clear answer on this. But I think that the answer here really is in the collaboration and negotiation between the parties, that we should be moving towards more openness. The the issue you're referring to finally then is about negative data or negative results, right? In principle, what we have is, when it comes to research, we have what is called methodologically sound research. So in principle, we should be able to publish all types of research, not just the sexy research or the innovative research or the excellent research, but research that is methodologically sound. That is not what happens now at the moment. In many of these journals, of course, they do not publish replication studies. They typically do not publish negative results. They typically do not publish standard, normal, boring research. That's something that we do need to change, and that's something that will also affect the impact factor. The negative results then you're referring to specifically are where if a biomedical company, for instance, publishes results that were negative of a trial, will this affect their image? That's a good question. The conversation I had last week implied yes. I do not have an answer for that, to be honest. That's something you could potentially discuss there. Would you need an exception, for instance, on such negative results? Maybe. But what I would say is that you would like to know that a result has been carried out and has been negative. Otherwise, we're going to repeat the research and we're going to waste more money on this. So maybe the answer here is to perhaps rebrand or package negative results as something positive. And that negative results do not show that you're not succeeding, but that you're trying to succeed. And ultimately, that's what we do in science, right? We try to refute, we try to succeed. We do not always succeed. And to maybe quote, I think it's Samuel Beckett, fail, fail again, fail better.
Thank you, Gary, for that. Our time has run out, so I want to thank you again for making time available. And before the ICT people cut you off, are there any last questions, perhaps?
Not for me, just to say thank you. I hope this was clear, at least what Plan S is and wants to be, and that I hope you have a good symposium there over the rest of the day.
Great. Have a nice day then. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye to everybody.
So we will proceed now to the next session, which will be done by Charlie. So can I just proceed, Betsy? Is it good with the next session? So I'm not going to read everything here, but yes, Charlie is the Deputy Director responsible for research and scholarly communication at the university. And he's responsible for the implementation of Open Access Initiative at the university, a qualified teacher and librarian who is an immense experience in library operations in the higher education. What I've also read here is two things. The one is that before he joined the university, he was the International Account Director for Bertram Group, which is a publishing house. And then it also says that he's an open access activist. So I don't know if it was after your experience at the publishers, but at least he knows the world out there from both sides. So we're looking forward to listen to you.
Charlie can talk there. So Charlie is our staunchest open access supporter at the university, probably, if not wider. I'm Cornell. I work with Charlie on the open access support and initiatives at the library. And just kind of as an introduction to what Charlie is going to say, as if there aren't already enough elements from everything you've heard about Plan S. There are all of our speakers have referred to other proposed models that can be used to full and immediate open access in the scholarly world. If you go and have a look at the Open Access 2020 expression of interest, they state that we recognize and endorse various ways of implementing open access, including the development of new open access publishing platforms, archives, and repositories. So, same goal, but different route. So here at the University of the Free State, we have been following many of America's principles. So America started basically at the same time as Plan S, but in Latin America, and it's expanded a bit to the global south. While much of Plan S, the Plan S model and perspective, as you've heard, is focused on commercial publishers and aims to eliminate the pay-to-read business model. Just very briefly, the perspective of America has been to create a born open, a scholar-led non-profit system of communication. And Ina also referred to developing infrastructure and capacity, so that's something that they concentrate on as well. Melika also recommends sustained global communication, so including all of the discussions, creativity and dedication towards transforming the universal principle of open access into a program that will finally deliver knowledge as a public good. So Gareth referred to it as well, but these different perspectives does lead you to a question whether these systems can interact without creating other forms of exclusion. And I think that is why we're here, that is why we're having these discussions. But I'm going to hand over to Charlie to tell you a little bit more about the principles of America.
Thank you, Cornel. When I joined the university some 4 years ago, the library had taken a decision to establish a unit called Research and Scholarly Communications. Obviously, research was the existing service that the library was providing to the university community. The scholarly communication was more about the new innovation in terms of how they would like to support the academics and postgraduate students within the university. So the very first thing that we started with was to establish the institutional repository, which we launched within the same year. And due to the success of the repository and the impact it had for research that was done by the university, we were then approached by Department of Research Development, which is the custodian of all research journals that were published by the university, to say, can't you then host the journals, the university journals, on the COFSI Scholar, which is our institutional repository? Because what has emerged was that the journals were published on the university website, and it was not visible. Most search engines would not find. So those journal articles that were published by these journals. So when we started with that process, we then started engaging them, both the DRD and the editors, to say there is a better platform, and some of our journal editors had already attended some workshop that was conducted by ASAF on open journal system. So that's how we got involved as a library. We then encouraged the university to say, we would like to assist our journals to publish, let them to be published on an open journal system. So broadly, as we were engaging, the very first thing that we agreed on with my team was that the most ideal situation is to try and make sure that when we publish these journals, they should comply with a number of, they should comply with the international standards, so that this, the manner in which we are going to publish them, there should be an added benefit. It should not only be about making this research available to to the world, but we must also try and make sure that these journals are indexed by relevant indexers in the world. So just quickly, as you have seen with Plan S, it has 10 principles. America has similar 10 principles. So although these two models were almost conceived at the same time, if conceived is the right way, just few months in between them, they differ in terms of strategy. While the others are pushing more towards gold open access, we see these ones, the America is more towards what Garrett was referring as platinum, to try and the very first principle is around that scientific knowledge should be generated by public funds, should be used for common good, and it's a universal right. The very, I mean that for us, when I arrived here, the university had already signed the Berlin Declaration. Already this principle, the university has already accepted that principle. So COPSI Journal, as they are published currently, they look at the issue of, the idea is that all that is published by these journals should be available immediately. And that is the principle that we have. So in terms of, if as a university we are looking at this, we already tick this box. The second principle, it says that the Open Academy owned, it's non-profit, non-subordinated, sustainable, and with a responsible metrics model ought to be strengthened. When we started this process, University of the Free State was publishing approximately, if I'm not mistaken, about 15 journals, but only 8 were accredited journals. And they took a principled decision to say only those 8 accredited journals should be supported. So the issue of quality came into play. So some of those journals that were published in the past, they fell by the wayside. Obviously, we are of the opinion that there should be more new journals coming into the field. So what we have done, what we have done as a principle is that we've got a very strict criteria that we have then developed. If there is a new journal that would develop, it has to fit into the strict criteria. The third principle, America speaks to open access as neither no future, no meaning unless the research assessment role is evolved. This also speaks to what Garrett has just mentioned earlier on. Because there's nothing that frustrates me like trying to convince researchers to publish open access. Because obviously, high impact factor comes into play. Branded journal titles come into play. So unless the system itself, because now, while NRF issued a statement on open access that all NRF-funded journals should be, but when it comes to rating the researchers themselves, they also look at the impact factor. Then it defeats the purpose. So we need to look at that. But again, our view is that as we continue making sure that we produce quality journals, their impact factor will ultimately grow. In terms of, if you look at Principle 4, open access consolidation demands transitional to digital and scientific communication. We currently use OJS as a system to publish our journals, and we are in a process of launching Figshare to publish our data. So it's quite clear that we have moved away from traditional way of publishing towards this. So these are some of the things that we're currently doing. In terms of financial sustainability, or what you call principle number 5, that the institution needs to invest in open access or to be in line with the benefit to the society. This is, if you look at currently, COFSI journals and COFSI Scholar, the university has taken a principled decision to put funds aside to say these funds were making available to support open access. Although there is still an outcry from academics, every time when one engages with academics, there is an outcry to say, while the university has an open access policy, we are not funding. There is no money ring-fenced for researchers to publish on open access. This is still one area that we think. But in terms of us building the infrastructure to support open access publishing, that's what we are doing. And we are not only looking at our own institution, but we are also trying to work with other organizations and institutions to build that infrastructure. The one thing I like about the America approach is it's those organizations coming together, building an infrastructure. Currently, in our country, we find that each institution is using its own expertise and financial resources to build such infrastructure. Until such time that we pull our resources together, I think this will be the best way to go. Principle number 6 speaks to sustainability by means of cooperation. And this is what, again, if what we have seen, how did we even arrive at this route? It's because we started engaging with colleagues in community of practice organization. We have seen, for instance, organization like ASAF providing workshops. We then worked with them to assist us to develop the infrastructure. They workshopped us in terms of principles, best principles to follow. So all that would help in terms of sustainable. So that is how we as University of Free State have done. So we have not started from scratch. What we have done, we have looked at what UCT has done, what Wits has done, what UP has done, and we then participate in those community of practice where skills are then shared amongst us. Then we learn, we develop. We in the industry, we lost one of our best mentor in now the name is just from Stellenbosch, Hilton. I mean, if Hilton was not there, I don't think we would be here as University of Free State where we are now, because it didn't matter what time of the day. So that part, cooperation and working together, it does. Because I remember when we started with the institutional repository, most universities had to use a consultant, and it cost them a lot of money. We did it on our own because we were able to cooperate with other colleagues. On the principle 7, in terms of diversity of scientific journal, hence, and obviously, this is what the DHET guidelines also put emphasis on. So what we have seen currently is that if our editorial teams were building capacity, Maybe this is one slide where probably it would have been better if we had all our own editors available today to be able to share with you how we have built it, how are they doing it within the university in building this. Just to show you one of the things that we are currently doing in terms of building capacity within the university, we normally have different workshops. One to assist editorial team and editors, journal editors. One such recently, it was a workshop by Professor Mutun from Stellenbosch University, who was sharing ideas in terms of how we can create quality journals. One of the things I was hoping initially that maybe Cornell would address in the introduction in terms of America is that because they are pushing for platinum open access where authors don't pay to publish, what we have seen is more European people from the north publishing in those journals because it's cheaper to publish. In the process, then the local authors become disadvantaged in the process. So you need to balance this, and so, but at the same time, if you have more foreigners publishing in your journal, then the prestige goes up. It's a catch-22. You find yourself in a situation where you try and balance the two. But what is important, what you can see, is that although maybe from 2 years from now we can do another study to see, in terms, since we have started publishing Coffee Journal on open access, how has the green moved more towards the blue? Just to show then, because of the reach. But already you can see, I mean, like Acta Theologia, you can see that green it's growing. Already, all our current Coffee journals are published on Creative Commons license. Gareth went in length to explain that, and obviously the impact. If I can tell you a story, in the first month after publishing Coffee journals, there was a particular article, I can't remember it, from the Law Journal. The download went up over 1,000%. It just skyrocketed. So the impact is there. You can immediately see. But as you know, citation, you can only start seeing them 2-3 years from now. So it will be a useful exercise when we have such a similar conference to come and just showcase, boast, and show you that open access does have an impact. Except to say, the principle is not. The principle of it's not just to make sure that the scholarly output of our researchers is seen by other scholars outside, but it's for public good. It's public funds for public good. That's the principle. The citation is a bonus. And the last principle in terms of is that the various dynamics to generate and circulate knowledge per field ought to be respected, especially for social sciences and humanities. In short, as this unit within the library, scholarly communication, we are already looking at other means to make sure that we create many venues or avenues to publish for researchers to share the information. That's why we're looking at publishing of data. That's why we're looking at open monograph. I know that some people would be thinking, why would I make my book open access? I remember at one stage, early, I think some 8 years ago, 10 years ago, when Human Science Research Council started publishing their books open access, the sales for print copy went up. So sometimes it might look like it doesn't make business sense, but actually it makes good sense. With these few words, I'd like to thank you. This is how University of Free State, we are contributing towards open access for now. And then obviously, we would be looking forward to supporting Glenn and his initiative in terms of transformational agreements. I thank you.
Cornel, wil jij nog iets zeggen? Wil jij nog iets zeggen? Ja. Cornel. I was asking Cornel if you want to add to this. Happy. You said it all. Good. Any questions to Charlie or Cornel? Interesting what Charlie said, I'll get you just now then, is open access and e-books and the print sales that go up. That's true. It's not one example. I can tell you many more where just the mere fact that your content is available, people read it and then they want the hard copy. So that happens quite often with commercial publications as well.
Well, yeah, I want to ask you, there's so many questions. People are so confused, and Plan A's and America are actually quite straightforward. As a country, do we have to support the one or the other, or OA 2020? Can't we come up with our own set of principles combining the three different approaches into some new model for Africa that would, and get others on the continent on board of an African approach? Why a European approach?
Thank you, Inang. To be honest, like I'm saying, it's only now that when we started here at the university, we're looking at the need and responding to the need. It's only when you look around and then you say, oh, this looks like, then you start ticking. So this tick box, we are ticking them because they are there. It's a reference that we can refer to. But that's why I'm stressing the issue of the community of practice. That I wish institutions, because now I know that if my memory serves me well, Chelsea is beginning to rope in Research Institute into Chelsea. Maybe within that group, they can start building maybe a community of practice that will concentrate. And then link up with ASAF and other African community of practice so that we can probably have something that is peculiar to us. Like we were talking now about in terms of if we are producing 1% of the world research output, we need to have our own strategy to speak to that 1%. Otherwise, we don't have the same negotiation bargaining power as the others who are producing more.
Yes, thank you. One of the criticisms leveled against models that are brought into the Southern Hemisphere or Africa, to be specific, by non-profit organizations is that most of the models focus on technical assistance, while neglecting broader national challenges. So, for instance, there is an argument that the challenge for science scholarship has more to do with our national innovation system that favors the natural sciences over the human and social sciences, for example. So how do we reconcile the technical solutions that are provided by this non-profit publishing model with the idea of an urgent need to reconfigure our national innovation system?
We'll leave that to the academics.
I can try to answer you then. Gareth mentioned that is when the private sector sponsors research, those agreements are very much that first you protect your intellectual property, you first patent and so forth, and then the rest of the information then goes into the public domain. So the private sector is quite supportive of those initiatives. What they distinguish is competitive knowledge and non-competitive. And in many instances, corporates are working together to put in the public domain information or technologies that are non-competitive for the interest of the whole sector.
I think his question is more like they dictating the agenda of African agenda rather than we determining our own agenda. He was saying, how do we reconcile that? Maybe how do we try and mitigate against that? Because if you look at Plan S, because that's one thing that I've seen with Coalition S is that it's the funders themselves who are pushing the agenda. So he says, how do we mitigate against that? If then, it's probably easier with Coalition S because it's the Northern Hemisphere, but sometimes it happens that now they are funding the Southern Hemisphere and then they try to impose those principles without us contributing the other way.
But then, yes, you're right. Then you should start asking the academics to answer that. But so I'll give you maybe another example, and this is what India has done. So we all know of whether this yoga, which is an ancient art emanating from the Indian culture. So what the Americans did was they started to trademark some of the yoga schools and copyright some of the movements and so forth, and exploiting very European intellectual property mechanisms sort of to hijack an ancient art. And what the Indians, it was quite recently, 10 years back, what they did is they went to all the ancient documents and papers and whatever they could get. And what they've done is they put, I think it was 8,000 yoga practices that they just put in the public domain. And because it was in the public domain, the Americans couldn't patent or trademark any of those. So they just counted and collectively decided that this is for the common good. We're going to put it in the public domain, and not letting others making money from our content. So that was one extreme.
I'd just like to add, I mean, that is why we're having these conversations. That's why it's important that everybody, that researchers, authors, everybody should be involved in looking at the different models. And there are so many looking at what's best for us. And that's something that America emphasizes as well, is that diversity and local agendas needs to be included in the plan.
I'll be speaking after lunch, but in case you're asleep in the graveyard session, I thought I perhaps should just answer that I'm hoping to suggest why all these ideas do not actually contradict each other, but actually very strongly support each other. Why pay 10 billion euros for something that you could pay 5 billion for? Why lock up your money in something when it could be used far more productively? So if the Plan S funders are going to help us unlock that, then great. And why should our institutions, most of whom can afford most of this stuff, and the institutions in the rest of Africa who incidentally cannot afford this stuff, why should they not have access to the research that has already been done? So, and why should we not produce our own research on our own, in our own journals and on our own institutional repositories so that it can get out there? I can't see a contradiction. And then out of those three things, why can't we then become even better than we are by exploiting all three opportunities?
Maybe then just to add to what he has just said, in the private sector again, if I may use Sasol, Sasol is sponsoring a lot of research on this campus, and what they do typically is in the research agreements is the following, is that the research will be done and two documents will be produced. The one is a highly confidential Sasol report with confidential information that is highly competitive and not disclosed outside of the Sasol environment. But then that same researcher will produce a master's or PhD thesis from that report, which will then come into the public domain. And Sasol then pays the university a substantial amount to make or differentiate between those two documents, whilst not compromising the academic document. The academic document must still be of a standard where it can be graded as a first-tier journal article. But yes, information can get into the public domain. There's no reason why not. And if big corporates can do that, I can't see why in general it should not be able to happen.
For myself is that I think just speaking to what the VC has said, those three main things: transparency. There's nothing as transparent as something that is open, because you cannot hide something that is open. It's already open. The one reason I asked the question about open peer review. And I like the response from Ina, because that's what open access is all about. Because it gives, the whole issue about publishing integrity, we have seen a lot of times there are even institutes or researchers that deal with trying to understand, to research about the impact of lack of integrity in publishing, where the reviewers themselves force authors to cite them, to increase their citation, or even to increase the journal impact factor. So those things are there. We cannot hide them. And the same thing with the issue of, so the issue of transparency is quite key. So I would really, especially for those new journals that we're developing, what prevents us to put these best principles to try and avoid this? Because it's quite clear the autonomous thing doesn't work. Because I would read an article and I say, I see here you didn't cite this experienced author. Then I'm forcing you to cite. Even though it might not be me, it might be that author is published on that particular journal. Two, and then the issue of trust and collaboration. I think coming out of this, because I know that UP and CPUT had already had similar conferences. One of the most controversial thing that I've also, because I also listened to the Stellenbosch Presidential Roundtable, the confusion around Creative Commons and author copyright, it's one area that we already know that there's a huge confusion. The sooner we assist our academics and researchers to say Creative Commons license doesn't really put them on the, doesn't disadvantage them in terms of copyright, the better. At least one hurdle down, because sometimes it's cited as a stumbling block towards publishing open access. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the audience a question. And this is a real case study, but it's a hypothetical question. So in last week's Mail and Guardian, there was a big, long article on rooibos tea and how the rooibos industry is going to pay the Sun people 1.5% of the proceeds of rooibos. And the following flows from that agreement. The Sun people in that particular instance knew about the medicinal values of rooibos, but they kept it a secret. That's one example. The other one is the Hoodia plant, and the other one is the Buchu plant. So Buchu, I'm more familiar with the Buchu. Buchu, again, the Sun people from the Western Cape, they didn't want to disclose the trade secrets related to that because it's sacred. And my question then to the audience is that whilst they're keeping it secret because it's sacred, the Germans are, as we speak, making millions from the Buchu plant oil extracts. So, and the only party that is losing is the Sun people not being familiar with open access, not wanting to put it in the public domain. So they're keeping it a secret, and this was just one example, whilst other people just move on, start making money. So when is secret sacred, and when should you keep your secret for yourself? And for another example is, let's say there's an active compound in one of these indigenous plants that can cure cancer. And just because of your community's views on keeping it for yourself, you're depriving the whole nation of a cure. So that's my question.
I don't know if I will, I'll try to answer your question, but I think the reason why the so-called non-scientific communities, keep their knowledge sacred is because most of the time they operate outside the confines of the university establishment, which is mostly the center of knowledge production for contemporary society. So I'm going to ask a question back to you. How do we legitimize the knowledge that they have, which is mostly referred to as non-scientific, within the confines of and the laws and the rules of the university establishment, so that it can then be shared and even contribute to their own economic development?
So to answer you, we need to move from copyright to the patent, international patent regime. So, and we all heard patent before publish, because if you publish, you destroy the novelty requirement for patent protection. But with knowledge, or with patents, there's a big difference between to invent and to discover. And in the Western realm of intellectual property, to discover is like, and I'll give you this example. If I discover diamonds on the Free State campus, and I realize there's a mine, I'm going to keep my mouth shut and I'm going to buy this land. And I can do so because it's a discovery. There was no intellectual input. When I invent something, and this is the very sensitive issue. The medicinal plants in South Africa were discovered by whoever community discovered that there's some healing powers. But you need a researcher to identify the active compound, which is intellectual contribution, which can happen by that community, but it's the academic environment that usually does that. And there's a distrust between those because the community feels that their discovery will be exploited by someone that can apply the inventive step. So what we as the university do to get the information in the public domain is to enter into agreements with those communities. And we've got the unit, I don't know if you know Professor Matsabisa. That's his work, to go to those communities and to build trust and to release the information into the public domain. So did I answer you there? Okay, so I've been informed the food is not ready yet, so you... Oh, is it there now?
It's not ready, but we can have a comfort break.
Okay, so are there any further questions? I see Charlie ran away, so... so if there are not, I thank you, and we'll reconvene after lunch then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Litus Lateghan. I'm from Central University of Technology, and I take responsibility for research, development, and postgraduate studies at the CUT. And it's a great honor for me to be your facilitator this afternoon. So the first thing is, let me see that you all enjoy lunch. Okay, so a quick survey, 100% satisfaction rate. So thank you very much to the organizers. No need to send out a questionnaire on that. Then I believe you have all studied the program as I did, because towards the end of the day, after the closing remarks, I've learned there is something like tea and coffee, but in a different format. Is this more or less my correct interpretation? So now I'm a Democrat, but I never tweet. So you can all cooperate and collaborate, and we have good discussions and then rush off to the tea and coffee, or we can take it slowly. I leave it over to the audience, but I would like you to engage this afternoon. So before I welcome our three speakers, of course they're not going to speak at once, just to make them a bit nervous, 5 minutes, when 5 minutes is left, I will wave the 5-minute flag. Then after 2 minutes, and then when it's 0 minutes, you must just only complete your sentence and not a paragraph. So at 0 minutes, end of the sentence, full stop, not paragraph. Is this more or less good arrangement? Is everyone happy with that arrangement? So good. I'm very pleased to see so many happy and smiling faces, because we are dealing with a very important topic within academic life. And you will see this afternoon, we're going to focus on both the international and the national perspectives. So we have a number of activities lined up until 4 o'clock this afternoon. First of all, we will be engaging with showcasing a CUT researcher's open access success story, and then we're going to listen to the national roadmap and how best we can travel on that particular road. And then there's a combination between the two universities, which also illustrates the power of regional collaboration. So this afternoon, we have the privilege to listen to three colleagues. Professor Atangana, I will introduce him now. He is from Free State University. And then Mr. Glenn Churan, he is from Sanlik. Good afternoon, Glenn, to you there at the back. Good afternoon, Prof, to here at the beginning. And then also good afternoon to Betsy Eister, which will speak to us with regard to the CUT and UFS roadmap. But to get back to the first speaker, someone I believe who is not unfamiliar on your own campus, Professor Atangana is a leading applied maths professor at Free State University. He obtained both his honors and master's degrees from the Department of Applied Mathematics at Free State University with distinction. So to all the students in the audience, that's very important to remember that. Then he obtained his doctorate in applied mathematics from the Institute for Groundwater Studies. He serves as an editor for 18 international journals and is also a reviewer of more than 200 international accredited journals, and has been awarded the World Champion of Peer Review twice, both in 2016 and 2017, and he's just shared with me another accolade that is coming his way. So congratulations on all these achievements. He also serves on more than 20 editorial boards, so big variety of applied maths and mathematics education, so that will also help that wide variety. And he has presented in more than 20 international conferences. His research interests are methods and application of partial and ordinary differential equations. Do you all have it? So when you ask the prof questions, it must be around equations. Then fractional differential equations, perturbation methods, asymptotic methods, and then groundwater modeling. So, Prof, these things are very scientific for us, so we're all looking forward to how you unpack it. Professor Atengana is the founder of the fractional calculus, with non-local and non-singular kernels popular in applied mathematics today. Since 2013, he has published in 165 international accredited journals of applied mathematics, applied physics, geohydrology, and biomathematics. He is also the single author of 2 books in the academic press elsewhere. Professor Atengana, may I kindly invite you to the front, and we're looking forward to your presentation, and congratulations on all your achievements, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us this afternoon. Thank you very much.
I will speak to you with a broken English. You may laugh, but it could be better if I can stand here and speak to you using an African language, because English is a colonial language that was forced to us due to the weakness of our ancestors. So, to be honest, I forgot about this event because I have 25 students under my supervision, and 5 PhD are going to submit next year, and 4 master. Since I don't trust many people, I'm the only supervisor. They don't have co-supervisor. So you can see the workload I have. And then somebody called me, then I just run, let me come and present something. But before I speak about open access, I would like to share with you something that happened this morning. Every year, where should I go? Okay. Every year, if you see here very well, the Web of Science will select the most influential researcher in the world for 21 fields. And they will select for 10 years, the work that somebody has done for 10 years. But you agree with me that I work only since 2015. Then in my dream, I was telling God, whatever I do, I don't do it for me. I do it to represent Africa. I do it such that one day a black African child will say, I am proud to be an African. I do it because one day I want him to say, this formula was invented by a black African person, because the history led us to know that we did not participate in research and we did not do anything. So whatever I do, whatever Prof said that I have done, I did not do it for myself. I did it for a black and a young African person. So this morning, I was extremely very surprised to find out that my name appeared in the list of the most influential researcher in the world, representing South Africa in mathematics, representing also Africa in mathematics. They select only 80 mathematicians in all the field of mathematics. And if I can say it in a dream, after 3 years of work, my name appeared. There is one important thing we have to know. You can be A-rated. That does not mean anything to me, because Onana, who is your friend, can manipulate for your name to appear there. You can be outstanding professor of the university. That does not make any sense to me, because maybe the dean or the rector or whoever is your friend, then your name, they promote you. You can also publish 100 papers. That may not also mean anything for me, because publishing is, people can publish in Young Journal, in Fly-by-Night Journal. But when you publish paper, and those papers are cited, not only cited, highly cited, and they are top 1%, I can go home now and I retire. I have achieved. And I'm 34 years old. I was expecting this thing to happen when I'm 50. But this happened today. But you will think that this boy is coming here to boast. No, I'm not boasting. The reason why I show you this list is because when you check this list, you will realize that more than 3,000 people out of 6,000 are American people. And most of them are Chinese. Some are Indian. Africa, we are only in the whole field of science, we are only less than 20. Why is it that Chinese, American are highly cited researchers? Why African are not highly cited? Does that mean African people don't publish serious paper? Does that mean African, they don't do research? No, they do. But there is a difference in doing the research. In China, every beginning of the year, they will give to each researcher a grant. And that grant will allow him to publish in all the journals, including open access. Whereas in Africa, they will tell you if you publish in open access, no, it is a paid journal, it's fly by night. Open access are not fly by night. Open access is going to be the future, because I think if the source is correct, from above 2020, all the journals, including in Elsevier, will be open access. My question to the Vice Rector of Research, if she was here, because she fought me when I told her about open access, I told her all the universities in the world, they subscribe for the researcher to publish in open access. She told me, no, those things are nonsense. They are not important. If she's here, I will tell her. And I will tell her I will not be afraid. If she fires me, 2 minutes later, I will have a job in China. I was last time in African Academy of Science, a meeting we had there. And there is a lady that came from Oxford to tell us about research. And she presented the graph of research from Africa. She presented the graph of research for open pits, the whole world. So in all the graphs she presented, the only place where Africa was big was for open pits. I don't know if my English is bad, maybe you don't understand. That means most people, Africa is recognized to be a place where people defecate outside with no toilet. That was the only place where Africa was present as was the best in the world. In terms of research, Africa was a straight line. And it was revealed to me by the publisher of Elsevier that Africa contributes only 0.2% of the whole research in the world, while China, one country, contributes 30%. What happened to Africa? Why are we here? What are we doing? Why are we professor? Why do we have a rector? Why do we have a department of research? The only thing we can hear from America is that Africa is a shithole. The only thing we can hear from France is that African people only make children. What happened to us? What happened to our dignity? What happened to Africa that was the birth of knowledge before? What happened to Africa that welcomed many top mathematicians like Pythagoras, like Taylor? They came in Africa to learn mathematics. What happened to that Africa that built the pyramid? What happened to us? Excuse me, I become very emotional when I speak about Africa. I want to fly. I want to be there. I want to force Africa to be number one. I want to do something. That is why I publish brutally. Some people thought I'm publishing rubbish paper. No. I am a founder of more than 14 operator and numerical scheme in mathematics bearing my name. Atangana Balono derivatives. It is a paper I published in 2016. It has been cited 780 times. We need to put money into research. We need Professor Corlick and the Vice Rector of Research of CUT to put money into research, such that our publication can be seen by the rest of the world, that as Chinese and American paper are seen. Why we cannot also put money into research? But we put money into football. Now I'm champion of the world in mathematics. Nobody will hear my name after the university. But rugby people last time, just because a guy is running behind a ball and throw it somewhere, he's the famous guy, they respect him, they welcome him, with the president welcome him. The future is open access. We must expose our knowledge. We must expose our contribution. We must expose what we do. And to do that, we have to put money. We should stop putting money to take first year student and send them to America. Because you're not even sure that that first year guy will reach that year. We waste money. We need to put money into research such that in the next year, another person from the university name appear here. We need to promote the idea of open access as Chinese they are doing, as American they are doing, as European people are doing. I have my friend, he published in a narrow field of mathematics, but every year he have €1 million of grants. And what I did at the beginning of my career, because I wanted to also publish in some open access, the University of Free State deliberately refused to help me. Then, since I'm a mathematician, I find a shortcut to publish also in open access. I will contact somebody from UK, and the person will tell me, my friend, don't worry, if you write a brutal paper, I will read, you put my name, I will pay. And I did it, and I told the Vice Rector of Research. If she says it is unethical, I will tell her it is unethical to not help a young researcher to be exposed. And that is what we do. That is the only shortcut we can do. We go around, we have to find a source of income. How are we going to publish our paper for the paper to be exposed? What will we do? That is the only way. Chinese, they use us. American people use us. What happened to the money that they give us for research? I'm sorry, you can go and tell the rector, I don't say it. I'm not afraid. It is time for us to stand and say the truth. The University of Free State cannot grow until we understand that the university is not high school where you teach. It is a place where you do research. You transform the world through research. It is not a place where we come and show how powerful we are because maybe our skin color. It is not a place where you come and show how powerful you are because, oh no, you were born here, that one is a correct. No, it is a place of knowledge where we produce knowledge. And when we produce that knowledge, we have to show it to the whole world through open access. So, I'm not going to be too long. I'm pledging with the University of Free State to look what other people are doing. Why are they successful? Why is it that they are highly cited? How is it that they have facility to publish many papers? Let me tell you something. I belong to Obozida the university in the world. And the dean told me last time, it is bias. It is not bias. They count the number of papers that each university publish a year. The quantity is very important also. The quality follow. The number of editorial board follow. The number of international conference follow. The number of people that you produce that are doing very well around the world also follow. The number of international students that you have in your university follow also. International staff. It is not bias. And the big problem, I can publish a lot of paper. I can tell you, I have my private teacher. My private teacher is God. He's always telling me things in my ear. When I write them, people think that I was supposed to take 10 years to write. Do you know why? Because I love Africa. And I told God, give me things in my heart that will impress European people. That is why I write a lot of paper a year, a lot of books. And the limitation I have so far is that when I write a paper, I submit in this journal, then that journal will tell me, no, you cannot submit another paper because our journal wants you to send only one paper. There is a lot of open access journal there where I can send, but I know that if I send my paper there, if the paper is accepted, I cannot use my salary to pay. The university have to pay, but they don't pay. So I hope we do not do a gathering just to come and eat and drink tea. I hope that after this gathering, I hope that you will write a strong recommendation to the University of Free State and the Sankara University of Technology to put funds aside for researchers to be able to publish their paper wherever they want to publish their paper, not only in non-open access. Because sometimes, even in non-open access, when you want to publish in open access, they ask you for 3,000, like Elsevier, like Springer. Where am I going to get that money? Whereas if I publish one paper, the university receives 120,000. Let us do business here. If you tell me, okay, I will pay 10,000 for each paper, publish me 200 papers, who will gain? You gain. But if I can only publish 2 papers because of the limitation of open access, who lost? You. So please, we should not only come here, we drink tea, we eat nice food there. Then at the end, we don't see the result. I want this, after this meeting, that it should be clear to the mind of the rector, it should be clear to the mind of the vice rector of research that we need to implement open access in our university, because in the next 2, 3, 4 years, all the journal will be open access. I can tell you because myself, I'm editor in many journals in Elsevier. The discussion we had last time is that, for example, Chaos, Solitude, and Fractal, that is Q1 journal in mathematics, will be open access. Most of Elsevier journals are open access. Let me tell you something you don't understand. Maybe you understand. When you publish in non-open access, the person that is becoming very rich is the publisher. Because the university have to subscribe for us to see the paper online. Individual people have to pay money for us to get the paper online. But if you publish open access, even people from poor country can have your paper, read them, use them, and cite you. So it is very important for us that we adopt also that strategy where we will have funds available for our professor, for our researcher, our young researcher to be exposed to publish their paper in open access. And I started this fight in 2013. Before this meeting started, I started this fight, and I told the vice rector that time that she does not know. And today, I'm glad that my small fight with the butterfly effect, the chaotic effect, is taking wind, is going around, telling people that this is the way forward. You publish a paper, people have to see it. There is one paper I published with my student. She told me, Prof, I will use my money, I will make this paper open access. I said, okay, I don't have money. She published this paper. When I went to India for a conference, our paper was everywhere on the table. People was waiting for me to ask questions. Because why? Everybody was able to download the paper. Everybody was able, even in the poor country, even in the rich country, everybody was able to download paper. So please, I don't know who is in charge here. I want you to go and tell the vice rector that many researchers from your university have a limitation to publish their paper due to the fact that there is no fund available to publish paper in open access, while a small Chinese who cannot even do what I can do is able to publish 100 papers a year. That is why the ranking of their university is better than our ranking, because they produce a lot. That is why China, it is clear, there is a clear correlation between production of knowledge and development. If you go to China, you will see the development. If you go to America, you will see the development. But if you come to Africa, you will also see the development, or undevelopment, in terms of the straight line. So I'm not going to be long. I'm going back to my office. Today it is a very nice day for me, for my name to appear in this list. It's a grim, not a grim. It is the product of my effort, the product of my love for Africa, the product of my love for young Africa to say that one day I'm proud to be African. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your inspiring talk and address. Definitely there was no grave hour after the lunchtime. So thank you very much for that. Let's give the Prof another round of applause. I think there were three things highlighted. First of all, that personal commitment. I want to bring a difference to my country, to my continent. Then, secondly, the emphasis on what instrument do we use, that is then open access. And then thirdly, it's good to have a day like this, but very important, there must also be institutional effort to support open access. I think this is more or less what Prof shared with us. I think we definitely do have time because he was scheduled until 3 o'clock and we've learned about the many students waiting on him, but perhaps he can allow 20 minutes of his time. So I'm going to use these cards on you. Can we allow some time for Prof to answer your questions? Would you like the idea? But can we agree, in order to optimize this event, please be to the point. Don't make a long speech, please be to the point, and Prof will address them. Prof, do you like to stand here with me? There's something for you that we'll give depending on the questions. So, yes, please. I thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Hello, Prof. My name is Glenn Truren. I'm from Sandlik. I really hope you'll stay for the next session because we'll be able to join some dots together. I find it fascinating that most of the people who are trying to stop Open Access 2020 and Plan S usually have as one of their primary reasons that poor people from the global south will not be able to afford to publish in open access, and therefore making journals that are currently behind a paywall open for everyone to read is a bad idea. Could you comment on that?
Yes, I will comment because I know that question. Let me tell you something. When I publish a paper in Elsevier, for example, then my student want to download that paper, and they will ask my student 34 euro. My student will come to me and tell me, Prof, please, can you download this paper for me? I say, no, I don't have money. So, and this is 1 student, 2 students, 3 students, 100 students for 100 paper. My students are not able to download a paper because they are asking them to pay money. On the other hand, I, as a researcher, I will publish a paper in non-open access, and many people will not see it. Who paid the money, the university or the researcher? For me, if the university receive money, they have to free also money. In the Bible, they say, if you give, it will come back to you. Why they cannot give? They should not put that load on the researcher. You see my hair is already very white. I'm only 34. I pass the whole night reading, producing knowledge, and when that knowledge is supposed to be published, I have also, as author, to stress to publish a paper. Do you think that is fair? The government must do something. They should stop buying 20 cars. They should put money into research, like Chinese, such that their people should be able to publish everywhere. Give us some value. Why they don't give value to researcher? Why they give value only to footballer and rugby? I hope I answer.
There's another question here, please.
It's a comment, Prof. Thank you once again. I think I'm part of the organizers, but I'm not the main boss. She's in charge. That has been the intention, Prof. If you look at these 2 boards, there is a declaration. So we would before you go back to your students, Prof, you also put your signature there. Declare that you are an open access activist. And yes, Prof, we need this. We need those voices, because sometimes when you speak, sometimes it looks like one is speaking from a point of ignorance. So we need people. So that's why today we said, rather than to have a colloquium without, let at the end of it, people declare that they would support this movement, so that when you go and speak to management, we've got those signatures behind us. Thank you.
You said there was not a question. Is there another question? Yes, please, at the back.
Thank you, Prof. You are very passionate about the continent of Africa. So my question to you is, what is your view on the role of non-state actors who usually push a neoliberal agenda in developmental initiatives versus the role of the state, especially when it comes to open access?
Can you speak in a simple English? I'm a French speaking, please.
Now you make me feel very small. Eh?
No.
So basically what I'm saying is you've got NGOs or non-governmental actors who are, putting a lot of effort in developmental activities in Africa through NGOs and non-profit organizations. But the criticism is always, they always try to overlap what government can do. So I want to hear your view on that.
It's a difficult question for me. Can you explain this question for me?
You would like to know the role of state and non-state organizations.
Uh-huh.
How can they all promote open access?
Okay.
Do you see the role, if you look at society at large,
Uh-huh.
how can everyone contribute into open access? Shall we summarize it like that?
Yes, I think it's going to be very, very difficult, because there are some people having a paper published, it does not mean anything to them. But if I can give my opinion, is that the person who can pilot this thing is the university, because they are the direct people that benefit from open access. They will be ranked, their research will be recognized, and they will attract more international students if they do good research. But if you go and explain this thing to the government, tell Mr. President, if you publish a paper, it is important, then please give us money for us to publish more paper. Really, I'm not sure he's going to understand this thing very well. We have to push them to understand what we are doing through the university. And if the university is able to convince the government and tell them that if you see China, the development of China, you will realize that they are developed because of their productivity. If you see, for example, America, they are there today, where they have reached that level today because of research that they are doing. Please, can you? Then perhaps they can join hands together to promote open access. But otherwise, I don't know.
Another question here?
Thank you. Prof, it's a pity you're not here earlier on when I was delivering the opening remarks, welcoming the delegates to this colloquium. I talked about the disruption that is brought about by open access, disruption in the publishing industry. Unfortunately, I did not have this zeal that you have. I wish I could have presented it in the manner, with the emotions, because that's exactly what I wanted to put across when I was using the word disruption. That declaration that Charlie is talking about, the last sentence is something that says something like, we are committing to open access activism. And I just want to say you are a classical example of what we had in mind.
Thank you.
And unaware, Prof, we are using you as our ambassador. Maybe we should officially refer to you as our ambassador in open access, because every time when you have open access activities, you do wonders and show what open access can do for us.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
It's a pity your colleagues, researchers, academics are not here. We have very few. It is just a pity. But we will knock on their doors and make sure that they hear us, they understand. And we'll make use of an example to show them what we've done at 34 years.
Thank you.
Yes, and yes, I am one of those main people in charge.
So next year we will have open access?
Yes,
we will have money?
Yeah, we will have money. Let me tell. Yes, Prof. We are, as a library, going to have what you refer to as a digital scholarship center.
Okay.
And it's going to sincerely address researchers' challenges. And we conducted a survey. We know what the researchers have said. We are hoping that with that service, something will come up that will ensure that the University of the Free State, in the long run, or maybe not in the long run, sooner than later, produces what is required and contribute towards this African knowledge that you refer to.
Thank you.
Other questions? From this group? None? Oh, yes, please.
It's just a suggestion on what Charlie said about the declaration. Maybe we can take it further and put it online like we did with the National Librarian, change.org, where we can get a lot of signatures where we spread this declaration. Even here on campus, those who are for open access can sign, and people can see those signatures that we are canvassing about this.
Thank you for that suggestion. Let me see, I'm done with this group. Let me see, any questions from here? None. And then this group over here. Professor Adeganda, thank you very much for sharing your success with us this afternoon.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask the audience a question.
Okay, my question is, if in the contrary for what Prof was saying, that some people are against, I can see already in Germany they are fighting Elsevier because they realize Elsevier is making a lot of money in non-open access. Because in my journal where I'm a sectional editor-in-chief, Chaos, Solution, and Fractal, when you publish there, you have two options, open access and not open access. If it is open access, it is 3,000 euro. Whereas if they could say, all the journal in the world, they will publish 1,000 euro. And when we publish 1,000 euro, we know we will contribute. So my question is, what will happen if it happens a situation where all the journal will be open access? If the university refuses to adhere, will we stop publishing and become high school? Or what will happen? I leave this question with the chairman of this place. Thank you.
Prof, before you go, here's a little token of our appreciation. I'm not sure if there's an open access license inside. Thank you very much.
Responding. Thank you.
Best wishes to you. Good. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm calling on Glenn Treherne. Glenn, are you ready to come and talk to us? Shall I introduce Glenn then in the meantime? He's the director of Sunlick and he's based in Cape Town. And after graduating from University of the Witwatersrand, also known as WITS, he worked as an educator in South Africa and in England. He has worked for poverty alleviation, non-profit organizations, for most of his careers and has over 20 years' experience at the managerial level. He has a Bachelor of Arts and 2 postgraduate diplomas from WITS, the first in education and the second in public policy and development administration. He also has an MBA from the University of Cape Town. So Glenn, we're looking forward to your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Prof, who was speaking before me. I've been trying to remember your name, but I've also haven't had enough sleep, so I'm just going to say Prof for now. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to answer some of those questions and frustrations that you have. I was asked to speak on the national roadmap, but I would have rather have been speaking on how the hound of academia is finally learning to wag the tail of the scholarly publishing rather than the other way around. And that's, I don't know if you've ever seen a dog that's really happy to see you. Have you? But the whole body moves and it looks as though the tail is actually swinging the dog. So I think that's what's happened, is that publishers have got hold of academia and are just saying, give me all your money. And they're shaking us dry. And the other reason for this slide is because I can tell you my favorite joke. And I have my wife's permission to do so. I know that some of you think that a dog is your best friend. Is that right? Well, if you are in any doubt, what I suggest you do is you lock your wife and your dog in the boot of the car for 3 hours. And then when you go there and open up again, tell me who is happier to see you. So, straight away, again, Prof, I'm so grateful that you spoke before me, because why is it that the whole of the University of California that produces 10% of America's research, why is it that Canada, why is it that the whole of Europe, why is it that China, etc., 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 are going the open access route? Do you think that it's because they feel sorry for the poor global south who can't afford the subscriptions? Why? It's because they've obviously worked out, and they say it unashamedly, that it helps them to innovate and therefore be world leaders. It's quite simply that reason. So why is it that we want to now find another reason to get further behind instead of getting on this bandwagon? So I've shown you this slide that I saw from Alan Gray. By the way, I'm a huge advocate of open access. I'll borrow slides from anywhere and everywhere. But this, whoopsie, this shows you that our population, well, you've got 2 populations there. On the right, you've got the United Kingdom. On the left, you've got South Africa. Similar populations. How many of those 60-odd million people are working? Well, in the United Kingdom, it's more than 30 million. In South Africa, it's close on 10 million are working. How many, now we're looking at the red bar, of the United Kingdom pay tax? Well, that's also a little bit higher than 30 million. How many in South Africa are paying tax? Well, it's closer to 5 to 7 million people are paying tax. Then we're going to try and use that tax money to spend it on Estina Dairy, on education and research and APC charges. Am I right? So we're already in such a disadvantaged situation. Can we afford to waste any money? All right, so everybody has said everything I needed to say before. So I can, if I'm spending more than 5 seconds on a slide, so please tell me to move on. Right, so this graph shows you how open access has been trying to get going for the last 15-odd years and hasn't really got better than about, depending on whose stats you look at, between 20 and 25% of research output is currently open access. One of the reasons, as you know from the previous speaker, is that institutions are not providing the money. There are many other reasons, the main reason being reputation. Am I right? You heard from the gentleman from Plan S. You want to publish in Nature because then you're going to get the job you want and everybody's going to come and cite you. So when you do see the transition, you'll notice that the growth area is in the hybrid rather than in the gold open access. So in a way, gold open access had kind of stalled. And that is why Plan S and Open Access 2020 began to take off. And again, it depends on which stats you use. From this 08-2020 slide, they're arguing that only 18% is open access and the rest is behind a paywall. And that each square there represents 1% of the world's research output. And the blue, light blue, refers to Elsevier, the publisher. Springer Nature, you heard it mentioned before. The top 5 make up at least 55% of the world's research output. So it makes sense to have a closer look at these big deals that we've got tangled into and ask ourselves, if we are going to transform anything, that's perhaps where we're going to get some traction. So this whole discussion is about 2 crucial issues. The one is access to scholarly information. If you can't read what's already been researched, you're already on the back foot. You're already behind, right? So it's obvious that a national imperative is to make sure that we can have access to everything. Am I right? Anybody disagree with me at this stage? Right. The second imperative is to cut the costs, to have affordable access. And that is why these national licenses didn't last very long, because they weren't affordable. And that's why our own national site licensing initiative didn't really get off the ground on the road. These slides will be left with you, and you're welcome to interact with me, but the next few slides simply describes the steps and the sort of key milestones along the road. So I'm not going to go into them in too much detail. Suffice to say that we were initially looking at a national site licensing project to try and get every institution signed up to the lion's share of the resources. To be quite honest with you, I think they're already signed up to the lion's share of the resources in terms of read access, paying subscriptions. There are very few who aren't. But that soon morphed into a question of, well, what about Open Access 2020, because of all the things that has already been discussed. And I think Prof. Bauer has already mentioned the Berlin 14 conference in December 2018. There's a picture of all the participants. Prof. Bauer is on the extreme left. And in that bottom picture, you can see him telling off the CEO of Wiley about the democratization of knowledge. That was such a fantastic moment, I can tell you what. But out of that declaration came some certain key issues. And again, Prof, thank you for speaking, because we're talking about the rights of the institutions who generate the knowledge and the rights of the researchers. And you'll notice that the first thing on their list that came out of that declaration was, we want to maintain our copyrights. It's after all, our knowledge. It doesn't belong to the publishers. Why do you have to give your money to the tail so that you can publish your research when they're just such a... It's like saying, you've got such a nice envelope. I'll tell you what, I'll give you all the rights to what's inside the envelope. It's nonsense. And so I'm getting so excited about this, I'm forgetting what else I needed to tell you about this slide. So I think that at that conference, it was also fantastic. After Prof. Bauer, there was a guy from China. I don't think that's him there. I think he was on the extreme right. He then said, as Prof. Bauer said, I represent 20% of the research. And so I think the publishers actually stood up and paid attention in a big way, and I'll explain why. So we worked out in South Africa that we've got to concentrate on 7 things. We've got to have meetings where we get together and make sure we're on the same page and we understand the same things when we talk about open access or transformation or whatever. We need to maintain our relationship with the people who are driving the Open Access 2020 initiative. Data collection, I'm afraid I'll keep emphasizing it till the cows come home. We can't just have an overall picture. The devil is in the detail. we've got to come up with a governance model, because really what we're asking is we're asking all members who are currently paying subscriptions, please keep that money so that we can now use it to pay all the open access fees, so that all of our researchers can do open access publishing. Now, if one institution says, I don't really want to pay my subscription fee over to you so that, you know, we're not really using it for our APCs, but I don't want to give it to you so you can carry on publishing open access, you know, you're going to run into a problem. So we need a governance model. We need a way of re-looking at the workflows. We need a way of saying the way the state subsidy comes out has to support research. At the moment, it's supporting all the wrong things, isn't it? You know, at the moment, you just got to put out papers there, don't you? Rather than put out quality papers that are going to make a difference, right? So we've got to look at that, and we've got to look at how we're going to put the national spend together in a way that suits the laws of the country and suits the stakeholders in the pot. We need champions at each institution. While I was in Berlin last month, or when was it, in October, one of the people from the University of California was a professor of pediatrics, and he was saying, when a librarian comes with a deck of slides and says, this is what we must do in open access, nobody listens. But when a researcher comes with exactly the same deck of slides and says to other researchers, this is what we've got to do, they say, yeah, let's do it. Right, so we need champions, not only in research, not only from faculty, we need champions from the administration, and we need champions in the library. So we've been discussing a roadmap, and we had a meeting in June just after the SANLEC conference where we kind of made a little bit more progress about where it is that we need to go. I'm not going to break down into that detail right now. But one of the steps was that we were going to produce a national declaration. And Prof. Bauer launched that at the Higher Education Conference. I think it was, I forgot the date, I think it was the beginning of November or the end of October. That's also included here, but it says pretty much what we've already said. So I'm not going to read it through for you. It'll be there for you to read and to support or to criticize or to comment on. But this, I suppose, is a document that can unify this nation. Instead of having each separate open access policy, we have one sort of clear picture of what it is that we want to achieve. So I'd encourage you as CUT and UFS to engage with it. So there it is. There's the declaration. So Prof also introduced who is in the team. I'm not going to go over that again. Just safe to say that one of the first steps that we've done is we've broadened the negotiating team that negotiates for subscriptions. And already I've seen a difference by having Professor Stephanie Burton, who was representing research for the country in a negotiation with Springer Nature. So this breakdown here is a breakdown of South Africa's research output by publisher. And again, each square represents a percent. So Elsevier, you can see 21% at the front. Then next up is Taylor and Francis. Then Springer Nature in red, and then Wiley in that sort of greeny blue color. And then Sage Publications in green, and then it says ASAF, but maybe Ina can help me unpack that a little bit more as to how that ended up as a publisher. But it's probably the way that people wrote the addresses or whatever. It's probably mainly Cielo or only Cielo. Only Cielo. Okay, that's very interesting. I'm learning something new all the time. So there, and that's all open access, right? Ina? Yeah. So there's a good chunk of our open access research output. So where I'm going to be concentrating is on those first five for obvious reasons. So there was a stage where everybody thought the big deal was a fantastic idea. you're subscribing to 1 unit of journals. The publisher comes to you and says, I'll tell you what, if you subscribe to all 5 units of journals that we've got in our stable, we'll only charge you for 2 units. So what did we do? We said, fantastic. We increased our value of our collections, and we were only paying double. Only problem is they put the price up on the double, so much so that we suddenly didn't have money for all the other things we needed to subscribe to. Right? I mean, that's really what happened. So, and I suppose we can call that the cuckoo effect. So what is it that SANLEC does for our members? Every every university and 6 research institutions are members of SANLEC, and we negotiate on your behalf to come up with better deals for subscriptions. And you'll notice that the dark line on the left represents the list price of all the journals that we negotiate added up year after year. And you'll notice how they are skyrocketing in price with the compound inflation on the price that the publishers want you to pay if you buy article by article. The blue area is what we actually save you every year. And that also goes up because it's attached to the list price. And the gold area is what you end up actually paying. So you'll notice that given fluctuations of exchange rates and given our ability to negotiate collectively by putting everybody's purchasing power together, we've been able to keep the price somewhere between 490 million and 560 million for this collection of journals. What do we pay to read? Well, sir, that's what you pay to read. And that excludes all the journals that your library subscribes to outside of SANLEC and all the databases that your library subscribes to outside of SANLEC deals. So I would put that figure closer to, add another 20–30% to it. What are we talking there? 3 5s are 15, 6, 7, probably 750 million rand we're spending a year as a country on library subscriptions for databases and journals. I'm not including books. Right? So this looks fantastic. We're saving you 87%. Aren't you happy? Well, you can't pay your APCs, so you're not happy, right? So if we break that down by member, and I've labeled CUT and UFS, you'll see what your cost avoidance is as compared to the rest of the SANLEC members and how many subscriptions you subscribe to through or products you subscribe to through SANLEC. If you want me to stop or come back to any of this, let's do it later, but I'm afraid I've got tons of information I want to share. This is the previously I showed you the breakdown of where our research output, where our articles are happening. This here is a breakdown of the money that you spend through SANLEC with the various publishers. And you'll notice that Elsevier Science Direct takes a huge chunk, and you'll see further down, Scopus is another 2% you need to add to that, so call it 30% for Elsevier alone. Wiley Journals package 15%, Springer Nature 9%, Taylor and Francis 8%, so on and so forth. So the top 5 deals account for 66% of our expenditure. But that's, I've got journal collections and databases in here, so just be aware of that. Elsevier's profits after tax. Prof. Bawa already mentioned it, but if you don't believe it, there's the graph. They are making, after they've paid tax, after they've invested in the next thing they're going to force you to buy from them, that they've bought that used to be free for you, they still manage to get away with a profit of between 35 and 40% after tax. It is shocking. That is where your money is going. And if you don't believe me, Sweden cancelled Elsevier and announced how much they were paying for the same package you were paying for. Well, what were they paying? Sweden was paying 12 million euros, which you can translate into nearly 14 million US dollars. We were paying 10 million US dollars in the same year for our members, which was, I think there were about 26 who were subscribing, their research output, 26,000 papers, of which 15,400 had a corresponding author being the person who would have to pay the APC, right? We put out 12,000 papers in the same year in 2014, of which about 7,600 had a corresponding author from South Africa. The institutions who had read access were 38 universities and 128 academic research institutions. We had 26 universities and 6 relevant research institutions benefiting from read access. So we're effectively paying double what Sweden was paying. Don't tell me anything about, well, we feel sorry for the Global South. Sorry, I don't buy that. And the thing that really gets me is that you pay your subscription every year. This graph shows you what you read as a nation every year. And you'll see that in, where are we? 2017, only 17% of the downloads had to do with articles that were produced in 2017. The rest of the stuff is stuff that you've already rented year after year after year after year after year. And when you cancel Elsevier, they say, that's it, no more read access, unless it's an historically subscribed title. That's why it's so hard to break away from that. But there are a whole lot of countries and institutions in the world that have started to break away and have done very nicely, thank you, without them, and have been able to use that money for better purposes. So what do we as SANLEC do? We go into these negotiations knowing that none of you are saying to us, if they don't agree to your price, cancel. Right? So now if I go into negotiation and I say, I want a lower price, and they say no, what must I say? Okay, give us your price. We'll pay it. But in spite of that, we've managed to keep knocking down the prices year after year, so that at least the compounded growth in those prices has been coming down. And this is a list of those top 65% of the expenditure, and you'll notice that we've managed to get most of those below 5%. So if you don't like this picture, who doesn't like this picture? Who doesn't like the status quo here? I see your hand, sir. All right, so some of us don't like the idea of this. Some of us might be saying, well, are you tricking me? Are you not showing me the... I hope you challenge what I'm saying. But in order to change things, you need to break down the data into very careful detail, deal by deal, institution by institution, discipline by discipline, to work out exactly what the implications are of any moves that you make and when you go into these negotiations, of what you would do if you don't succeed. But this was already spoken about, but I think it's so important that about 2 million research articles every year cost about 7.6 billion euros, but which ends up being a cost of 3,800 euros per article. Do you have any idea what it costs us per article to have read access? However, we do know that the average APC across all APCs in the world is 2,000 euros. So what happens if we flipped overnight? 2,000 euros times 2 million papers? Well, the good news is only 4 billion. So you've suddenly got a 45% buffer of money that could be used for something else if we were to move to a fully open access society. There's more than enough money in the system. The problem is that a research-intensive institution will pay much more because they would be paying more article processing charges, and a teaching-intensive institution will pay much less, if anything. And yet the money at the moment is coming evenly from everybody. I'm not going to go over these slides except very quickly. And then the publishers got really wise. They knew that you wanted open access. So they said, okay, well, let's keep the subscriptions going. But those of you who want open access, let's open up the open access account on the side, and we just have a new revenue stream. Thank you very much. Let's keep going with the subscriptions. Thank you, double dip. Thank you. Don't let anyone tell you there's no such thing as double dipping. If you do the maths, you realize it's true. Also, if open access is growing so fast, how come are subscriptions still increasing in cost? They will tell you it's because there are more articles being produced behind the paywall than in open access. They're saying open access may be growing, but paywall articles are growing faster. Do you want to let that happen? This is just putting the same thing in a different graphic way, which I find quite useful to understand, so that if you were to take all that subscription money that's in the system and you were to move it to an open access model, you would have a whole lot of buffer. And this little graphic assumes that you've managed to convert 90% of the journals from paywall to open access. Right. So what I think that from the discussions I've had at each institution we visited, I've got the impression that a lot of people are very confused about what open access is and what it means to the researcher. And I see the professor at the back nodding, and I'm sure people will tell you, you go open access, you end up in predatory journal territory, and that might be the case for a very few journals, but really that is a sideshow. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about taking respected journals that are currently behind the paywall and forcing them to become open access and to maintain their reputation, to maintain their editors and their peer review panels and their reputation, but just do it in an open access way. So I tried to list the benefits I thought of and the disadvantages, and then Prof came and explained it to you, that his research grant doesn't include the portion to pay for the publishing. Or does it? I don't know. But the challenge is that all the money is locked into paying for subscriptions. So there's a lot of confusion. I think this has all been covered already. So this is what it looks like now, without Plan S, without Open Access 2020, without, I might add, green open access or institutional repositories and institutional journals. But with them, suddenly, your researcher can continue to choose to publish wherever they wish, even if it's behind the paywall, in a section that hasn't yet been flipped to open. You can let the researchers carry on doing what they need to do best for their profession, whilst this transition takes place. You create competition amongst publishers. And I've already mentioned there's more than enough money in the system. So it's more affordable, for crying out loud. So you can afford to put money into your own journals, put money into your institutional repository, to put money into your article processing charges. Prof spoke a lot about Scope 3 and using the preprint archive. And Scope 3 is about flipping high-energy physics journals. It's made a huge impact, although it really is about only a handful of journals. 90% of high-energy physics happens in about 12 journals. And then there's a long, long tail of where the rest of the high-energy physics publishing happens at. And these guys have managed to capture the material, but they looked at the top 4 journals, 2 Springer and 2 Elsevier journals. And before those journals flipped to open access, CERN, the high-energy physics guys in Switzerland there, put the money up and forced those journals to flip. This is what the picture looked like before they flipped. Everybody went and read the articles in archive that became available, the preprint version, 6 months before publication. You can see the actual numbers. After the date of publication, you can see the vertical red line. After the date of publication, did they all start reading behind the paywall? No siree, not for 2 years. There was continued to be more downloads from archive than from the official, but everybody knew it was in the official journal. right? So after Scope, you would have imagined that would have changed. After that journal flipped, and the evidence shows that no, it didn't. The actual journal doubled its readership, doubled its downloads. The journal that used to be paywall, that became Gold Open Access. But it didn't impact on the downloads from archive. In fact, the downloads from archive increased. So it's good for science, folks. It really is good for science. So we've mentioned that there's several pathways to open access. And this is the most important piece. You can get this information from the ESAC website. That's where all transformative agreements are being loaded and described. So each one of those donuts represents a different country, usually through a consortium that has been negotiating transformative agreements. And the different colors represent the publisher with whom they have negotiated those transformative agreements. So what I need you to understand is that and I'm so interested to hear the Plan S gentlemen say that they are closing their window at the end of 2024 of funding, giving an ultimatum on funding, right? Incidentally, besides the Department of Higher Education and Training, the bulk of the rest of our funding, our private funding, comes from Plan S funders. You may or may not know that, but that's the truth. So we need to move fast is the message, basically, because if we add our momentum to these guys, we can slip through. If we don't, and their transformative deal comes to an end, they're only going to benefit from their own open access and not ours. And we'll still be in the dark because no one will be reading our stuff. Right? So we've got to, it's just so important to join the party. On our website, we've got fantastic recordings like what you'll have from today, but better in the sense that we had the University of California telling their story, and we had people from Germany telling their story, and explaining a lot of the detail, a lot of the questions that we just can't answer in this short space of time. So I would encourage you to go to our website, go to our conference, and you can download the slides or you can watch the YouTube video of your choice. But we have the roadmap of the University of California. We have a lot of wonderful resources from the University of California and from, across the world really, but a lot from Open Access 2020, which is based mainly in Germany. And this is a very interesting resource. Delta Think started providing a service to publishers to help them keep track of what's going on. And this graphic I just love, because on the left, that is the number of articles that are open access. And you'll see that they put it somewhere close to 30, around 30%, where the gold is gold open access and the blue is the hybrid open access. But the little short graphs on the right is the percentage of revenue that comes from that. So what is happening is that the publishers, although close on 30% of all articles are now open access, the revenue that the publishers are deriving from that is closer to 8%. What does that tell you? That tells me that if we flip, it's going to be cheaper. Right? It's a no-brainer. So there are a whole lot of questions we have to answer, and we have to move very, very carefully. We can't just rush into this. We do have to unpack a whole lot of information. But what I want to do is we actually didn't know really how to start, and we were struggling to get going. And we got a lot of help from the University of California. They showed us how to do it, We said, okay, let's just start. We've got Taylor and Francis interested in a transformative agreement with South Africa. Let's go. And we started downloading Taylor and Francis data. We gathered the data we got from Taylor and Francis, and we started comparing notes. And this is what we started discovering. This line represents all the research output from South Africa in Web of Science. Now, there's a whole lot of stuff that Web of Science excludes because their rules are quite stringent, and a lot of South African journals just don't make it there. So what we're trying to ask is, what happens if we had to pay 2,000 euros per article? Would it be more expensive or cheaper than subscribing and paying them on the side and having researchers frustrated? So what you first got to do is you've got to remember that we'll only pay for articles and reviews. So we had to eliminate all the other types of things like letters to the editors, etc., etc. So that number suddenly drops to the gold line. Then remember that you only pay when you have a corresponding author from your institution. That's the guy who pays. So we need to say, well, how many of those eligible articles have a corresponding author from one of our institutions? And that's what it looks like. So now we're getting closer to the thing. But now I only had data for 2019 fees that I could pull together without spending many, many hours on the work. So I then extrapolated and I said, well, given the trend and the slowing down of the research output, let's add that by 3% to get to a number for 2019. And then let's play with those numbers. You can look at this some other time, but that's all the detail that we were just unpacking there. So in this graph, the numbers on the left, the blue ones, are actual information from Scopus and Web of Science. The numbers on the right are me taking that information and putting estimates to it based on the available information I had at my fingertips. We've got information from Web of Science that they've described to us. We've got information arguing that South Africa is one of the best open access publishers in the world in terms of research output. Crest has suggested that our research output is above 30%, which is quite interesting. But where is it all going? Where are we publishing all that open access research? And then we've got to be mindful that it varies from discipline to discipline. Incidentally, you could watch these on the YouTube videos from our conference. I'm just giving you a teaser, an advert. So we've got Clarivate telling us you publish 24% open access. We've got Crest telling us you publish between 33 and 35% open access. So what is it? What must we use to do the calculations? Well, you've got to drill down into the detail is the long answer. The short answer is let's go with 30% and see what we come up with. So then now we start looking at Taylor and Francis and we say, hold on, the light bits on the top, that's the open access publishing. It's only close to 8% in the Taylor and Francis stable. And they're saying to us, if we transform, do you realize when you pay APCs, you're going to pay more than your subscription? If you go with an average APC of 2,000 euros per article. And I did the maths and I realized they were right. And I said, but hold on, most of that's in South African journals. 2,000 euros is 34,000 rand. The highest open access APC for a South African journal is 11,000 rand. The average is 1,500 rand per article. Where are we going to get to those big numbers? There's no ways. So what you've got to do is you've got to say, okay, what are we currently spending? That's the graph on the left. You've got subscriptions, you've got hybrid open access fees, and you've got pure gold open access fees. During a transition, you agree with the publisher that you're going to pay them the same money for 3 years. And during that period, you'll be able to publish everything open access, and you'll have all the read access you want, and they'll have all the money they're used to getting from you. Right? That's the transformative agreement. At the end of that transformative agreement, that's the thing on the right. You no longer pay for any subscription fees. You only pay pure open access, and you only publish pure open access. Right? So what will that mean from a money point of view? I did the maths, but when I try and show you the slide, it looks really, really messy and confusing. The bottom line is We're currently paying about 717 million for what I was calculating. And if we went to open access, we'd only pay 538 million, which is 25% less that we could have in our institutions. That's the big picture. But you actually want to break that down, and that is using an assumption of a 34,000 rand per article processing charge. I'm telling you, because so much more is in open access already, we will be able to negotiate better deals. We'll be able to choose where we're going to publish. There'll be more competition between the publishers. That price is going to come down. So the reason why the subscription model enabled Elsevier to print their own money is because there were no market forces preventing them from doing so. Whereas with this new model, all of those, they'll be getting trouble from every side. And the whole game changes. So if you look up Porter's 5 forces, you'll be interested. But while we were having the conversation earlier, we were talking about America and this and that, and someone said, what about Africa? I think they said. But the point is that with the way we're moving, I think that the dog is going to start wagging the tail again, which is going to be fantastic. And here are the numbers. So, and I've got about 5 minutes left if my stopwatch is anything to go by. So I'm nearly done. So bear with me. The first column is the overall numbers. And I'm just going to read out to you that at the moment, about 67% of whatever we publish has corresponding authors. And if we run the numbers that I've described already, it looks like, at the moment, our cost per article is 45,000 rand. So when someone tells you an APC of 2,000 euros is expensive, you're not realizing that you're paying more right now in the current system, which is crazy. And I think that we can make a saving of 25%. That's the takeaway of the first column. That's the overall back of a cigarette box guess of where we're going. But then I said, okay, let's look at Elsevier, let's look at Taylor & Francis, Springer Nature, Wiley, and Sage. What if we did the same numbers and we just looked at our research output in those areas? Well, Elsevier, your current cost per article is closer to 95,000 rand. Per article that we produce, we pay 95,000 rand to Elsevier by paying for subscriptions and article processing charges. I'm estimating two key estimations. One, that members pay about 20% more for journals outside of SANLIC. That's my one key estimate, based on one of the top research outputting institutions whose data I could analyze quickly. And number two is that there's possibly 14% more research output that we cannot find in Scopus and Web of Science combined. So I'll use those assumptions in my numbers. And based on that, you know, and if we go the APC route and we assume an article processing charge of 34,000 rand or 2,000 euro, that would be flat across all of them. So Elsevier would go from 95,000 to 34,000. That's a saving of 65%. Taylor & Francis, we probably might pay a little bit more, depending on what the article processing charges end up being. But when I say a bit more, it's like 0.29% more. It's almost even, right? Springer Nature, 39%, Wiley, 66%, and Sage, 50%. So there are the numbers, folks. That's a compelling reason to change. Everybody can read everything, and everybody can publish everywhere, and we save money. What more do we want? So just to let you know that we're in discussion with the following publishers about transformative deals, but I can't see any of them starting before January 2021 at the earliest. And I've got 2 minutes. So we've got to unpack a whole lot of data before we go into those negotiations to make sure we get the right deal. Germany, the gentleman mentioned that, from Plan S mentioned that Germany paid 2,750 euros per article. I know for a fact by talking to those folks that that's half of what they were currently paying. So they're happy as Larry, but so is Wiley. So we've got to do the data analysis. I don't think we need to worry about the small publishers. I was at the ICOLC Luxembourg conference where a lot of that came up. And here they're talking. So if you look up SPA-UPs, these are the people who've been looking into how can we transform smaller journals. And one fantastic example, annual reviews. They can't really charge an article processing charge, so they can't really go to that model. What they've done is they've said, okay, if everybody who's currently paying a subscription continues to pay, we'll give you a 5% discount year after year, as long as you keep paying, and then we'll make it open for the whole world. That's a fair deal, isn't it? Even if we're all passionate about the same thing, and these guys are coming to the party, why not? Right? We've seen the scope model, you've seen that model. There are a whole lot of models out there. So if you want to find out more about that, you can just go to the SPA-UPs project report. It's fantastic, and it'll show you that there are solutions even for the smaller publishers. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is a slide that Norway shared with us, where they're looking at where their money is currently flowing. And the three colors show what they do know is flowing, what they think is flowing, and what they have no idea about the money flowing. Because they don't know how much we're spending on what. Nobody knows really how much is being spent on APCs. So when you paid your APCs, you said a gentleman from overseas paid you for once, or you paid out of your pocket. Did any of that come through your institution so we can track it? Absolutely not. So we haven't a clue, unless we get secondary information from all over the place. So there are challenges. It's not simple. I'm not trying to make it sound like this is plain sailing, but what I'm saying is that it's doable, and we need to get the whole country, or the whole of the NSI, what's that, National System of Innovation. Thank you, sir. We need to get the whole National System of Innovation understanding this on the same page and behind it, if we're going to save ourselves oodles of money. So that's more or less what I've already said, and I cannot stress enough, we've got to find a way in each institution to communicate, and get the finance guys behind the library, behind the faculty, speaking with one voice. And that's why I like dogs. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Then thank you very much for a well-prepared and well-presented presentation. Please don't go away yet. Yes, a little open access license for you too. But before we come to that point, I think we can take 5 minutes just to see, are there any questions or engagement? It was such a beautiful presentation. There must be something. Professor Ngawi, please.
There's always a confusion between open access and predatory journals. I don't know how you like to guide us so that this perception come out of the mind. Because an ordinary researcher, when you talk about open access, the feeling is quickly, this is a predatory journal. That is one. Then the second one, you talk about the California university systems and the critical mass of the volume they produce, the German system and the Chinese system. And you quickly talk about South Africa working with other African countries in order to create that critical mass. So I'm not sure who is leading this effort. Because truly, if we work as a South Africa alone, I don't think you can make much progress. Thank you.
All right. So what South Africa can do is to, sorry, I was going to try and run to the right slide, but what South Africa can do is already initiate stuff with their own expenditure and their own initiative. but they obviously need to look to expand to the rest of Africa. I already started talking to somebody from Eiffel. Do you know who Eiffel is? I forget what the acronym stands for, but Sanlic actually used to, when we first started, we used to get help from them. But they negotiate on behalf of a lot of countries, usually developing countries, both in Europe and Africa and Asia. And in Asia. And when I started telling them, we've got to start talking and involving the rest of Africa, they kind of said, that's our turf. You know, stay clear. I thought, no, I'm just talking about collaboration. But essentially, there's a national site licensing and open access project team headed up by Dr. Bawa, and it includes government, it includes representatives from research, from finance, from ASAF. So all the stakeholders are there, and they do need, one of the steps, I just raced because I had too much information, but one of the key steps is to work out a meaningful governance structure for South Africa, and by extension, how are we going to relate to the rest of Africa? But in the meantime, the rest of Africa would stand to benefit from South Africa's research being open. So we mustn't stop what we're doing, but parallel, talk to the rest of Africa, is my humble opinion. I hope that satisfies you on that one. On the predatory journal one, I think it is an issue, but I think it's a side issue. I really do. I think that each researcher must network within their own field and know where are good places and bad places to publish. The problem with open access, if you're not flipping a journal that already has a reputation, if you start a new journal, like most institutions around the world are doing, their uptake is incredibly slow because everybody's waiting for that reputation to be developed, right? So they need to be supported. And by the way, the more they are supported, the more competition, the merrier for the existing journals with reputation. But I think that researchers beware is the only thing I can say, is that you've got to find out what is predatory and what is not, and that's where the library can hopefully help, that's where ASAF can help a lot. And I think somebody else might want to answer that question as well.
For me, there's no way to be confused, because every year there is what they call ISI list. And that list is public, it's given to all the university. Before you send your paper for publication, you look if the name of that journal is in ISS list, then there is no way you will call it predatory. So if the journal is not in that list, then you can start being confused. So for me, we have to stick only on ISI journal with impact factor that are internationally recognized.
I think that's a good start, but I know of people who've suddenly discovered that because they have reputation in a particular field, they suddenly discover their name has been put as the editor of a certain journal in a certain thing. So we can't stop criminals overnight, but every time we come across them, we can deal with it. But I don't think that's a good reason to stop going the open access route, because we'll just get left behind.
There's another question, and then the last one here.
Yeah, actually, the library, we provide that service to academics and researchers. We assist them. If we assist them to identify which journals to publish in, but at the same time, if they come and say, I'm interested in publishing into this journal, can you please assist? That's one service that we are currently providing. And we also have a LEAP guide to that assists. Even if you don't have to come to us, you can read it on. We've got a virtual environment where you can advise you.
Thanks, Charlie.
That was more a comment, and then here in front.
The first one is just a comment, really, on the ISI list. That is also a little bit fluid. I know of a few cases where when you publish, it was there, and then a few years later, it's regarded as a predatory journal. So it's not always that concrete. I've got a question for you, though. Obviously, the argument for flipping to open access is quite compelling. How then, if we are to go that route, do we manage it such that during that period, researchers are still able to access, the already published journals in those closed journals? Because obviously, when you flip, then it means there's going to be a limit in terms of what is available for researchers.
Yeah, that's a good question. The deal varies from publisher to publisher. So what, with Elsevier, if you leave their package, currently, you only leave with your post-termination access rights to the journals that you subscribed to before you joined the big deal. Whatever your institution subscribed to initially, they call that your core, whatever. I need to say, how does all these countries that have cancelled happily get on without them? And you might say, oh, Sci-Hub, but I actually know that that's not often the case. That there are so many other ways of getting the information through interlibrary loans within 24 hours, 12 to 24, sometimes 3 to 4 hours, emailing the author, so on and so forth. So that's why I kind of hinted that one of the key steps is that every institution needs to build a post-termination access plan for each and every publisher. And when we negotiate prices in that, we need to be looking at what exactly we need to be negotiating for. So with the Wiley deal, I know that Germany paid them a flat fee of 2 million euros for a back file that everybody had access to, over and above the 2,750 euros per article. And Germany has, while I'm on that, sorry, while I remember, Germany has decided on their own method of redistributing the wealth amongst the members as compared to the University of California. There they expect each researcher to use some of their research grant, and the library pays the rest, unless they really, really can prove that they can't afford it. But the money is there. That's the point. And those folks who've lost access have got on just fine without it. And they don't tell their researchers where they must or mustn't read or write or publish. Yeah.
I think we've entertained all the questions. Glenn, thank you very much for your presentation again.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
little token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much.
And then over the tea and coffee later this afternoon, you can continue with the conversation. Can I call on Betsy? Betsy, you've been to the stage before today, so that's why there's no formal introduction again. We're looking then forward also to your comments on the CUT UFS roadmap. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. I indicated to you earlier on when you asked for my bio, I said people who have bios are those who have published 120-something articles, and I don't have that. One day when I have that, you'll introduce me properly. Colleagues, we are called to take action. When we were planning for this, we were thinking, the main thing for us is to make sure that people, we create awareness, the much needed awareness. Awareness on the national development, which is what Glenn has just done, also talking about international developments. Everybody else today has talked about international developments in open access. Now the call is for us to take action. Now, Glenn, on his own, as a representative for all of us, all the 26 institutions, and the research councils, he cannot do it on his own. He cannot represent South Africa in order for us to move over to that desired state of open access. Each institution has to play their role. And the time is now for each one of us to play our role. So what will be our roadmap? What are we going to do after learning about all these beautiful things that will take us to spending our money wisely? A lot of work has to be done. I heard Gareth earlier on referring to an extension of what used to be Open Access 2020. He mentioned Open Access 2021, meaning from the 1st of January 2021. So we probably have a year at land to continue creating this much needed awareness, continue to making sure that we have the required infrastructure, the expertise, in order to make sure that we as the two universities contribute towards the national roadmap. The first step will be for us to endorse Open Access 2020 initiative. When we were planning that, we said, let's also ask for a declaration. Let our attendees also sign a declaration so that they can show us that, yes, today they have learned about what this movement is going to do for our research scholarly output. I don't have to keep on repeating to you the reasons why. All the speakers today have explained the reason why we have to take this route. So we are asking you then to sign the declaration. We have two of them, one over there, the other one over there, but I'm going to read what we have come up with. We are saying we, and we would be the community of the Central University of Technology and the University of the Free State, hereby declare that we support the call for publicly funded research to be made available in open access publications for the public good. This implies that we, all of us, agree to making open access the default in scholarly publications. We will convert the resources currently spent on journal publishing into funds to support sustainable open access business models. And we will collaborate on a swift and efficient transition for the benefit of scholarship and society at large. After all the deliberations, trying to show everybody the rationale behind moving over to open access, from subscription-based to open access publishing model. And so we are asking you to say to us, yes, we have heard you, we understand you, and we will sign. We believe in the cause. And as part of trying to know that, yes, you do understand, we're going to ask you to, I don't want to use the word assess, but probably is to assess whether, yes, we have reached that today. So Carmen is going to come here and explain to us how we're going to do that. But before we do that, Carmen, this consensus doesn't end here. When I'm referring to we, I'm not only talking about the two university libraries. I'm talking about management. That's why it was very important for us to have our leaders with us today so that they can understand as well the rationale behind this move. So we're talking about management, we're talking about researchers, we're talking about finance departments. Everybody has to be on board. Everybody has to grasp this. Everybody has to say yes. We understand, and yes, we declare that we will support the steps that will be taken nationally to support this move. There are a couple of things that would have to be put in place by each institution, but I would recommend that, Giuliano, that we work together, probably form a team and make sure that both our universities have the required infrastructure to make sure that we are ready. And whenever Glenn says, hey guys, I need this type of information, hey guys, I need this data, we are ready to provide him with that information so that he can proceed with the national bigger picture. Open Access 2020 expression of interest, which our principals will then sign on behalf of our institutions, affirm these principles. It says, we aim to transform a majority of today's scholarly publications from subscription to OA publishing in accordance with community-specific publication preferences. Now, these publication preferences will be determined by the team that will establish in order to make sure that our researchers agree and believe that as far as we are concerned, these are the publication preferences that we will implement. It goes on to say that at the same time, we continue to support new and improved forms of open access publishing. So what we are pledging as the two libraries is that we will keep on ensuring that our researchers, or rather everybody, management, finance department, everybody, is kept abreast of new developments in open access publishing model. All the libraries internationally celebrate Open Access Week in October. We will make sure that we make use of that opportunity to ensure that all of us are on board. The second principle says, it's a bit long, but I only read the most important part. It says we'll pursue this transformation process by converting the resources. We've already referred to that. The two universities, we know that we have our funds as libraries. We are spending 58 million on subscriptions. We still have to find out from DRD how much they are transferring to the researchers for APCs, a lot of money, I suspect. So we need to come up with workflows that will work for all the parties in order to make sure that in the long run, we do have funds that will be used for open access publishing. The last one says, we invite all parties involved in scholarly publishing, in particular universities, research institutions, funders, libraries, and publishers to collaborate on a swift, again the word swift, because open access 2020 talks about going full open access immediately, on a swift and efficient transition for the benefit of scholarship and the society at large. So we're going to require everybody's commitment in ensuring that in the long run, we have people like Professor Abandanga. People are that excited about the possibilities of open access. And so a few things that we'll have to do, for example, in mapping our position, we'll have to make sure that we have policies in place, infrastructure, procedures. We do have open access policies. We might have to review them, the two parties, and ensure that what was initially an open access policy becomes an open science policy and capture all the new developments in open access. And so if maybe CUT and Solplaatje University libraries had not developed the open access policies, because we are now working together, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. All that we'll be doing, we will be sharing the expertise and ensuring that all of us are on par with regard to the guiding documents that have to be in place that university management will use to convince everybody. Another thing that we have to do in terms of mapping our local roadmap will be to analyze and assess our leveraging power. Glenn has just done that to see how far we are in terms of our financial and publication data. We need to determine exactly where we are. What is our status quo? What is our context? Where are we? Where are we operating from? So that we can see this is where we'll be going in terms of this publishing model. So a lot of work that we have to do to get all that information. We are librarians, so searching for what we need, to know the tools that we'll have to use. We'll also have this tool in the form of Glenn. We'll use everything in our power to make sure that we have the context of both our institutions. How much are we spending? Where are we publishing? How many publication units are we producing annually? And of course, the most important part, engage with all our authors. and administration. The University of the Free State would like to be a research-led university. And that would mean we'll have to build a community of scholars. So in order for us to get to a stage where we can contribute towards South Africa producing not 1% anymore, but more research output, all of us will have to do something. So as the University of the Free State, we are going to make sure that we contribute towards building community of scholars where everybody, right from an undergraduate student, right from day one, he or she is already familiarized with research. So that by the time they get to where our professors are, I mean, at 34, we never used to have professors at this age who have produced so many articles. So it can have as many of those kinds of people who can produce articles sooner than later. And that's why I was referring to that Digital Scholarship Center, a service that the library is going to lead in ensuring that everybody is supported and ensuring that all the challenges are being addressed. And so engaging with everybody will be about, what do you need? What can I do? Do you understand the final production in terms of publishing in open access? And of course, we'll have to then prepare what Glenn referred to as post-termination access plan. Executing our transformation plan. What will happen if Sanlik says, guys, we cannot continue subscribing to a certain publisher? What now? So we have to prepare for any eventuality. Because like I said earlier, we have to take action. We have to be ready for this disruption. I liked this short paragraph from the open access expression of interest. It reads as follows. Based on current world publication trends, with commitments from a relatively small number of global research-intensive institutions, remember we are not there, we could reach the turning point by our 2020 target. So people are positive that this is doable. But the involvement of institutions from every geographical and academic context is essential to creating a truly open and just information environment, close quote. It simply means all of us, all our contributions will add immensely towards ensuring that we win. We win, in the true sense of the word, this fight. It further says, your action will make the difference. So we need to make sure that from today onwards, we go out there to all our academics, all our researchers, and make sure that they understand what we have gone through today in a manner that we understand it, so that it can be then smooth sailing when we prepare for our local roadmaps. So Giuliano, I am saying to you, my brother, let's do it together. We have a year to do it. Thank you very much.
I think we have 5 minutes for any questions, any comments. As they say, the military, you don't have to shout at once. You can nominate yourself, or we can nominate you. No, Betsy, thank you very much. Let's give you another round of applause. Dear ladies and gentlemen, can I then close by making 5 observations? I think it was evident today that the quality of the research product is very important. And this is something we can never compromise on. So the moment when people are asking questions such as suspicious editorial practices or predatory publications, then we must go back not to the source where we publish, but with regard to the quality that we are publishing. Because somehow we are recycling knowledge. So whatever system we are supporting, in this case open access, quite important to have quality as a big driver for what we are doing. Secondly, it's evident to us that the more money we have, the better our research can be, and the better our facilities and also outcome. And I think today, simply looking from an economic perspective, we can see the benefits. I think, thirdly, we were also reminded that there must be a passion for what you are doing. Remember Professor Adegana, who said we must do something to bring back respect to the continent. Because if you have a bigger aim, then surely you won't fall trap to something like predatory journals. The fourth one was, and I think we must say it loud and clear to all the institutions, and hopefully we can also roll it out, if I may say, then to see Saul Plaatje University. Very important. We need to pool our resources and efforts together, because on our own, surely we can't make it. And then lastly, a concept that I always use is, why do we do research? It is for the end user to benefit. Not so much the fellow researcher, not only the students, but somehow the end user must benefit from your research. And that end user we also know as the social communities. And I think whatever we do, we must have them in mind. So for the quality of the product, but also to enhance access. And then, of course, it's always difficult to leave a known system behind, because we all feel secure in a known system. But sometimes we must be brave enough to see if there's not new territory that we can approach. Thank you very much. Then in his absence, back to the laboratory, busy with the students, Professor Atangana. Then a special word of thanks, Len, for your wonderful presentation, and then Betsy also for outlining the roadmap forward. And to you, we have been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much for your attendance of this session. I think here is now the house rule coming, so I'm done with my responsibility.
Gavin? Just log in, please. Just lecture. Where did that link go? I think they closed it. We were looking for the QR code. I remember we've favorited it. I bookmarked it. No. Okay, just do this. Okay, so we'd like to evaluate you with two simple questions today. So everybody whip out your smartphones, please. Either scan the QR code or type in the URL that's displayed at the top. We're going to ask you two quick questions. Give you another 10 seconds. And another 10 seconds. Maybe if you're ready, just raise your hand so we can get an indication. Okay, so once you're there, off you go. Question number 1, please vote. Did you find the colloquium informative regarding new developments in the open access initiatives? So the answer is very simple, yes or no. We all seem to be in major agreement here. Okay, ready for question number 2 and the final one? Are you interested in attending events on open access in the future? Sorry for 5%. Okay, well, that's it from me then. Thank you for your participation. Okay, so next we have Dora Ackerman from CUT. Are we breaking for tea or are we finishing? Breaking. Sorry, Dora.
No, I just wanted to announce that we're breaking. Colleagues, thank you. I think this was quite an informative session. Prof. Lategan, thank you once again for your eloquent way of dealing with our interesting situations. We are going to take a break now. There is catering outside. And then I think, if I read the situation right, we will do our presentations outside, or do you want us to come? No, we're coming back. So grab something, and then you can come back here. Thank you.
So. Een van zijn baie briewe.
I see there are two programs. The first one that I saw has got Prof. Lynette Jacobs on it. I can assure you I'm not Prof. Lynette Jacobs. My name is Witness Muza. I'm the director of the postgraduate school here at the UFS. It's really amazing and disappointing that we don't have a lot of academics in here when we're talking about open access. And yet this is a topic that's pertinent to their life as academics. The fact that they don't think that it's important for them to be here and voice their concerns, like we heard from Prof. Atangana, is really worrisome. They are the ones who are supposed to be in the forefront of this fight. They are the ones that are supposed to be voicing their displeasure at the current state of affairs as far as publishing is concerned. Anyway, that should not distract us from a very exciting day that we are having today. So for this afternoon, we are going to continue with information on open service, on open science and scholarship service by UFS and CUT libraries. And we have got two speakers that are going to be talking to us, which I'm going to briefly introduce. The first one is Dora Ackerman from CUT. Dora is qualified in both library and information science and information technology, with a background of 28 years working in the higher education arena and expertise of working on information systems within the library and information service environment, therefore ensuring access to academic and scholarly information, all the more reason why the academics should be here. She has an MA in Higher Education Studies, cum laude from the University of the Free State, and a National Diploma in Information Technology, cum laude as well, from Technical Free State. And she has served as Deputy University Librarian, Electronic Resources and LIS Systems at the Central University of Technology since 2013. She has traveled widely on benchmarking visits, and in 2009, she had a tour of Scandinavian countries, seeking to see how these institutions implement ICT infrastructures within libraries. And recently, she visited Singapore academic libraries as well. She received the Library Information Association of South Africa Librarian of the Year Award in 2008. So obviously, she knows what she's talking about when it comes to the library. Then the co-presenter for this session is also Cornel Skeltmer-Van Vyk, who started her career as a faculty librarian at the University of the Free State in 2003. She soon developed an interest in library systems and technology and worked as systems and website librarian from 2005 to 2014. The UFS signed the Berlin Declaration on Open Access in 2011, and since then, Cornel became involved in the promotion and support of open access at the institution, including the development and management of the institution's repository, COP Scholar, and the online journal management publication platform, COS Journals. Currently, she's Assistant Director, Scholarly Communications at the UFS Library and Information Services, and she recently completed her MPhil in Digital Curation at the University of Cape Town. She's quite involved in the development of digital scholarship and e-research at the UFS. And I think these two, you see, they have embraced technology. From what I understand, they are going to do their presentation slightly differently. Can we please give a warm welcome to these two?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you are still with us, and I wanted to say, like someone long time ago said, very key, you said, Prof. I came, I saw, I conquered. I came, I saw, but I'm not sure if we yet conquered this big open access story that we've been talking about now the entire day. You've seen our presentations at the back. It has been rolling. It's also at the front desk. And I almost want to say, but you've heard it all already. But actually on this little machine of mine, there is still some brilliant news I would like to share with you, that open access does work. It does give
give our researchers the acknowledgement and the ability to be cited if they are publishing on open access resources. To be able to do what I need to do, I need to tell you the story of the CUT. It all started out in 2005 when our then, it was still the Technicon Free State at that stage, our then library director then asked that from our exam department that henceforth all our electronic thesis and dissertations of our master's and doctoral dissertations should also include an electronic copy for the library. After many deliberations and a few years that gone by, we decided on DSpace, the server were purchased, and then during the South African Library Week 2014, March 2014, we officially launched our institutional repository. That was then also during that stage that we started between 2014 and 2016 to capture all what we call the born electronic thesis and dissertations. And then in 2016-2017, we digitized that was not yet electronic from our thesis and dissertations, and then we also captured them. By November 2018, we've also captured all the DEET accredited articles that was published by our CUT researchers. And then also by November 2019, we've captured our 2018 DEET accredited journals. Included in our institutional repository, we also have, are capturing our two in-house journals, which I might state is also open access. They are available on the Open Access African Journal Forum of Sabinet, as well as our institutional repository. The one is the Journal for New Generation Sciences, which is a DEET accredited art journal, as well as Interim. And the population of this grew from 0 in 2014. And by the end of 2015, we already captured 661 documents. And by now, as I stand here, we have captured 1,997, close to 2,000 documents in the past 4 years. The total number of searches cumulatively is at this stage standing at a whopping 12,2.8 million searches. Can I repeat that? 12.28 million searches since April 2014. We are being noticed. Average view per item is 749 times. Now, what does that do to our researchers? Prof. Lategan, I need you to listen, please. The CUT researchers, our CUT-rated researchers, in 2014 stood at a whopping 9. Okay, just to put it in context for our UFS colleagues, I must just state, and I'm not apologizing, I'm just stating the numbers. Just for the past 2 years now, we have reached the 20,000 student target. So we're not competing with the WITSES and the UCTs. We are still a fairly small institution. So to come back to my point, in 2014, we had 9 accredited nine NRF-rated researchers. At the end, as we stand now, at the end of 2019, we have 16. Our projection for 2020 is 18. Starting in 2014, when we started with our institutional repository, it was 9. We are now projecting 2020 to have it doubled as 18. So what is the merit of an institutional repository, i.e. being open access? It provides broader access to the information outside CUT boundaries. No longer is information just contained within the 4 walls of an institution. The number of CUT researchers has doubled, as I stated, since we've started with our institutional repository. Our research and the researchers are being noticed and cited. This has a direct impact on the H indexes. Because a lot of times people appreciate, we heard it many times over the past few hours, that H indexes, being published is important. But the flip side of the H index is not just getting published, but also getting cited. And if people don't know about you, they can't cite you, and that can't increase your H index. Just on a more informative note, there are also additional research support that we, in combination with our research office supply. Of course, SPSS. When I mentioned some of these acronyms last time to my friends, they would say, you sound like you just ate this bowl of alphabet soup. But I presume for those of you that are here, you would appreciate and note what this is all about. So SPSS. We also has institutional, both CUT as well as UFS, has org ID membership as of this year. And we also support our individual researchers for our org ID individual membership. This is critical for capturing our data on our institutional repository, on our open access resources, because as things go along, you move, you change to another institution, people get married, they change their names, but your org ID will always be unique. We also provide the different reference management tools. For example, we subscribe to RefWorks. We also have access to EndNote and Mendeley. And then now for the second year in a row, we have now subscribed to Nature Masterclasses to promote the publication of articles. And of course, inside the walls of the library, we also provide a research commons, especially for our researchers that comes from far and wide and just need a place to sit down and work a bit on their dissertations before having their next appointment with their supervisors. Yes, there are challenges. We heard plenty of them this afternoon. I'm sorry to say that researchers are still publishing in unaccredited journals. We've heard about the rise and fall of predatory journals, or what I unlovingly call PJs. We've heard that they are, because I've seen it with my own eyes. One year they're on the list, the ISI list, the next year they are not, and then suddenly they reappear. So where does that leave us? We must be vigilant out there. But the consequence of both these facts, that we publish in unaccredited journals and in predatory journals, is that these articles are not cited as accredited journals on the DHET list of articles that we submit annually, and therefore we are not being cited. Another critical thing that we heard, Glenn just left, but he alluded to it so graciously, is the cost factor. Not just the cost of databases, but also the fluctuating cost of the rand dollar and the rand pound and the rand euro. Whatever monies we've tried to save this year were all absorbed by the fluctuating dollar and the fluctuating euro. And also the very expensive cost of research management tools, like for instance Scopus and Web of Science, is also a critical factor. Having said that, there's still a lot of opportunities out there. I think the mere fact that what happened here today is quite a brilliant exposure for us as our memorandum of understanding between University Free State and our own university libraries. I was hoping to see our colleagues from the Free State government here. Are they here? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you came. And yes, so thank you for coming, because we've also collaborated, our two libraries collaborated with the Free State government to help them to establish their institutional repository. We must now challenge each other so that we can start to really populate that as well. Future engagements, we've heard about Solplaatjies, also come in as the third leg of our agreement between these libraries. And then, of course,
This is what we do at the moment at the CUT, but the future endeavor, over and above all these wonderful commitments we've heard today about open access, is also the whole notion of research data management. So on that point, I want to give the next chapter over to my colleague Cornell so that she can tell you what is happening at UOFS.
Thank you, Dora. Thank you, Witness, for the introduction. I think Dora's illustrated quite beautifully the benefits of open access and how it influences our institutions and our researchers. So I will just give you an overview of the projects that we have that support and the services that we have that support open science at the university. So we also started with an institutional repository, mainly. The library's always supported open access, but actively, much more actively since the university signed the Berlin Declaration in 2011. Our biggest collection is also theses and dissertations, but we do have a few special collections. And these special collections are mostly through collaborations with other institutions and individuals that also feel very strongly about sharing their research on open access. You might have seen on the slides the slide for our institutional repository. The first collaborator that we had was for the Willem Boshoff archive. So this South African artist was really keen to share his work and research on open access. And we host 37 digital representations of his artwork and about 1,500 of his photographs of South African flora on Koffsie Scholar. But if you go and visit Koffsie Scholar, the special collections, there are quite a few other collections as well. And we're working on the research articles, conference proceedings, all of the research output of the University of the Free State. So after that, we continued by developing the platform for the university's academic accredited journals on open journal systems, OJS. We collaborated closely with ASAF, Charlie mentioned that earlier, to build capacity at the library. And we also worked closely with the journals and our research office to adapt the policies and guidelines of the Koffsie journals to better support open access and to develop editorial capacity. We started a digitization unit to also support our open access initiatives at the university by giving access to collections that were had previously very limited access or no access at all. So we also support our researchers when they have, for example, older data that they collected on paper. We'll help them digitize those. Anything to support open access and open science. The Research and Scholarly Communications subdivision, Dora mentioned ORCID, sorry. They provide support for researchers with their online research IDs and management like ORCID, and also providing research data management services to students and researchers. And I think Charlie mentioned that as well. We will have our data repository available in 2020 for researchers to host their data, share it, collaborate, and publish it openly if that is the case. A lot of research support, but our Teaching and Learning Division also supports open access. They collaborate, for example, with our Center for Teaching and Learning on open educational resources, and they are also starting an undergraduate research journal in 2020. Jeanette? So if you have any questions about that, Jeanette Bolopiani over there will be able to give you some more details. And then you would have seen on the slide as well some of our spaces. We have a collaborative space for undergraduate students in the Sasol Library. So the whole idea with the undergraduate journal, with these spaces, is to foster a culture of research and openness right from the beginning of a student's career. We have the postgraduate research unit on level 6. We'll share these slides with you as well. All of the details for the librarians and the research librarians are on there too. Our South Campus Library has a makerspace, also a space for collaboration, fostering research, innovation at an undergraduate level, and hopefully next year we can launch another makerspace at the Sasol Library here on the Bloemfontein campus. Something else that we're very excited about, I think my speech is actually going very nicely in time with slides, is the Digital Scholarship Centre that Betsy mentioned. So, I don't know, just keep your eyes peeled for that development. Dora also mentioned all our collaborations. So we've increased our collaborations to strengthen our local and national capacity. Our MOU with CUT has resulted in this colloquium, as you know. Our Solplaatjie MOU that's coming up. And the University of the Free State Library also signed an MOU with the National Museum in Bloemfontein to digitize their research output and make that available on Koffsie Scholar as well. So they are very keen to share their research as well. And then Dora spoke about our collaboration with the Free State government, and you've seen our complement of librarians that support our researchers in open science, in open access, and they are just learning and developing every day together with us to do that. That is a summary. Okay.
Thank you, Cornel and Dora. Do we have any questions for these two? No questions? That is what happens when you get the graveyard shift. I think what's quite clear from the two presentations is that the two academic institutions are really making an effort to try and create their own electronic repositories as a way of trying to improve the open access of the various works that is being done by both the postgraduate students and the academic members of staff, and also even some support staff as well. And I think what's also quite interesting is the focus now on trying to have journals focusing on undergraduate students, because it's an area that is lacking in most institutions. That's where we should start grooming our future researchers from. And that's one very good way of making sure that we focus them on research, and if they can test publishing at undergraduate level, hopefully they will want to maintain that as they go towards their postgraduate studies, and maybe eventually when they join the academic world as well. If there are no other questions, I think that brings my short shift to an end. And Betsy, is it the time where we have got to call Prof. Ngowi to come and say a few words?
Colleagues, good afternoon. My role is to thank you for being here and then let you go home. But because I don't get this opportunity often, it will not be fit for me not to say a few things. And I would like to start by the role of a university, the original role of a library. And that is a collection of people who come to broker knowledge. So a library was a place where people come from the community in order to get information of various types and discuss certain issues. If you go to the original libraries in Egypt, in Timbuktu, that was the function. But with the time, it now become a place where books are put. And people go out there to read books. So the original idea of people coming together and exchange knowledge and information disappeared a lot, where you find the places where having desks, places to sit and read, and not actually to exchange information. So, fast forward now, we have the fourth industrial revolution, where we have fourth industrial revolution technologies, which are making the access to information much more easy. And it's not necessary that you go to the library in order to get that information. So changes have happened in most libraries. They have taken note of that one. And they restructured their library in order to respond to these changes. What we have been discussing here about publishers, I think they have been slow in responding to that. While people have access to information, publication from many sources, publishers still think that they are controlling that information and people must go by that. I think that's why we have a friction between the producers of knowledge and the brokers, the publishers who are supposed to take it out. So the measures which are taken in the libraries to make sure that we have agreements where the originators of knowledge remain with the IP, that is the most important way forward. That you produce, then you remain. It's your knowledge. You should not let it to other people. But the more fundamental one is for us to start thinking, how can we make these libraries seamless so that the person in the community doesn't care whether the information is at the University of Free State or it is at the Central University of Technology. And we are going beyond that to say, okay, we are helping the government to have a repository so that all information, all discussions they have, they put that in the repository, and when decisions are being made, they go to repository to find the data to help them in making those decisions. So at the end of the day, we are saying that in Free State, there is a seamless access to information. It doesn't matter where that information is sitting. And if you can reach that level, I think that will be at the next level of what the library is. And I'm happy that we are all mentioning that last year, there was a formal agreement between University of Free State and the CUT to bring the libraries together. And what we see here today is one of those benefits of intentional working together. And what I also heard now that the two libraries have helped the government to create a digital platform for creating that information which you are talking about. The government has always held annual symposia, but that information is put in the data in the computers, people's computers. So you can't access it as easily as you want. So going forward now, that information is going to be accessible by anybody who is interested to do so. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before I bore you too much, I want to release you. I am happy to hear the next steps after this meeting. And that is very clear, that we have to abide with that, what do you call it, that agreement? Is it? Okay, the transformation agreement. We cannot talk about having 26 universities abiding to that if the two universities in this province don't do that. So by doing that in the province, it means now it creates a way for all other universities to be able to work together. So Dora and the colleague from University of Free State, let's make sure that we implemented it. So that when we meet next year in the symposium, we say, okay, our collaboration has taken us to the next stage. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening and for your wisdom to come to this symposium. Thank you very much.
But this is my final unofficial Master of Ceremonies. We are now officially invited outside for the eats and the drinks that we've promised you. I presume there's water with some added entries, but you are welcome to join us, so please don't leave immediately. This part of today's idea was that we also network and have an opportunity to meet colleagues from the other institutions. So please enjoy yourselves and thank you for coming. And for those that has to drive, I don't think the Kimberley guys joined us in the end, but anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.